Hello everyone, sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Fear Dragon and we are back apparently. We are back and here with me we have Intense as well as Bales. How are you guys doing? I have you guys muted. Sorry. Okay, how are you guys doing?
Good.
Pretty good.
As In Control is actually saying, everything that can go wrong will go wrong, and that's exactly what's happening right now, but hopefully we will be able to get everything sort of resolved. Unfortunately, our observer, his PC crashed, and he is now completely gone. So I'm going to be trying to do the stream. I hope that you guys are willing to bear with all the technical difficulties that are going to be undergoing changes as I do everything. As you can see, everyone's webcams are dark for some reason. We don't know. We're just going to go with it right now and jump into the pregame interview because we're all here for StarCraft, and that's honestly what we want to see. So, first of all, Intense, I kind of want to ask you. You actually said in your interviews before the actual show or anything else had been started, you're not feeling very good about TVP right now. So, is there any kind of preparation that you did for Bales? I know that you kind of hinted at to me that you felt like you knew you had something planned for him.
Yeah. He seems to have a pretty repetitive style and do the same thing almost every game. So, we'll see.
All right. And Bailey, you actually said you thought this was going to be the group of death. Now, when you said that, you also said, okay, JonSnow, Intense, and I are the three top players that are going to be like making this the group of death. Who do you think is actually going to be making out? Do you think it's going to be Intense I assume is alongside you, number one, of course, right?
Yeah, I would say me, and I don't know between Intense and JonSnow. I think it's gonna come down to that decider match.
All right.
Or you and JonSnow.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to that. But Bales, one kind of final question. You actually also said this was not like your favorite. Okay, you actually said this was your favorite matchup, but that you weren't feeling great about it, which is a really kind of interesting paradox in and of itself. But one of the big complaints that you had was kind of the map pool right now.
Yeah.
So tell me, like, with the maps that aren't actually picked right now, I don't have the map list pulled up in front of me because again I'm doing production also right now. How do you feel about the maps that are going to be picked right now? I think it's a Nimbus for map 1, King's Jump Station for map 2, and Overgrowth for map 3.
Map pool's okay. It could be a lot worse if I was playing on Catalina and like Merry-Go-Round for my 2 vetoes. So I'm pretty happy I'm not playing on those.
All right. And Intense, final kind of question before we start to jump into the series. Bales actually said that you're not you really like to SCV all in. Do you have any comments on that? Because you sold yourself as a macro player to me, man.
It happens sometimes. I don't know. We'll see.
We'll see. All right. Well, that's all we can ask, gentlemen. Do you have any final words for each other, Bales?
Good luck.
You too.
All right. With that being said, guys, to your booths, your figurative booths, because this is all an online tournament. We'll see you guys in a little bit as I do some production amazement stuff there, and it's just In Control and I now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting this next game started, but In Control, can you tell me kind of what your thoughts are on these guys?
Well, it's kind of the special gem of a tournament like this is Intense is a very young guy. He has been playing actively for a while now, a couple of years, I do believe. But he started to kind of make headways as a young, up-and-coming North American player that was doing very well on the ladder, was getting picked up by some of these kind of smaller semi-pro teams. Doesn't really have off-LAN experience or success. Some experience, but not a lot of success. And that's really the big way that you measure top-tier performing players. But a lot of times the way that those guys get that experience and become good enough to do that offline, do well offline, is by doing online competitions like this, where you're playing in front of audiences, you're playing for money, so there's no goofing around, there's no, well, I don't care about this map or this matchup, so I'll just throw it away. These are prepared matchups, and this is the kind of stuff that helps those players get mobile and become really good, and good enough to get signed with the bigger teams and to move on and do well at lands. So when I look at Intense, that's a guy that I'm looking to see have happen. He's very young. It seems like everyone's 15 years old when you say young, but I think he is actually around that age, and I like him. He's got a little bit of spunk. His Terran is very aggressive. He was a guy who also kind of, for a while, advertised his stream by saying, hey, I'll take Protoss and go like top GM in North America. And some people kind of followed that. And he actually did do fairly well with Protoss. He got GM and did get pretty high. But I guess he lost interest and moved on back to Terran, is what I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. And, as we try and get this lobby set up and everything, I also want to say, like, that makes a lot of sense. And also, one of the things that I did ask Intense about was, why don't you feel like you've been able to get those results that you were talking about? And one of the things that he said was his mentality really wasn't there. He was talking about how he had a lot of problems where he'd lose to certain things, and he would balance wine a lot, actually. And he feels like he's improving on that. But this is actually, like, the matchup that has caused a lot of that balance wine. So I'm really interested to see, like, exactly as you're saying, is that going to be one of those things that sort of gets to him? If Bales takes a game 1 in a really frustrating manner for Intense, is Intense going to be able to kind of keep it together and move into the next game and not really let it get to him?
Yeah, that's the trick, isn't it? StarCraft 2 is such a complicated and, intensive game that if you do have something kind of clouding your mentality and your mindset, and it's slowing down the way you connect ideas and thoughts and how fast you are just mentally, it's really going to have its effect on your physical game. And if he's identifying that he's got a kind of poor attitude with with balance, he's one of many. But it's interesting because good for him for recognizing that. That means he's got a chance at actually changing that and working on it. For a lot of people, the issue is more like, well, I get really nervous, or my parents want me to focus on school, and I'm fighting with my parents, and that's the kind of stuff that is very difficult to overcome. But if his problem is that he likes to whine about the races, that's easy peasy. And he's young, like I said, so those guys, they're not worried about taxes, they're not worried about jobs, their parents are probably not kicking them out of the house. So hopefully he can overcome that mental hurdle and get going, because now's the time.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of now is the time, we actually are jumping into the game. We're going to go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map, Nimbus. On top of the blue Protoss player, we have, representing Flipside Gaming, Flipsides is Bales. And who's spawning up in the top left-hand side?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, just go for it. Sorry about that.
Well, it's the man we spent most of our time talking about in the intros. It is the young man Intense from Team IVD, I believe. I'm not sure what that stands for. What does that stand for?
It's Ivy Drip, actually. Fun fact for everyone. I believe.
Well, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it was started because of someone who I think had cancer. Team organizer decided to make the name Ivy Drip.
Oh, I remember that. Unfortunately, the reason I know the name of that
I know
the drama.
Why you know it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
getting away from that though.
At least something positive came out of it. So.
Well, a lot of positive. I learned why this team was formed, and I think that's one of the most admirable and cool things you could ever form a team around.
Yeah.
And drama happens, and they got over it. But talking about starting positions here, it's interesting. This is a fantastic map for Protoss. Terran don't mind it as well. But, like, for instance, if Intense was bottom right-hand side, because all 4 spawning locations are capable of being initiated, then he has the natural, kind of the backside of the natural facing him. And, of course, drop play is so common in TVP that's really what you're looking towards. Now, with these positions, certainly he can still get to that position, but in order to do so, he has to cross the middle of the map, and that becomes more treacherous and dangerous. There's a better chance the Protoss can get some recourse in there. And of course, with the quote-unquote exposed part of the Protoss base is where like the gateways are, and it's kind of shallow, there's going to be more production there. That's where the Protoss is probably going to have his army, so it's not nearly as good for drop. So just in kind of the early offset here, not a bad opening in terms of starting positions for our Protoss player, Bales.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that is actually one of the things that Bales was the most concerned about. It was drops. In fact, he said his biggest issue with the new maps that are actually in this ladder map pool is that he feels they're really good for Terran drops, but one of the concerns he actually has is Widowmine drops, but 2 barracks starting up for Intense. I don't think there's going to be any kind of early Widowmine drops.
No, it's coming off of that CC first, which is a very common build in this map just because, again, it's so large and all 4 starting locations are possible. That means getting an early scout is not necessarily guaranteed, although we can see here that Probe did guess correctly. It gets a whiff of the Terran base, and the second you see 2 barracks, in this day and age, you know exactly what you're facing. He didn't. I think he actually did see that there's no gas being mined, but that too is a bit redundant. I mean, the second you see the 2 barracks, you know it's CC first because nobody goes naked Marines anymore, man. It's just a thing of the past.
Yeah, it's something a little bit silly to try and do at this point. I also like that, Intensity's just being careful. He's getting up the bunker and everything. I know Bales especially is the kind of player that he'll go for like the early 3 stalkers and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's decided to do it this game, but he does really like to just poke. He really likes his map control. That's one thing I've noticed about Bales.
It's a mark of a good Protoss. If you can force Terrans to be a little bit more wary, building things like bunkers, scanning more often as opposed to just dropping mules, it means you're going to impact their economy a little bit in almost indirect ways. And we can already see that. That bunker right there is basically out of respect for, like you said, either the fact that Bales is kind of an aggressive Protoss, or if we're going to put on our tinfoil hat, maybe it's getting a little bit inside the idea of, well, he doesn't like this matchup as much. He did go CC first, and one of the vulnerabilities to that would be early pressure.
Yeah, but actually, we're going to be seeing early pressure from Bales. Not exactly in the form of early stalkers necessarily, though. It's going to be that early Stargate coming out from Bales. And how do you feel that's going to actually factor into how intense opening with the CC first and everything else?
I really like it. Going Oracle is predictable. As you can see here, there's already Marines parked at the natural, and I believe we had some in the main. Engineering Bay is either... Actually, it has not been started just yet, so he's going to be a little bit concerned about that. But fast Oracle, or Oracles in general, a thing of very commonplace in the PvT matchup. But he did it after going Nexus, so it's not an all-in. It's not really even a timing attack. Of course, the Stargate and the Oracle itself are fairly expensive, so he doesn't want to do 0 damage with this, but he doesn't need to do a lot of damage, whereas if he did, delay the Nexus and go Oracle first, if that doesn't do damage, he's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
he would have been.
This SCV from Intense is actually getting into the main base. He gets a scout off on almost everything. I mean, he doesn't necessarily see the natural expansion, but I feel like seeing all that stuff, you see, like, okay, you're just now starting a robotics facility and a gateway. Like, where's your extra gateways? Where's your tech?
You hit the nail on the head, my friend. The fact that he saw that robo about 50% means that there's something else going on. You would not delay that robo. And like you said, too, he didn't see the natural, but you're not going to have, like, 5 gates of the natural and then the robo gets added on. That's not a real build. That doesn't happen. So he's probably predicting that Oracle, and we can see missile turrets are going up, at least at the natural, and I believe in the main, yes. Yeah. So he's good, and this Oracle was kind of pussyfooting it around. It's coming in now. Actually took some damage, so I guess I missed it. But it has 0 kills. So maybe it gets an SCV or 2, or, like right now, it gets nothing. And that's nice if you're an Intense fan, because, again, this was not an all-in by Bales, and certainly, this is the part where all the commentators do that thing where they're like, well, I can still do reveal, and it can do some harass. Like, yeah, but that's not what it was made for. So, nice opening here from Intense.
Yeah, definitely. And, I also think that Bales, he's one thing that I will hand it to him is that it wasn't one of those situations where he ran the Oracle in and then he got 0 kills, but he also just loses the Oracle, right? Like, the Oracle's still alive. It's still useful, actually, for getting that constant scout off, that information that I think is a lot of value to a Protoss player. Yeah,
I mean, like I said, it's not a bad thing. It's just, it is not... You could have your cake and eat it, too, in this case. It could always do those things, but it could also laser up a mineral field, so it didn't get to do the laser up part. But we could see even a 3rd missile turret coming up here. And again, Intense, he's going to want to watch that, because these little stack defense things are good, but the mark of a truly amazing Terran in particular, like we saw with even Flash earlier streaming, is the guys that can cut those corners reliably. Those missile turrets are nice, but if you add that 3rd, the 4th, the 5th missile turret, all of a sudden, you're spending hundreds of minerals on things that maybe never come into play, or come into play far later, which means why did you make them at that time? So not a big deal, but keep your eye on that. And we have Intense pushing out here. Double medevac, and we can see the spreading of Bale's units here. He's going to want to keep the Stalkers kind of deep in the base to ward off medevacs, and then he's going to have the Colossus and some force fields up here to perhaps either prevent the Marines from running up or making it a scary endeavor.
Yeah, he actually has a couple of Stalkers that were sitting at the natural expansion. Looks like he pulled them back over to the main base. And as you were saying, like, I am kind of worried about the prospect of a drop just coming in, but this is where that Oracle Revelation is really handy right now. If those Marines actually decide to load up in the medevac, Bales has full knowledge, up until now at least.
Yeah, really nice. The Oracle comes back to kind of add on to that scouting. And to touch on something that you had brought up earlier, look at these observers spread. There's one behind the natural, one in front of the main, one in front of the choke space. He's got pylons spread around the map. You had talked about his map vision and kind of map control. Well, Bales has that in spades. He's doing a fantastic job. He saw the attack move across. He knows exactly when things are going down. He is playing this textbook well, PvT.
Yeah, gets another revelation off on some of those reinforcements that are moving across the map. He sees that Intense is still out on the map, and his Colossus count is starting to get up there. I mean, once he gets that third Colossus, this is an army that Intense is going to have to be very, very careful about ever trying to engage.
That is exactly right. 3 is kind of the magical number. It's the one where Protoss start thinking about going towards Templar. They start getting a third, that kind of stuff. He is moving over here. He's got some, yeah, that Observer, again, just gives him that little bit of extra oomph to his information. He moves over. Big load up here, though.
I really
Needs to be careful.
Yeah,
yeah,
really
he gets out of there, but I was thinking he was maybe going to go to the main, but he chose the safer choice for this game, number 1.
Yeah, just taking a look at Bales' army, maybe you'll know a little bit better than I will, but Bales' army, it really reminds me of kind of what a lot of people were talking about, oh my god, not Pig, Korean Protoss player, but anyways, he won WCS America, I think, and he just had so many Zealots, he had a lot of Colossus, he was very light on the anti-air, but people thought, oh, Intense losing a lot of units over here.
Good hot pickup, though. The Stalkers are not here, which means the Medevacs are safe to do that, and they back away, but I do have to agree, nice aggressive move from Bales. He, again, with that vision, sees the units kind of moving over there in harm's way and says, sure, I don't mind grabbing some Terran units for myself. And now we're in that weird spot for Intense. So a lot of Terrans like to get a lot of work done in the drop phase. No work was done here. He didn't even find the Stargate. He's just not getting any damage done. We can see there is a stockpiling of Vikings behind this, and he knows that the third of a Protoss player is down below the ramp. So you got to ask that question that, you know, Apollo loves to ask, and that is it time to pull the boys?
You know, it's going to be a really tough choice, right? Because one of the big questions of one of the big things that you need to know when you ask that question is, does your opponent have High Templars with Psystorm coming out, right? And we have a Twilight Council down. It's researching Charge and getting all those kind of upgrades, but I don't actually see a Templar Archives coming out. So
nope.
I wouldn't actually hate the decision right now.
Well, Fear Dragon, hate it or love it, it's coming. The train is on its way, choo-choo. And now, here's what we're going to be looking to see. As you said, there's no Templar. There is a 4th Colossus stepping out, so he's gone hard on the Colossus, but that's a lot of Vikings. That's more than enough to deal with them. They're going to need to target them down, and they need to get the SCVs in front. It's going to come down to force fields and how well Bales can control this, because Intense is 1A-ing, and here he goes.
All right, SCV is leading the charge. Nice time warp through actually goes down, and all the SCVs actually in the backside. This is actually beautiful for Bales, but the Colossus, they're falling rapidly.
He had the Zealots behind the Stalkers, and he blinked the Stalkers forward. He actually goes down a little bit too soon. He doesn't kill that last Colossus. And so far, no economic damage is done, but that's just too much Terran. He's going to shove up this ramp and stim for the win. Unfortunately, Bales was not able to get all his units to engage with that clump. He fought on a ramp, which, you know, in theory sounds nice because it means you can't get the Terran can't get a full concave. But what that also means is the Marauders and everything else in the front tanks. And when the Stalkers blinked forward, they clogged up the Zealots. And that meant that the fighting power of the Protoss effectively gets reduced. I mean, think about all the Zealots that did nothing there. And then subtract that from the army supply. And all of a sudden, the Terran's up by, with those SCVs, like 70 or 80 supply. Yeah,
definitely. I know exactly what you're talking about. And it really is kind of interesting how that works. I think one of the biggest things that we didn't really talk about as much was that Bales honestly didn't get much vision of the actual SCV. Like, we talk about Bales having all this great vision and everything. I was keeping an eye. Like, he didn't actually see the SCVs ever coming. His Oracle just barely kind of misses them as they're moving across the map. Actually, I actually won't put it like that. I'll put it like Intense actually was looking around with the Vikings and scouting out for that Oracle. He sees the Oracle and immediately pushes it back with all the Vikings before he gets vision. So, kind of nice job on Intense on denying that scouting, but I think that was one of those things that also kind of hurts, like, right? Because as you were saying, position that you decide to defend and all those kind of factors, and you even saw Bales pulling some of his workers just to try and add in a little bit of a damage buffer. Like, those are the kind of things you want to do maybe a little bit early. You want to make those decisions nice and early.
Yeah, it was rough because, you know, we were kind of drawing attention towards the idea that no harass damage was being done by Intense, and that's a point of concern. But on the flip side, his army really wasn't taking any losses either. I mean, we definitely did see that little grab with the force fields and the Colossus in the middle of the map, but even then, the hot pickup meant that, you know, 5 or 6 Marines died and a couple of Marauders, which certainly sucks, but it could have been a lot worse. And then when he saw, okay, you've expanded to the low ground, there's no force fields that are going to block off this whole army. It means that he can go ahead and say, I'm going to try to go for a 70 or 80 supply advantage with these SCVs. My 3 bases were uninhibited. I got away with the CC first, 0 damage from that Oracle. And all things just pointed towards this all-in precisely. And I think if you're a Protoss fan or if you're Bales, you want to be going towards faster Templar off that third Colossus. If you go 4 Colossus, you got to have a better game plan than just blink forward in front of your Zealots and die on a ramp.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see, like, Bales wasn't really thinking about Templar at all, right? Like, he was adding on gateways and everything, getting out double upgrades, etc. So we'll see if he changes his game plan. Because what's really interesting to me is that Bales, when he talked about Intense, when I asked him about how do you feel about the players in this group, he specifically said, like, Intense, you know, he likes to SCV all in.
Yeah.
So it seems like it was one of the immediate things on his mind. So I don't know, like, what exactly was going on in his mind. Like, if he wasn't as concerned about it that game, maybe he just thought, like, I'll try and open up, you know, it's a bigger map or something. I don't really know what's going on in his head. We can maybe ask him during the winner's interview.
It's so good, though. I mean, you can know it's coming, and it's still really hard to pull off. So it's not as simple as just knowing it's coming, you know?
Yeah, definitely. But with that being said, hopefully we'll get into the next game lobby. The next map is going to be King Sejong Station. So it's a 2-player map. I think less likely to see the kind of opening that Intense went for with, like, you know, CC first and all that stuff.
Probably not CC first, but this is another map where you could see the boys get pulled. I mean, anytime the Protoss has to kind of come down off the ramp, come out of their shell like a turtle, it gets a little bit questionable, especially in the PBT matchup for this all-in. But at the same time, it's one of those like fool me once kind of situations because we saw the boys get pulled. It worked amazingly well, but that's how it goes. It either works super well, or 3 or 4 storms land on the entire Terran force, and then it doesn't work at all. And then Terrans are like, well, this doesn't work. This is completely broken. But it kind of flips back and forth that way.
Yeah, definitely. Well, okay. I do actually just really quickly want to acknowledge everyone in the chat that's saying that the volume levels are a little bit off. Sorry, I apologize for that. For anyone tuning in, maybe a little bit on the later side, we had a couple of stream issues, and actually there is another stream issue as I pull up Team Liquid right on top of In Control's face and reattach myself to the Team Liquid event because it looks like we got detached from that. But we did have the stream dropping a couple times. Now I'm actually observing instead of Current TV. Unfortunately, his internet was having some issues, so I apologize for any kind of production faux pas that I end up causing. But yeah, that is actually going to be kind of my information on how the technical side is going a little wrong. So I apologize for that. I am still adjusting stuff, and I'm reading your chat information on, you know, In Control is a little bit louder or, you know, softer, etc. So I'll keep adjusting it. Thank you for the feedback. Please keep giving it.
These things happen, man. It's hard to be a one-man production show and cast, so you're a hero for putting it on. Hopefully everyone will have some patience, because the nice thing about this is they're rearing their ugly heads at the beginning of the broadcast, but then as the broadcast goes, it'll probably even out and be fine, and then we'll just see some great games.
Exactly. Much better to have our observer drop out before the games rather than in the middle of them when there's, like, the SCV pull going on, and, I don't know, like, Bales has, like, vision of one SCV in the middle of the map or something, and it's like, well, why is that SCV there? Like,
that would have sucked. Yes, there's definitely a way worse time for that to happen.
All right. Well, we are going to be jumping into the next game. King Sejong Station. Intense currently leading it up 1-0. I know actually Intense is a very strong player, but I know a lot of people, just from who I've been talking to and everything, a lot of people thinking that Bales was potentially one of the big favorites to win the entire tournament. So Intense taking out Bales and potentially one of his big fears, those Protoss players, Bales and Kaifire, if you can get rid of one of them nice and early on in the group stage, that would be like the ideal situation for Intense. So I think he's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, it's the first game. I gotta say though, you know, down at the bottom of this group is JonSnow, who has yet to play. And as far as the names go of these guys, I know Intense, I know Bales, I know them very well. Well, pretty well, I guess. I don't want to claim too much there, but I know them pretty well. But JonSnow's the name that's broke out a little bit more and has been on people's radar. WCS success to a certain degree. He's killed some Koreans in all-kill clan wars, and he's one of the higher-ranking names on the ladder, I would say, too. When he puts his mind to it, he's up in the top 15 or 20 of the GM pretty regularly and pretty easily.
He actually just recently won the most recent season of Copa America, making him, I think, the second player that wasn't Major to win Copa America.
Taking advantage of the fact that I think Major's on a slight hiatus. It's hard to tell what that guy's doing. Sometimes he falls into the Pokemon hole or something like that.
Oh, well, it's an addictive game, man. But let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, on top of the blue Terran player representing Team IBD Gaming. It is IBD's Intense.
All right, and his opponent from Team Flip Side, the red Protoss, it is Bales. Bales, a nice, jolly guy. Like that pre-game interview. Kind of the two of them were a little bit too chummy for my taste. I like to pretend that there's some drama or hatred going back and forth. Makes it more interesting. But no, these guys are friends. They've played many times before. They respect each other. So they're, that's admirable as well.
Yeah, I think they're actually, like, way back in the day, former teammates on Clarity Gaming. A team that's no longer around. But, these guys definitely know who each other are. And as you were saying, actually, they are actually, I think, relatively good friends.
Yeah. As good of friends as StarCraft combatants can be, I suppose.
As good of friends as someone can be when one person's least favorite matchup right now is TVP and the other is his PVT.
Yeah. Well, his salt, his sodium, does not fall on sympathetic ears for me. Terran's doing very well right now. Who followed WCS and the Korean scene and stuff like that. I always have respect for Terran players because I do feel like, well, I mean, I have respect for all three, but Terran players in particular, their army is very difficult to hold, very difficult to control, and it's high risk, high reward. Like, it just takes a couple of storms, and all of a sudden, the entire game is lost. That soft underbelly of the Terran army, the Marine. It's a blessing and a curse. It's very inexpensive. It shoots both air and ground, but it's kind of smushy. And if you get your entire army fried by laser beams or storm, that can induce the high sodium counts that we'll see sometimes ejected from the eyeballs.
Yeah, it's been known to happen. And honestly, I feel like Protoss versus Terran is kind of like that a little bit on both sides, right? It's like the Protoss nightmare of, I move out, I'm like halfway across the map, ready to like doom push my opponent's base, and then suddenly I notice there's like 2 dropships inside of my base that have depowered every single pylon I own, and it's like, okay, I guess the game's over. Like, it's very much a matchup that I feel can really go to either side.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, StarCraft, with that difficulty and respect comes the frustration as well. Some of those tactics, like you said, the counterattack and depowering of buildings is super aggravating. But every time I hear something like that, both Terran and Protoss side, both sides, I kind of say, well, you have nobody to blame but yourself. Get more observers out there, grab the towers, see them coming. And, even going to last game, Bales did a fantastic job. He had great map vision. But what was the one thing he was kind of lacking to see? Well, he wasn't reading into the game as well as he probably should have. He did 0 economic damage to a guy that opened up CC first. That means they're going to be very swollen. They're going to be very large. What do the Terrans typically do with those large armies? Well, they get super aggressive. And if they can't do it with medevacs, kind of the next thing down on their checklist is, well, I could pull my SCVs. And what they would see to stop them from doing that would be something like really fast storm. Not gonna pull SCVs into that unless you're a little bit suicidal.
Yeah, hey, Jeff, I want to ask you something. Does Intense seem to be incredibly paranoid right now? Because he's, like, let's go over the facts right now. He scouts over his natural expansion. He scouts at his 3rd for proxies. That's understandable. He sends his Reaper down to, like, the bottom left-hand side. That's all understandable. He opened up with a very early engineering bay and got an early missile turret. That's a little bit crazy, right?
You're not wrong. Even the Reaper was held back by the bunker for a while there, actually, because he was a little bit worried about that poke that you actually talked about him being well known for. Here's a scan. This is a pre-7-minute scan, which is extremely, I'll use the word aggressive, but what I mean by that is, well, it's an aggressive information grab. Typically, Terrans use that as a mule early on to jumpstart their economy. So, Fear Dragon, I am digging what you're cooking with, because I think you're dead on. In terms of how this will affect the game, not so much, but it's interesting to look at in terms of mentality for the series. If Bales can pull this back, yes, he did lose game 1, but right now he's getting away with a robbery, kind of, because as we can see with this build, there's nothing aggressive here except for a blink coming out, which could end up aggressive, but nothing for the first, 8 minutes.
And one thing I'll say, at least about what Bales has said about his own playstyle, is that generally he doesn't like to go for really all-in-ish stuff. Like, he can sometimes, but even with his aggression, like the Oracle, he didn't open up with like Oracle before Nexus and just try and go balls to the wall, like, I'm gonna make damage happen. He likes to try and do damage and put pressure on while taking expansion behind it. So I think it's really interesting that Intense is, I guess, like, I want to say paranoid about this kind of aggression. And hopefully, and this kind of actually goes back to what you were talking about last game, the 3 missile turrets, like the extra missile turret. You were talking about, like, sometimes we can start to see that get a little bit carried away. That makes me wonder, like, is that going to happen this game?
Yeah, it's definitely worth, thinking about. Intense, he kind of, he steamrolled him in the end in that game number 1.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, Protoss players come back with a kind of like an ace up the sleeve trick where they do pull out that timing attack or all in, especially off the heels of a CC first, by the way. It's worth mentioning as well. So there's those mind games going back and forth, and that's part of what makes a great player. Like, you watch someone like a Jaedong who will take really big risks in a game, but they somehow just almost always seem to line up with what the other guy's doing, and that's how you kind of develop that star sense. So right now, Intense, the young guy, sitting on a 1-0 advantage in this invitational tournament with other fellow fantastic North American players. Maybe he's succumbing to the, to his ghosts. He's hearing voices in his head that say, hey, he's probably going to all in this game. You kind of know that he does that, but he doesn't have any real information about that. He's making the wrong prediction right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it ends up shaping up. Blink is finished up now for Bales. He also has his robotics bay finished up, getting up the Colossus, and a little bit further behind to upgrade. Obviously, one nice advantage for Intense, getting a super early engineering bay. You can research it really fast +1. I would really like to see him do something with like a +2 weapons or like at least a +1 armor or something, though.
At least 1-1, and it's not started just yet. He's a little bit gas choked. He has both the gas as natural. One actually is minus an SCV, so that might be a mistake or it might be planned. But I agree with you. If you go fast eBay, might as well make use of it, and he gets that fast +1. Doesn't end up using it, cool, but get that fast +1 armor off the heels of it. Right now he's missing that. He's not even starting his second engineering bay or an armory, so a little bit of a missed opportunity. But what I like about this is he's pushing out, and he has a 3rd CC on the low ground behind this. Now, Bales has played very defensively, and there's nothing wrong with that, but a Terran can take advantage of this. If he can prevent the 3rd of Bales while securing his own, he's going to send economic ripples through this game that are going to benefit the Terran player yet again.
Oh, definitely. The 3rd expansion, as you were saying, going up, halfway completed. Bales sees his army with his observer. Gonna catch a couple of these units.
Yeah, nice little grab there, but he has to be careful. This is exactly what I was worried about. Those medevacs load up. There are stalkers in here. He does have a photon overcharge. If he can focus down these medevacs, this can be great for Bales. Oh, kind of a half-assed drop here. He's not sure what he wants to do.
Oh, he sees the stalkers. Yeah, he was just like, wait a second, this is a bad idea.
He does back away. It was looking like it was a scary, almost pincher moment. Oh, if the Nexus goes down. Okay, good. Cancel last second. Because, obviously, what probably happens there is he cancels the Nexus. It costs him 100 minerals. That sucks. But sometimes if you can be right there as it gets made, you just click on that newly made Nexus, and you get a 400 mineral grab.
Yeah, those are value grabs. It's like, well, you tried to build it for 3 seconds, and I just smacked your hand down and said no. Like, you're not allowed to right now.
It can get scary pretty quick. But as it is, Bales makes it out okay. He's fully saturated the natural. Inside the main, the drops were scary for a moment there, but all said and done, he just gets a few Marines killed and a Marauder. And yet again, we're at that weird spot. So we see a second starport going down. We see Vikings coming out as well. He knows it is Colossus tech. Bales seems to be pretty steady on that. And Intense, so far, has a 10-ish supply advantage. Not a big deal, but keep your eye on this. If this continues to go, and if Bales plays passively, we could yet again see another SCV pull.
And what's really scary to me about that, Jeff, is the fact that, imagine SCV pull with the fact that he also has a second starport already finished up. If he starts cranking out those Vikings and medevacs, he can actually just massacre the Colossus count. Once the Colossus are gone, there's no splash damage to deal with SCVs.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of, we can't condemn Bales just yet, but we saw him beginning to do it last game, and there's players like even a Stardust who does this quite often, and that's where they just, 3 Colossus is that signature number, but then some guys will go 4, 5, 6, 7 off of 2 or 3 bases, and if the Terran reads into that and gets 20 some odd Vikings, they just go down too quick. You're too vulnerable to the good positioning of a Terran player. I far and away prefer the Protoss that get 3 Colossus and immediately cut that corner and go into Storm, because that forces the Terran to either, well, here they come, to either get ghosts or to just dodge storms. And dodging storms is not like dodging a wrench. It's like dodging a freight train. It's really hard to do. That's being thrown at you.
It is a little bit easier when you do know that they are coming. Bales did have the observer in the right location and is actually preparing for this push out. I think He should be aware of it. Where is he going to decide to do the engagement, though?
Oh, he's going to go for the ramp again, I guess. Bales should read into this, not go up that ramp, and instead go for the third, but he's going to run up there. The SCVs are behind his units.
Oh!
This is a better engagement for Bales. I don't know if it's enough, but with 5 Colossus, he is laser beaming down gigantic chunks of the Terran. As you can see, though, the Stalker's having a tough time getting all of the Vikings, and it looks like it's going to be really close. Good force fields partitioning off the Terran units. Pulls his probes to occupy their attention, and after killing the Vikings, he does lose 1 Colossus sloppily there, but, I mean, keep in mind, that was almost all the SCVs of our Terran player. This is a hold by Bales.
Literally doubled his asset probe count for Bales, and now that he's been able to hold, like, that's a great hold for him. Yeah, he loses most of his Colossus, as you're saying, but keeping 1 alive, that's with another round of Warpins, that should actually be enough to hold off any kind of additional aggression that Intense would ever try and do with reinforcements. So,
you can see a 20-some-odd supply advantage for Bales. And while we are in this lull, let's go over kind of key reasons why it worked out that way. Last game we saw the Terran player attack up a ramp, and it worked out just fine. That ramp was arguably the same size, so what was the big difference? Well, in this game, Bales had 5 Colossus. In this game, he blinked the Stalkers away from his force and was focusing down the Vikings. Now, as I was saying before this engagement happened, to a certain extent, you can't save all your Colossus. It just won't happen. But he was able to save 2 in the end, and that's a big deal. He ends up losing 1 to kind of a snapfire from the Bioforce, but those 2 Colossus without any Vikings on the field mean that they're going to do a lot of damage. And trying to run up that ramp, he also, by the way, had his SCVs behind his force. So he committed the sin that we saw Bales essentially do with the Stalkers only 1 game prior.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see Intense over here trying to put on a little bit extra pressure, but I mean, not a whole lot is going to be able to happen over here. And here's kind of the thing. Intense, he got maybe a little bit greedy. He kind of got starry-eyed, saw, you know what? Forget the 3rd expansion. If I kill his army again, I can just win the game here.
Good Dragon, I really agree with you on that one. I mean, if he at least got the 3rd, because when he stims his whole army, by the way, it takes like 2 seconds to focus down the 3rd. And if the Protoss wants to come down the ramp and fight there, as long as Intense doesn't sacrifice positioning horrifically, which he actually did, going up into the natural, so it is definitely possible. But as long as he doesn't do that, fighting down below the ramp means you can get a better concave and perhaps get those SCVs more involved. And then all of a sudden, he's looking to take more than just a 3rd, maybe win the game. So that's going to be something that haunts him for now.
Yeah, and I do actually really quickly want to note before we see any kind of big other engagements is that, you know, Bales, he's been looking to take this to the later stages of the game. Obviously, Intense had a mind to try and end the game or do devastating damage over there. He only got 1-1 upgrades. Bales now sitting on 2-2, has a +1 shield upgrade, like the shield upgrade that you normally don't see Protoss players even bother with until they have 3-3. He's got it.
Yeah, it's super weird. DT does make its way to the 3rd, though. It's going to route those SCVs, and this is the worst-case scenario for Intense. He just lost all his SCVs, so he's been spending all of his energy on mules. He does not want to spend money on missile turrets. You know, we saw the one inside the main. There's actually nothing natural, so he is building one there. So Intense is now spending money that he absolutely does not want to spend. And in doing so, it's giving a window of opportunity for a Protoss player who sends out a hallucination, sees that, okay, he was mid-map. He's also going to be very happy to see that 3rd very lightly saturated. He knows Intense is as wounded as he feels, and I wouldn't fault Bales for not attacking, but it looks like he's moving in position to perhaps go put down Intense.
Yeah, it could very well work out.
He's going to be passive.
Kind of interesting also is, and this is something that we talked about before, like the Templar Archives, and I should say the lack thereof of a Templar Archives. Like, it's still 20 minutes in, like he has, again, like that decent Colossus count, 4 Colossus. He doesn't even feel the need to make more Colossus. He's making Immortals right now, but still no Templar Archives. It's kind of interesting. I almost want to just call it like playstyle decision to go for now.
It is. It certainly is a playstyle decision, and I don't like it. I'm going to be pretty honest with you. Intense is going to pull the SCVs again. He hasn't been able to afford better upgrades, but they're both going to be maxed out. So they're capped, and yeah, the AoE is fantastic with all those, you know, Colossus, but Storm is just generally good against everything. It hits Vikings, it hits Marines, it hits Marauders, but in this situation, Intense has a chance. He could do it.
Well, Intense, he may decide to go for the 3rd this time. No, not going to do it. Realizes that he's going to lose too much time trying to go for it, but Vikings a little bit far out of position.
The force fields are so fantastic. They grab a gigantic chunk of the Terran army. The Colossus step forward. They're killing everything. The Vikings are doing what they can, but there's no support from. There's even so many Zealots down there. I don't believe they... If they had charge, it didn't show. I didn't see it, but it doesn't matter. Bales just clobbers Intense, and he went for too much again. He clumped up at the base of the natural and said, I'm going for the throat. And in doing so, it gave the initiative to Bales, who was able to force field in half that army. And the SCVs, again, were behind the army, so they weren't really a factor. And the Vikings were doing their job, but with no support, they died too.
Yeah, kind of interesting how that ends up working out again for Intense. It makes me wonder, like, at first I thought, he's just trying to get a nice good spread by moving down further south toward the third expansion, but then I was kind of wondering, like, if maybe he was still just deciding, like, should I go for the third expansion right now? But in that situation, like, the first time I think, okay, probably maybe would have made more sense to go for the third. Second time, I don't think he had a choice there. Like, if he allowed Bales to just sit around and make another Colossus or two, like, get another round of Warpins, I think it would have been even worse for him.
Maybe. They were both maxed. So, that supply is not going to come for free, and he has the SCVs over there. So it's really, if anything, the Terran player is going to have the bigger army. Upgrade-wise, I didn't check specifically, but I think Bales had probably surpassed him at that time. Especially since the Terran wasn't able to get... I don't think he was 3-3. I think he was like 2-1 or 2-2, which is actually, if I'm correct, relatively poor upgrades given that situation. But yeah, Intense got a little bit tunnel vision. He thought he was very, very far behind, and I would have agreed with him. But going into that final fight, because it was just Colossus, there were no Storm, and because they were both maxed on 3-ish bases, I actually think that Intense could have won that fight, but he did not give himself a chance by the disorganization of his attack yet again.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll see what kind of things and adjustments he makes in game number 3. I'm also kind of curious, like, because it's something that we spent a lot of time talking about in the early game, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. How do you think it shaped up with how he opened? Do you think that, like, his opening of playing ultra safe, did it work out well for him? I mean, obviously he didn't encounter any aggression from Bales, so do you think he overcommitted to it, or what?
No, I think it was okay. As far as openings go, we spent a lot of time talking about him having kind of doubts and being overly safe, and I think that was certainly a conversation worthwhile, but it was more of like a preemptive conversation. Like, he was being a little bit overly safe, but it was understandable how the safe measures he was taking. Had he added 2 or 3 more missile turrets, scanned another 2 or 3 times, like 3 bunkers, like crazy stuff like that, then I think it has an effect later. But as it was, no, it was pretty okay.
All right. Well, the next map is going to be Overgrowth, and we have seen, like, these players kind of change a little bit of how they play out the games. I would actually say we've seen the most adaptations from Intense versus Bales, who I feel like kind of just... Bales, and this sort of makes sense, like, I feel like he plays his PvZ very much like this as well. He sort of says, I have a certain playstyle in this matchup, like, if I see X, I will do Y, and I think that he's basically just doing the same thing. He has a general idea that he wants to go for, and he's just going to keep doing it. Doesn't really like to adapt a lot mid-series. Whereas I feel like Intense may be a little bit more willing to kind of change it up a little bit.
I don't disagree with you. It's funny, though, because so far they've both done the exact same thing, right? Other than CC first versus Reaper opening, it's been both player, and I guess Blink versus... like, their openings have been different, but the ending is the same. Pulled SCVs, Bioforce versus Stalker, Zealot, Sentry, Colossus. We've seen no Archons, no Storm. We had Dark Templar harass at the end of that, towards the end of that last game, which was great. Very good to do against a guy that just pulled his SCVs and is using up all his energy. But otherwise, no, I mean, it's been about the same.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we'll see how they decide to play it out in this map, as the game is going to go ahead and get started. And I do want to remind you guys, of course, be sure to check out these players on Twitter. I believe it's at F3Bales and at Intense SC2. Unfortunately, I normally would have that up on the overlay, but I just need to tell you guys that because I am doing impromptu production.
Doing everything, man.
Yeah, man. All right, let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map, top of the pink Terran player. It is going to be not that. There we go. Intense, representing Team IVD Gaming.
And with the score all tied up, our blue Protoss on the lower left-hand side from Team Flipside, it is Bales. and you had talked about adjustments. You had talked about, you know, use the word on the fly, or the phrase, excuse me. I'm looking for that. I've criticized up to wazoo, and I'm not afraid to be kicking and killing and beating a dead horse, but just kind of massing up Colossus and hoping that the Terran player engages incorrectly. You know, we've seen top-tier Koreans do it, so it's not like Bales is way off base, but as far as well-roundedness goes, I'm just super not a big fan. I really do feel like Intense was given an opportunity he shouldn't have last game because of the lack of Templar archives. On 3 bases, you can absolutely afford it. You drop it. You don't need 15 Templar, just 2 or 3, or even Archons, and all of a sudden, soft Marines stemming forward or SCVs coming forward, and that second layer of AoE means that it gets eaten alive. But let's not look a gift horse in the mouth, to use a terrible analogy that doesn't quite apply, but sometimes kind of does, in the sense that Bales did win that last game in fairly convincing fashion. In the end, he was, you know, he won by killing almost everything. It was 177 supply to 50. So maybe he does do exactly the same thing, and I'm just made to look a fool.
Maybe. Well, you know, I think that this is a good point to bring up, though, is that Intense said, like, he felt like he had a very specific thing that he could do versus Bales, because, again, this is a matchup that Intense doesn't normally feel very good about, especially taking into the late game. So I think that he may have actually just said, like, I've played against Bales. Obviously, like, again, they're friends. They know each other's playstyle and everything. He might have just said, like, I know that Bales likes to do this, like, much higher Colossus count style.
Sure.
And this is sort of the vulnerability. I'm going to go for it. And maybe it's not something that he's used to doing as much of, except against Bales. I don't know. This is all kind of good. I think good questions for the winner's interview, maybe. But we'll see if he does it again.
You're toking my interest. I'm curious to hear answers on that. Having played games against both Bales and Intense, but of course Bales and I played PvP, so there's not a lot to be given there. But with Intense, I was very impressed with his micro, his harass. He's a very fast player, so I was excited about the prospect of different openings and a lot of harass-oriented play going into this, but it's been very, you know, you and I have both made remarks about how cautious his openings have been, how almost borderline concerned, and I don't, you know, paranoia is far too strong of a word, but that's seems to be something in the realm of possibilities here. And then it gets to that mid and late game, and we've seen SCV polls, one that worked and one that just absolutely did not. So is this the one that it works now, or does he actually change things up? I hope he changes things up.
Yeah, we'll see if he does. This time, actually, we're seeing something already a little bit different. Overgrowth, a slightly small, I want to say kind of smaller-ish. Not so much than King's Junk Station, but he can send his Mothership Corps actually across the map.
Yeah.
Gets the initial SCV, building command center. He's actually going to get a Stalker up into the main base. There's a Reaper and 2 Marines.
The one game that he doesn't open up cautiously, gets a factory, he's in trouble. There's 2 Marines and a Reaper here. Now with 4 Marines, he can push this back, and he only does lose the SCV, but that SCV had not yet completed the CC, which means, while it's not doing, you know, there's not a huge amount of damage literally being done right now. The damage that is actually happening is time without a second orbital.
Oh, God. And now we see Intense just wants to get this SCV done, or this command center done. He's pulling SCVs to get rid of this Stalker and Mothership Core, which is just such a non-committal bit of aggression to have forced out SCVs being pulled all the way to the natural expansion just to try and drive out that force. That is just a really unfortunate opening for Intense.
It's great. I mean, it basically costs him shield energy, which is rechargeable, so you're not going to be concerned about that. He actually he was a little bit off camera, but he saw the Widowmine as well, so he can probably, and he saw the factory getting inside that base. He can infer that a Widowmine drop is coming, and before Medevac's even completed, we already have an observer being made. So you gotta give it to Bales in this opening game. He gets an SCV kill, but that SCV was making something critically important. And now he's got all the information he could possibly ask for. He's got to be careful. He's got 2 Stalkers out there. They're kind of shadowboxing that Widowmine, doing a little bit of light harass. He was trying to pick up the Widowmine to get it in a medevac, but in doing so, he almost lost it.
Yeah, and this is actually really annoying, right? Like, because he has not been able to lift up that Widowmine, the drop a little bit further delayed and everything.
Yeah.
We'll see if he actually still decides to go for it, right? Like, at this point, you can still go for it, but there is a bit of concern of, like, well, he knows it's coming. What if I just end up losing the medevac at this point?
Yeah, he is going to go for it. He feels like he needs to do something. I mean, the supply tells the tale a little bit. It's just a 7 supply difference, but the earlier in the game, the more that kind of matters. He's going to pull back. There's going to be several observers out. He's got 2 going on 3 gateways completed now. I believe they're open up in warp gates. So he's got the production, and it's just, you know, this is going to be tough for Intense, but not impossible. And like I said, when I played against him, he really showcases micro and control, so I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if that's what we're going to see here as well. Oh, God.
Oh, well, a couple Marines definitely going to be losing their lives. The Medevac is going to go over the main base, but the Mothership Core is there and ready with a Photon Overcharge.
Well, trigger it. Get it off. Get something out of this. He's not going to do it, though, and Bale's the patient play. A lot of players would have seen that Medevac speeding towards their main and just, like, smashed the red button inside the Mothership Core and gone for the Photon Overcharge, but he's playing very patient. Both players kind of settling in. We have a War Prism coming out for our Protoss player. I love that. If you can get some Zealots in that production. Oh, yeah, okay, backs away.
And this is
that can be devastating.
Yeah, this is that vision, though, that Bales was talking about. He has great vision. He sees the Medevac coming because, again, of these multiple observers that he has positioned around the area, around his base, actually. And even has another one on the other side of the map ready to see if there's, like, a big reinforcement wave coming in to actually do aggression at the front. Like, Bales is very much in the know of exactly what's going on.
Yeah, and you know, I made the remark earlier that that's the mark of a good Protoss, but to be fair, let's be a little bit critical of Intense as well. These observers are betraying him. They're hurting him, and he needs to start focusing him down. Now, obviously, that one in that negative space overlooking the main, not going to die anytime soon. You're not going to send your Vikings over there, but every time he leaves his natural, as you pointed out, it goes past an observer. Now, that observer specifically is not legendary, but it's hugely commonplace. There's almost always an observer exactly there. So make sure as Terran players to hunt for that observer, look for the shimmer, and shoot it down. Because if you can deny information, we talked about mule energy, but on the flip side, that affects Protoss as well. All of a sudden, they're leaving their army behind. They're leaving the Mothership Core behind. They're building peripheral pylons. They're spending money they otherwise don't want to spend.
All right, well, with that being said, War Prism actually thinking about moving its way over into the main base. Got 4 Zealots loaded up. And Intense is about to move out, and maybe...
Yeah, Widowmine, though? I don't know if that's in the right position, but he's got a Widowmine that does Intense, actually, for that move specifically. Which is crazy, by the way, because this War Prism is not super common. It's going to go just past it. Yeah, it goes just past it. Brutal. Brutal.
Well, maybe if he's lucky on the retreat, he'll be able to nab a War Prism kill, but Zealots drop in at the exact moment that Intense moves out, and guess what? It's not just coincidence. It's that observer you were talking about.
Exactly. It's the minor MVP of almost every PvT that happens. Oh, he might go past that Widowmine. And if he does a Widowmine single shot
No.
kill? I don't think so.
War Prism will survive, and yeah, he is going to be taking a shot from that, but War Prism will survive with 40 hit points. Enough to get away and live another day, but it cannot take another Widowmine shot.
No, and unfortunately there's 2 Vikings chasing it too. If they could have... this could have been... Yeah, okay. Nice. Not bad for Intense. Now, Warp Prisms are awesome, but that Warp In essentially does some paint damage to buildings, gets a couple of SCVs, and the Warp Prism itself is Robo Time. It's 200 minerals. So, I mean, all of a sudden, look at that. There's a 20 supply advantage for a Terran player. He's mining off his 3rd. It's looking pretty good. But on the flip side, too, Bale's not doing bad. The War Prism did some light damage. He's getting his own 3rd. He's building up that Colossus Force as per usual. And neither player seems to be in grave peril right now.
Yeah, it's actually really funny, because now we end up seeing almost like all of the early game aggression aside that was kind of like different from game 1 and game 2.
Well, in the main.
Oh, Medevac
Driving up to you. Yeah, nothing there.
All right. But other than that, like, early aggression, it kind of seems like it's back to the place that we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, right? Like, we have the 3 Colossus out, a very small gateway army. Nice nabs over here from Bales.
Yeah. He's good at that. He's like the Fisher of Terran players. He's constantly grabbing little chunks of their army. We've seen that in now all 3 games. A little bit of light Zealot harass here at the 3rd. Very nice. Information with a cherry on top, getting a few SCVs for itself as well.
Now, Intense finally able to pick off the Zealot. There we go. Zealot actually got some good damage done. Another 5 SCVs killed.
I'll tell you what, a big hole in Intense's game so far, that's just now the 2nd Engineering Bay and Armory being added. And he's going to have 1-1 upgrades. But we're approaching, I mean, when that 1 armor upgrade finishes, it's going to be roughly like 16 minutes. To be at 1-1 at 16 minutes is quite poor. Now, obviously, it's not like a super straight metric where you go, like, every single game you should be 2-2 by minute 11. That's not the case, but objectively looking at this, with the very light economic harass he's taken, with him dictating the pace for the most part, and getting his expansion in his third unimpeded for the most part, you really need to be looking to have very solid upgrades as a Terran player. They need to be hitting their marks ASAP. Look at this load up right underneath an observer.
Oh my god, Bales is just on the money with wherever the load ups are going to be, and if that didn't do it, if Bales just wasn't paying attention there, he sees it with this observer, and he's going to see it again with this pylon.
Yeah, the Stalkers were going to a weird spot here. Scan goes down. Just out of vision is the rest of the Protoss army. And this could be bad. I mean, that's a lot of Terrans. You got to engage this carefully. And he's being very cautious with the Stalkers, which is nice, but does lose a Colossus there. Widowmine connects, hitting most of the Terran units, actually. And then he boosts out. Not losing that medevac, you know what? Not bad, because actually there's 3 Widowmines there, for Pete's sakes. Loses 1 medevac, loses the majority of the units, but Terran, this is the misnomer. Terran players need to, quote-unquote, lose Marines and lose Marauders. They're trading them out. You don't want to sit on original Marines and Marauders. That means that you're doing very supply inefficient things. So he's loading up here, but God, even with that Colossus dying, a 6-1's about to come out. He would have had 7 Colossus. Holy crap.
Yeah, Bales is actually segmented off a good chunk of his army over that third, kind of realizing, you know, it's a tried and true Terran trick, dropping the main base, attack at the third, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for Intense to make a whole lot of damage happen over here. He has a decent Viking count, but isn't actually going to be enough for this Colossus count? I don't think so.
I like the Widow Mines, though. If you blink too aggressively, you can land on top of those mines and take some serious harm. Now he's scanning for observers. Ironically, this is when there are no observers here. He's got a great Viking count, as you point out, and this is kind of a feature of this map. That little mountain of Protossy stuff right there makes it very hard for Protoss players to get underneath the Vikings, and you can see Intense to be a little bit better about that. No SCV's pulled, and is 4th behind this. Still no Ghost Academy and piss poor upgrades, so that's kind of his demons right now, but otherwise he's playing this really nice.
Yeah, I almost feel like it would behoove Intense a little bit to maybe not commit to this aggression. I'm okay with him being on the side of the map as long as he doesn't commit to the aggression, because as you were saying, like, he has the 4th expansion, and the longer he waits, if he can get up his own upgrades, I mean, he can eventually catch up. Even if Bales is going to eventually have 3-3 soon, Intense will have time as long as he can draw this out longer and longer and deny that 4th expansion.
It's a very good point. He's behind right now in terms of upgrades, like you said, and doesn't have Ghost, that kind of stuff. But as time goes on, he will equalize here. Now, we have a pretty big counterattack going on at the third. That's a pretty big investment. A lot of Widow Mines over here. He's been... Oh, wow, that bunker went down immediately, actually. Those DTs are swinging with interest. Stalkers blink in, actually. Going for a couple of Viking shots, but they land in the middle of the minefield, not mineral field, excuse me. And now a little bit of sloppy play, loses that as well. So the counterattack, nice, but he's shaving off Stalkers. And if you look, he doesn't actually have that much gas because he keeps warping in DTs. He needs to be careful. His whole army's about Colossus, and if he can't protect them, he's a dead man.
Yeah, DT's getting some good damage down on the SCV count, and, you know, pushing Intense back a little bit, but
you know what's scary about that, though? It opens up supply for the Terran. It's such a crazy, weird thing, and sometimes people talk about that erroneously. Like, they're like, oh, it opens up supply for the Terran. Well, if it's minute 11, who cares about supply? You can't afford to fill it up. But right now, he's got a 3,000 mineral bank. Here we go, though. Protoss is shoving forward. Very little detection, if any. And he's going to back away. That's a minefield. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, not only that, oh my god, I would be really upset actually with Bales if he decided to attack in moments before his 3-3 up finished, and actually within 10 seconds of Intense's 2-2 finishing up. So it's like, well, let's fight on even upgrades. That sounds like a great plan.
Uniquely the worst time to do that. Third gets restabilized. There is a 4th behind this, and keep in mind, Bales does not have a 4th. So also, as time goes on, his main mine's out. All of a sudden, he's on 1.5 mining bases. Another big counterattack over here. It includes DTs again. And while this is nice, it's not accomplishing what he wants to, and he's spinning all his gas, so he needs to be careful.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting a little bit worried for Bales. Like, it's as you're saying,
you were big fight over here on the minefield. He's going to go forward. He gets underneath the Vikings again. And with that high Colossus count, this is what he wanted to do. The minefield does chew up a lot of the Protoss army, but guess what? That's 5 Colossus with no natural predators, aka Vikings. We saw some back at the natural holding off that Zealot counterattack, but that's just some. 5 Colossus is an actual metric crap ton of Colossus. You need a lot of Vikings.
Yeah, Intense is gonna have to back the heck up with his army. Loses another medevac. Those 2 medevacs that are left over are very, very low on energy right now too. And this army, it's been stimmed to death right now.
It has. He's been overstimming. He's been nervous.
Oh my god.
Now the Archons are being added. Hallelujah. Bales is learning the AoE blessings of Protoss. It turns out it's good to have Archons and Colossus. Tune in next week when he learns about Storm as well. But he's going to push up here at this 4th base, and as you point out, without the medevacs, without the high Viking count, I'm liking the chances of Bales.
Intense's army stims up one last time, but to what end? Only to retreat. The 4th expansion almost surely going to go down, as well as actually the Ghost Academy, so no Ghost going to be coming out to help deal with these Archons. I think Intense is kind of in scramble mode right now.
I think there's a counterattack on over there. He's actually dropping Widow Mines, but this is, strangely enough, where that MVP observer is. It's still alive. So he's staring at those observers. He chunks up here with the Archons and the charge lots. A small counterattack is not going to be enough. Even a macro CC dies. And he's moving his way towards the 3rd. There's no more bank for our Terran player. He's going to try to flank these Colossus, but he just doesn't have enough.
Viking is doing a good job, but GG gets called. Intense gonna be falling 1-2 to Bales as the first game, or first series, I should say, of the entire tournament.
Well played by Bales. You know, making jokes and being critical of his style, but I'm excited for the winter interview because, as you said, maybe he knew something we didn't, but it ended up working out. I mean, all you'll judge a guy on is their results, and this is a 2-1 over Intense, someone who they were talking about as being one of the favorites for the tournament. I agree to a certain extent. I still think JonSnow has got to be that scary guy that you're looking at. But otherwise, Bale's taking care of business. And Intense played a good series as well. I really liked this game. I liked the blockade style that he did. I liked the fast 4th. But letting his Vikings die in each game, well, really not the first game, I guess, but the 2nd and the 3rd one. And then not buttoning down against that harass at his 3rd by doing things like an additional bunker. Once he cleared out the first harass, meant that he just kind of bled out in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're going to go ahead and head into that winner's interview, as I have cameras completely flipped for the winner's interview, as In Control looks like the player right now. Hopefully you guys are okay with this. Again,
let me turn on a light real quick, too. It's actually
that would actually be great.
Yeah,
but welcome. Well, Bale's still not on the call yet. But, yeah, guys, I do want to remind everyone during this time that you can actually go ahead and follow all these players over on Twitter. Follow Bales at F3Bales. Of course, Intense also still in the tournament. Only just lost 1 series in his group so far. Is going to go down to that losers match. And you can follow him over at Intense SC. And hopefully we'll be able to get Bales on here for the interview in a second. As I go ahead and just rearrange these guys. Still waiting on Intense, or Bales to join.
He's probably running through the streets, screaming at the top of his lungs with excitement.
He didn't SCV pull again. He didn't SCV pull. Oh. All right. Well, once we do get him in here. Hey, Bales, how's it going, man? Can we get your camera on?
Yeah.
Wonderful, dude. Well, hey, man, congratulations on your 2-1 victory. It was looking a little bit scary for you for a while, but you managed to hold on against the SCV pulls that you actually predicted. Amazingly enough, even though I do want to ask you, like, what was going on in game 1? Because, again, like, you predicted. I asked you, what do you think about Intense? And you said he likes the SCV all-in and SCV pull. So what was kind of going through your mind in game 1?
Well, game 1, he went for a CC first, which is fine. I went for a proxy oracle. It didn't do any damage, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It stayed around the whole game to drop revelations and be really annoying, and you couldn't really get any damage done because of that. So I was completely fine with how the game 1 started and the mid game was going. But when the first fight happened, or like the only fight where he pulled his SCVs, I blinked my stalkers in front of my zealots, so all my zealots didn't get to fight, and I didn't even focus the Vikings very well. So it was just a disaster of a fight. And the game 2 and 3, I picked it up. So
yeah, definitely. And also, one thing that both Jeff and I were like talking about a little bit was sort of you're almost, I don't want to say adversity or dislike almost for High Templars. You prefer to stick around on those I should say the Colossus for such a long time. Like you get 5, 6 so Colossus before you even thought about throwing down a Templar Archives. What kind of was going on in your mind with that sort of style?
I actually like to go Storm a lot, but
Mhm.
I feel like you actually are forced to open the, and it's also strong to go Mass Colossi, and then you can kind of decide what you want to do from there. You can go into the 3/3 and Storm, or
Mhm.
attack. So there's a lot of things you can do from it. But I also like to open it. I feel like it's safer than going Storm.
Mhm.
And you can just pretty much hold off everything you need to hold off with the Colossi style. So
All right. Well, really awesome series from you over there, and congratulations on your victory. You are going to be facing off against the winner of JonSnow versus PandaBearMe. Do you have any thoughts on who you would prefer to face, or who you think you're going to face?
I'll probably face JonSnow. I'd rather play PandaBearMe. Um, we don't really know how each other play, so I'd rather play PandaBearMe over
Mhm.
JonSnow right now. But
Yeah.
I think I'll probably end up playing JonSnow, so I don't know.
All right, sounds good, man. Well, I'll let you go ahead and celebrate a little bit, have a little bit of time to relax before you go into that winners match, and we'll see who you actually end up facing. But thank you so much, Bales, again, and we'll see you in a little bit. Guys, make sure to follow him over at F3 Bales and check out his team Flipside Tactics. But I'm gonna go ahead and boot you out of the call because I can do that because I have power
Yeah.
for that. All right. Guys, we're going to be jumping to a short little break as we go ahead and get the next series set up. So enjoy these small little recaps to let you know who the heck Integrity Gaming, PandaBearMe, and Solaris Gaming's JonSnow actually are.
PandaBearMe, the Changeling.
PandaBearMe is like a changeling. He's going to adapt his gameplay to beat you. He's able to hit his stride as long as he can figure out what you're doing. Once he knows, he'll adapt. But his adaptation isn't limited to just the game. PandaBearMe is a master of change. Having constantly moved around the country, he's learned to adapt to new environments constantly.
My life, I kind of do adapt a lot. I mean, I was saying it, but I wasn't really thinking about it. You know, I live it and I do it. I think if you want to be something enough, you just become that. And I think this is the kind of thing I wanted to become.
His Zerg versus Zerg is solid right now, as he can adapt to whatever playstyle he needs to fit the situation.
Meta versus Meta Wars in the very beginning of HOTS, I was the guy. I couldn't lose at all. But when Roaches came in, I was like, oh man, because you could be force shot at Meta with a Spore at that time when Roaches started coming in, and people started going gasless because of it, because it's a better opener versus Metas. And then now it's kind of coming back up, and I am even better now because now I go Roaches and Metas.
His Zerg versus Terran is heavily based off aggressive and reactionary play, and is definitely his best matchup.
Big fan of this matchup. Terran, you can do all-ins, reactionary, right? You see something, goes through CC, you can actually reactionary Roach Bane it, right? It makes sense to me. You know, they're human. I mean, quite literally, they're Terran, they're human, but their gameplay is actually human too. They make mistakes, you can kill them for it. I like doing a lot of harass, I like doing counterattacks and stuff. If you make a lot of mistakes, you're bound not to get far in the game, you know?
His Zerg versus Protoss matchup is the one he struggles the most with right now. Learning how to adapt in the matchup has been hard for him, but he's starting to feel better about it.
ZVP for a long time was like the opposite of ZVP for me. I was kind of talking about how they're human and they can take damage. Different scenario for Protoss for me. I didn't think they could die. I did not like Protoss at all. I didn't really understand what to adapt to. But now, I'm understanding everything. I understand that if you make 3 different armies, they can't actually counter all of them. Right now, to be honest, I do everything. Everything as far as adapting goes, as long as it's necessary.
And that's what you need to know about the changeling, PandaBearMe. Oh, man.
JonSnow, the Redemption Zerg.
Some say JonSnow knows nothing, but he's been around the block. After making it into Challenger League for WCS America Season 2 and placing second in the first Breakout Invitational, he's back for redemption after what's been a rough year for him.
think my strongest quality would probably be that I can put the time in and work hard at something. I'm really hard working. But I think my weakest quality would maybe is that I don't think I have like the inherent skill that some players have that like makes them just really good without playing a ton.
He's not someone who can rely on talent to get better. Instead, he had to work his way up.
You see how hard work pays off. When someone plays a ton, practices really well, you can definitely see the difference.
You can't work hard at something you don't care about. So you know he'll be here for a while.
I'm not gonna retire and leave, kind of like Idra or Stefano. I think I'll be here for a while, and hopefully I can be that North American hope.
His ZVZ has gotten better recently with a transition away from Mutalisk and into Roaches. But his biggest problem is his confidence in himself.
I haven't been doing as many all-ins because the gasless style came about, and it's a lot more Roach play now than Mutalisk play, which I think I am a lot better suited for. I psych myself out too much. I need to be more confident in my play. I'm a lot better than I was a year ago, and I think I can take on a lot of the best players in NA without any gimmicks.
Zerg vs. Terran had earned him a reputation as an all-inner over a year ago, but he's moved on to more macro-oriented play. He relies on a variety of playstyles to make up for his lack of control. Jack of all trades, master of none.
I don't feel as confident in like mid-late game versus good players. My strength in ZVT definitely would probably be the variety of builds. So I think there's a ton of builds out there for ZVT we can do. I think my weakness would definitely be that my control isn't the best. So just when you're mixing it up, it's hard to stay really strong in all parts of the matchup.
Zerg vs. Protoss has been his biggest downfall in 2014. He felt better about it since 3-base play has become much more common, but he still struggles with early game all-ins.
I think right now it's at probably my favorite part it's ever been at, because it used to be a lot of like 2-base all-ins and cheeses and stuff like that, and now it's really become more of like the standard is just to go 3-base macro, which I think is where I'm a lot better suited. I'm not really good in the all-in stages where I'm either too greedy or over-prepare and stuff like that.
And that's what you need to know about the Redemption Zerg, JonSnow. Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm here with Jared, JonSnow, George, Isaac, PandaBearMe, Fox, and of course Jeff in Control Robinson. And unfortunately we don't actually have PandaBearMe's webcam right now. Having a little bit of issues with that, but hopefully we'll get it up because I had questions about his mustache. I'm not gonna lie, like that's what everyone wants to know more about his mustache. But I'll start with you, JonSnow. JonSnow, you actually have been very well respected amongst everyone actually in Breaking Out. When we do the interviews and everything, I ask about all the other players, and everyone seems to have like a lot of respect for you. So how do you feel about PandaBearMe? Because I don't think I actually got to ask you that question before.
Actually, I didn't know much about him, but I was asking like some of my friends, and they said he's a pretty good Zerg. He's definitely like up and coming. Because like I hadn't heard about him earlier, and then recently I've seen him do pretty well, especially on ladder.
All right, and Isaac, are you there?
Yes.
All right, awesome. We can get you at least your audio for this. So not going to be as awesome, but people want to know your mustache. It's kind of really big, and most people don't seem to realize that you're like 16 years old. How did you grow such a magnificent mustache?
Well, playing Zerg definitely helps. You know, if you play Protoss, it just doesn't come. You know,
it's like spreading creep. You just spreading your mustache.
Exactly. It goes together nicely. I'm just a man. That's basically how it goes.
All right, sounds good. Well, Isaac, I also want to ask you, JonSnow, as kind of mentioned before, like he is, I think, one of the really, really strong players that a lot of people are more familiar with. Did you have any sort of special preparation for this match?
Not really. I mean, he's just a Zerg, so I'm just gonna do ZVZ and stuff. I'm feeling pretty good about ZVZ in general, so I think it's just gonna be good games. You know, I'm not too worried about JonSnow. Just worried about ZVZ. You know, what can Zergs do? I'm not too focused on the people. You know, just what ZVZ is about.
Yeah, definitely. Jared, kind of final question before we start wrapping things up. Zerg versus Zerg, you kind of told me a little bit about. I'll be nice. I won't start explaining in detail like the great analysis you gave on your ZVZ and the things you're struggling with while Isaac is also on the Skype call with us. If he hasn't done the research, I won't give it to him. But you did kind of indicate certain things you dislike about the matchup and certain things you liked a little bit more. all the viewers, they just saw the video on you, so they know what I'm talking about right now. Have you had a little bit more time to practice on the sort of play styles that you struggled with?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of ladder, but it's always different between tournament ZVZ and ladder ZVZ. I don't know, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, sounds good. Well, gentlemen, do you have any final words for each other? Jared?
Good luck.
Isaac?
Yeah, good luck, have fun. I mean, you're gonna need it, man.
All right, sounds good. Go to your player of boots, and best of luck to you. I'm gonna go ahead and use my great admin powers to boot you guys out. All right. Well, Jeff, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the first game of the series. And actually, what I was kind of talking about there with JonSnow, in case you guys missed it during that recap video, was JonSnow was saying, you know, there was like this time period that I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. ZVZ was mostly about like Muta versus Muta wars, right? And then you had the sport color change. JonSnow really did not like the Muta versus Muta time. He's very much more of a Roach ZVZ player. And I was kind of asking like if he feels a little bit better about this, because I know that one thing PandaBearMe was saying was that he felt like he was king of Muta versus Muta and just mutaless play in general. And there's been a sort of a small uprising of Muta play a little bit more lately. So I was kind of curious on like whether or not we might see PandaBearMe break that kind of Muta play out again.
Yeah, I've asked a few Zergs about this because whenever I commentate and watch ZVZ, I tend to see mutas be so powerful in this matchup that it always strikes me as like, well, why don't people just go muta every game? And I'm like, well, they say that there's Roach timings, you know, and Hydra's got it buffed. Spore crawlers, are very good at shutting it down, that kind of stuff. But in general, I mean, those are just defensive answers. I still see them get map control, they kill off overlords, and then they usually followed up with the Roach timing of their own, but it's empowered by the fact that the other guy either straight up lost some economy or just, you know, spent money defending and not dying, and that got him behind in supply. So I'll be very curious to see how this affects the matchup. As far as merry-go-round is concerned, this map is either Roach or Muta. It's great. It's medium size. You can get into each other's base pretty quickly, but it's wide ramped and the third's very exposed, so Roaches are good as well.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're going to go ahead and introduce the players as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of merry-go-round. Top of that red Zerg player representing... Oh, actually, wrong one. I actually just pulled up the wrong player. Hold on, guys. There we go. Representing Integrity Gaming, it is PandaBearMe.
And his opponent, perhaps the favorite to win this tournament, it is JonSnow. And I do not recognize that team.
Solaris Gaming.
Solaris Gaming. They tweeted
actually, yeah, we actually have the wrong logo for them, so unfortunately we'll get that fixed for the next round. But Solaris Gaming, definitely check them out.
Yeah, some good players there. We see a hatch first for JonSnow, and as is agreed upon in the Zerg treaties amongst each other, you will not see hatch first versus hatch first. It's going to be hatch first versus 15 spawning pool by, well, actually a little bit earlier in 15 from PandaBearMe. I don't believe that was a 10 or anything like that. Although he is saving up some larvae. No, he expands. Okay, never mind. So it's tomato. It's different but the same. Like, you know, hatch finishes earlier for the blue Zerg, but pool finishes earlier for the red one, so he gets the faster queen, the faster jack. It's basically the same opening.
Yeah, one general kind of consensus I hear from a lot of Zerg players is that it might matter for the first couple of minutes if there's like an early pool or something like crazy like that, like a lot of early aggression, but generally things sort of iron themselves out and even themselves out by like 4 or 5 minutes.
The Overlord of PandaBearMe gets into the base of JonSnow and sees that late pool. He's still making 4 lings, and he actually added on 2 more after that. So that has me thinking he's thinking something nefarious. He adds a gas behind it and drone, so it's not going to be like a sustained, weird, slow ling all in. But 6 lings is quite the investment. Now, you'll notice we talked about this being a medium-sized map, so they're going to get there at a decent pace. The queens are started up here. They'll have some alone time with that hatch, but who cares? They're going to make it bleed a little bit. They're not going to get a drone or anything like that unless JonSnow like falls into a, you know, falls off the wall or something like that. He should be fine.
Yeah, it's just a little opportunity to kind of poke around at your opponent and see if you can get a little bit of extra micro out. You get those little edges, and sometimes it's just kind of like a mental edge, right? Like you win those Zergling battles, if you win it handily, your opponent's kind of like, oh my god, I can't believe I just lost all those Zerglings or something.
It's exactly that. They're just kind of engaging in micro, but so far 0 damage for JonSnow. Great control. And as long as he doesn't lose that drone, he does lose that drone. So 6 lings get a drone and a couple of lings. Generally a good trade for PandaBearMe, but let's not pretend this is the biggest of deals because, as you said,
Yeah.
it's just like a. Actually ends up losing another Ling there, if not two. Yeah, he lost both the Lings, so there's a little bit sloppy control, but not a big deal. Behind this, both players are shaping up with speed. The speed for JonSnow finishing up a lot faster, and he puts a Baneling Nest down as well. No Baneling Nest for PandaBearMe, and his speed is slower. So look to JonSnow to be the aggressor here, as he's got a couple Overlords finishing and Ling's still coming out.
Yeah, still only 2 guys mining gas right now for JonSnow, so this does make me wonder if he's really planning to be hyper-aggressive with this Baneling Nest, and actually with 16 Zerglings, 20 Zerglings on the way, I think that the answer is yes.
Mystery solved. Another gas goes down for PandaBearMe. That has me thinking he has no idea what's coming. He actually canceled it, so his Overlord spotted the huge thrust of Zerglings coming out, and he now knows. Spinecrawler's about to finish. He's adding his own Lings, but I don't know that he knows about the Banelings, and with just one Spinecrawler, this is going to be a hard hold. 7 Banelings are coming out here as well.
Yeah, it's actually really unfortunate. His Overlord is quite literally meters, inches away from that actual Baneling Nest, but he definitely knows about it now.
Yeah, gets a surround on the Spinecrawler, and the Queens are all bunched up with it as well, which means there's good AoE going down for those Banelings. Normally they'd go after drones, but if you're going to pile up everything like that, then JonSnow will take it, and he's going to kill both the Queens here quite easily. Nice focus fire for PandaBearMe on the Banelings, but it's just too little too late. Supply hugely in favor of JonSnow. JonSnow is cracked. He's in the base. Banelings looking for those drone connections. Not a great one. They get 2 Banelings for 3 drones, but it's just so much damage being done in general.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is 9 drones for PandaBearMe left over. Now down to 6. JonSnow able to sneak out a couple more kills, and he's just making more Zerglings binding, because honestly, at this point, the only way he can really lose, I feel, is in some sort of big counterattack swing. If JonSnow just decided, well, I did massive amounts of damage and my opponent has no drones, let me go ahead and drone up and not have an army. Like, I think that's the only way he could actually lose this right now.
I mean, yes, if every Ling that we see here were drones and he just then yes, he could lose this. But as it is right now, it's just a game of numbers. His PandaBearMe's supply is actually dropping as time goes on, because he's not able to add in supply in addition to the rate that he's losing these Lings. Like, that's how low he is. He should just GG here any second. If he holds on, it's going to be to get the butterflies out of his stomach, not anything else. And there it is. GG's called out. PandaBearMe did not see the Baneling Nest. As you pointed out, it was just millimeters away from seeing it, and that makes all the difference. He saw the Lings, so he had the Spinecrawler, he had the 3 Queens, he had his own Lings, and if it was just Ling on Ling violence, he's in fine shape. Kinda. I still think he should have done more, but with the Banelings, it was way over the edge. It was an easy win for JonSnow.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, as you were saying, like, PandaBearMe probably taking a little bit more time to think, okay, that was sort of like a really fast-paced game. Maybe he was thinking, I was asking questions about, like, late game Mutalisk and Roaches and all, and talking about that kind of stuff. Doesn't even really get there. And this is something that I know JonSnow's not afraid to put on that early aggression. So PandaBearMe maybe thinking, like, okay, how should I do this? Because one thing he did tell me in his interview was, one of the places he struggles with the most in this matchup is sort of picking out the builds ahead of time. He's a really difficult time getting a read on his opponent and figuring out, like, okay, I should play a little bit more defensive at this stage in the game. Or, like, all of that early game shenanigans that can go on, that razor edge kind of aggression versus defense that Zerg players have to do in that matchup.
Right.
He doesn't really feel comfortable with. So I think that may sort of, I will actually attribute that loss sort of to that.
Yeah. Certainly that's something that'll have to get ironed out. I mean, that's a big part of ZVZ. You know, you had kind of talked about the harass, the mental kind of forcing your opponent to micro things out in the early game. Well, that same logic can be applied to, like, the first 10, 15 minutes of a ZVZ oftentimes. Ling Baneling is not necessarily always going to get you that hard win like we just saw from JonSnow, but if your opponent's underprepared, it can. But what it will guarantee them to do is at least slow them down. Spinecrawlers, additional Queens, making Lings instead of drones. These are the things that impact the economy. And then behind that, JonSnow could have been droning, but he would be doing it with the initiative of saying, I can drone safely knowing I'm not about to die. You can't do the same thing. So it's like a forced map control thing with Ling Baneling in the early game. And quite frankly, JonSnow just very much so caught PandaBearMe being, it's not even greedy, it's just uninformed, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It turns out JonSnow does know some things, and we'll see how it goes in this next game. If PandaBearMe is going to be able to I don't know, uses Panda Sense. I don't really have any good puns for that one to figure out a little bit more about what JonSnow is doing in the early game, because I honestly feel like JonSnow, he's going to be able to really, as you were saying, like dictate the pace in the early game, but as it goes to the later stages of the game, not necessarily that JonSnow's going to lose that big kind of advantage or anything, is going to be like behind, but I think PandaBearMe is going to be feeling much more comfortable. I feel like he's going to be on much more equal footing with JonSnow if he can get past that early stage.
Maybe. Jon Snow's the more experienced player. PandaBearMe is considered the up-and-comer, and Jon Snow is the been to tournaments, been to LANs, faced Koreans. He's played for money. He's played for WCS. So, I heard it in his voice kind of when he was talking about this series. He was like, I didn't really prepare for him. I don't know who he is. I asked people about him. And then the other guy's answer was like, no, it's ZVZ. I prepare for ZVZ, not the opponent. And I inwardly cringed. I was like, oh, God, there's such a huge difference. Like, if this game were only as simple as facing Protoss, Zerg, and Terran, then a lot of people would be a hell of a lot better than they are. It's very critical who you're facing, what style they play, how good they are, and what their tendencies are. So it's fun hearing these young players talk about the matchups, but at the same time, it's a reminder that they've got a long ways to go, and that's good. They've started here.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll be able to jump into the game soon, as my game is completely frozen. Unfortunately, we will hopefully be able to get myself in the game. If my screen unfreezes, I have the bug that I know a lot of people are familiar with, and there we go.
You're in?
We're in. We're
Great.
gonna go ahead and jump into
nothing.
those. Yeah, exactly, right? Gonna jump into those player intros as they spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map on top of the blue Zerg player representing Solaris Gaming. It is JonSnow, currently up 1-0.
And his opponent, the adorable and confident PandaBearMe, the red Zerg in the lower right-hand side. Both players are scouting towards each other, so they're going to be happy to have an Overlord kiss kind of mid to the right side of the map. And you had talked about getting past the early game and being more comfortable, and hopefully PandaBearMe can get there, because so far he's been the great equalizer in time. We had a long 3-game series, that first one, but now that last game felt like it was 2 minutes long. I'm sure it was closer to like 7. But we're making up time here.
Yeah, no kidding. I was actually almost going to ask you again if we had actually not seen that this wasn't happening, but what you would think about like maybe an early pool opening from PandaBearMe, like the opposite end of what I was saying. Like if you can't get a good read on your opponent, just do something that gets quite literally so far in their face that it's impossible to not get a scout on your opponent.
It's interesting. It feels like mirror matchups bring this out more than almost anything else, but there's what you say has some very strong sense to it, and there are players out there that very much so agree with you. Jadong will go down 0-1 in a series and follow it up with a 9 pool or something super risky, and he'll do it because that's precisely when you wouldn't expect it, because it would be kind of bad to just go 0-1 and then get shut down in game number 2 trying a cheese. But I'm okay with this. 15 spawning pool from PandaBearMe means that he's playing conservatively, because on the flip side, the other logic is true too. JonSnow has a game to give. It's a best of 3, so he won easily game 1. Why not follow up game number 2 with a 6 pool, for God's sakes, or a 10 pool? But both players are seemingly at home with macro games, because we can see they're both opening up the same way. Slight advantage for JonSnow, but very slight.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see how the game kind of picks up. But right now, one thing that is worth noting is that JonSnow hasn't quite opted to throw down that gas geyser. PandaBearMe just throwing it down. So there is gasless styles that you can go for. I know that another player actually in Breaking Out, Midday, who's another Zerg player, said like he really hates the gasless style. I think JonSnow is okay with it, but I haven't really seen him go for it too often.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like in North America in particular, players tend to be, and I know this is like, it's funny to say this, because a lot of people assume that on North America they're more cheesy than anywhere else, but they're actually not. It's the least cheesy server. Zergs will tend to hatch first or 15 spawning pool. There, of course, is cheese mixed in there, but there's a higher frequency of it on Europe and Korea. Korea is the cheesiest server of all. Doesn't necessarily a remark on their skill, but it's interesting, the difference in servers that way.
Yeah, definitely. We will see a couple of these Zerglings moving in over here from PandaBearMe. One may be able to get it. Okay, scout off. It doesn't really get the big scout off, which is on those gas geysers, I think, which is what he wants to see.
It only sees that a queen is in there, and that's not really a scout. That's inferred logically. So scouting denied for all intents and purposes, and that's okay. It's a large map. And it's not super critical, as we can see. If anything, the initiative is being taken by PandaBearMe with that much, much faster speed. Double gas going down for JonSnow. So I guess where it would have been nice is to see that there is no gas being mined and to say, oh, okay, my speed opening is going to give me access to a faster third, to perhaps challenging that natural, forcing out a wall in of things like Evo chambers. These are all nice things to do. And if you have that information, you can do it with confidence. But as it is, he's poking in the dark to a certain extent. And maybe he won't go for a timing attack with the speed, but even that is kind of a victim of the lack of scouting, because if he saw it's a gasless opening from JonSnow, he would go for it.
Yeah, and actually, we're going to be seeing a fast lair tug come out from PandaBearMe instead. Putting 3 guys back on gas, wouldn't be surprised, yeah, to see some more gas guys are thrown down. I think that this is going to be a transition maybe into the Mutals play. Maybe if we see that 4th guys are thrown down, I'll be a little bit more convinced.
I think you're right. I think you're sniffing at the right pile of poo to make it as childish as possible, I suppose. and JonSnow, without that gas opening, means that he's going to skip speed and go for lair himself. Interesting choice, but also his map vision is reduced to just what the overlords can do. So they see things like leaving the natural, they check gases at the natural. That's great and good, but they're not seeing critical things like, does he have a third right now? Am I in danger of being just outproduced at 33%? Is he going Roach Warren Evo Chamber like I am, says JonSnow, to put that in a weird way? Or is he going Muta? Because all of this is critical. You need to know these things. And in fact, as we see here, it is going to be that fast Spire. So Fear Dragon, great prediction. There it is. And with the Roach timing attack coming out from JonSnow, or at least not timing attack, but shaping up to be a timing attack, the questions remain unanswered, but will PandaBearMe see that a timing attack is coming, get the spine crawlers necessary, or will actually JonSnow be like too hesitant and wait back? Because if he is, and the Mutas get out on the map, he's in trouble.
That's definitely true. And Jeff, I almost kind of want to ask, like, is this massive round of Zorglings for PandaBearMe actually just going to work out in the sense that he's going to have some ground units to start dealing with some of those roaches? He's not going to have like an overwhelming number of Mutalisks, right? Like as soon as this Spire finishes up, he's going to have, it's 2 base Spire. He's not going to have like 20 Mutalisks pop out. It's going to be like 5, maybe like 10 Mutalisks pop out, which can eventually kill off roaches, but not very quickly.
You shouldn't make too many. It should be like somewhere between 10 and 12. And they're really, again, for that map control, kill overlords. Make sure that if the roaches do want to cross the map, they're getting shot down. So a smaller force can hold it off. Even 3 spine crawlers for PandaBearMe. I really like the way he's playing this. But those lings, they're just kind of the standard. You just do that to go challenge the third. But as we can see here, on this map in particular, that third's on a high ground with roaches and queens. So it's not going to be challenged. If it was on the low ground, maybe. And they can always threaten the counterattack too. So if the roaches leave this third, then that third's going to be in jeopardy just simply because there's lings out on the map. So they kind of exist as a check. And with these mutas coming out, there's no hydras, there's no spore crawlers. The spire is just now getting scouted, as our fantastic observer Fear Dragon shows. And the roaches are going to come across the map, but they're coming out to a world with spine crawlers, lings, and mutas. They're not going to do anything.
Yeah, they're going to see how much damage they can do. Might be able to snap off a queen or two. Doing some good damage over here to the spine crawlers. Nice transfuses coming down for PandaBearMe though. Actually, none of the spine crawlers have dropped just yet.
Not yet. And this is really good for PandaBearMe. It's going to get roaches for free. Essentially trades them for Zerglings. The roaches are going to go past. Yeah, they get a queen, but big frickin' deal. They're going to make their way into the natural, and this is where they're going to look to do more damage. They get a second queen. If they can get a few drones here, it becomes less of a turd being polished. But as it is right now, this is still really good. Now, what he is doing behind this, by the way, is he's buying time. He had no spore crawlers. He had no significant number of queens, and he had no hydras. So if these mutas just get out and jump into a mineral line, they're doing massive damage. But as it is, the roaches do die, but they drag a couple of queens to hell with them. They get some lings, and they buy time.
Yeah, and actually, kind of interesting to note, like, PandaBearMe, he has 1 queen left over, and his maybe it's like 30 health. That was actually his last queen, so his production is going to actually be hurt for a little bit. I wouldn't be too surprised to see his minerals or gas spiral up a little bit, but PandaBearMe, he's trying to put in some aggression, trying to pick off these queens, but he's taking a lot of damage on these Mutalisks.
He gets 2 queens. Yeah, he didn't lose too much in the way of the mutas, but with that spore crawler finishing, it's so funny what a single spore crawler does. It's like, get the hell out of here, because it could have killed basically all the mutas by itself, where I don't know, maybe 1 survives with 15 health or something like that. But a nice hold here from JonSnow. JonSnow with this slightly faster third. He did offload his roaches, and he is now going into infestors. Still not quite sure what he's facing. You'll notice on that map a severe lack of blue. I think all the overlords clenched and pulled in. I think only a couple died.
Yeah.
But definitely map advantage PandaBearMe. Supply advantage, however, JonSnow. So he's got to be careful about that.
Yeah, what's really interesting to me right now is that Hive Tech coming up for PandaBearMe. Now, what do you think this is for, Jeff? Because it's not like for upgrades or anything, right? There's no evolution chambers down, getting like 3/3 or something like that.
Yeah. It's going to be weird. He's getting baneling speed right now as well, and he's adding more mutas. It's getting very, very weird. So mutaling baneling is a thing. It's for Hydras, but its supreme weakness, and part of the reason why it's not the standard, is any number of fungals just shuts this down. You fungal the banelings, they disappear. You fungal the mutas, good night. It's not very reliable. As you said, there's no upgrades. The Spire's not upgrading. The Evo Chambers are not upgrading. So I wanted to say with this Hive, maybe it was Broodlords. But if it is, they're going to be unupgraded Broodlords with very poor support. As the game goes on, and you're not getting like melee upgrades or range upgrades or something, this becomes more and more of a problem. So PandaBearMe he's a weird guy, and that's fine. You can be a weird guy, but there are certain tenets to this game that you have to give a nod to, and right now he's not really doing that.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out, and I guess like kind of what you were saying, it is going to be the Greater Spire coming out for him, so it is going to be not really upgraded Broodlords. He does have +1 flyer attacks, so it's going to help out a little bit, but I am also a little bit concerned for how well this is going to work out, because JonSnow, he's just kind of going for like the tried and true, let me get a bunch of really good stuff, and then I'm probably going to go attack with those really good things, and I think it may just actually kill him.
And right now, I think PandaBearMe is even hiding the number of mutas that he has, which is kind of interesting. I don't think that's all of them together. Maybe it is. No, I think there's
18 mutalists versus the 8 that he's showing.
So he's hiding a muta count. I'm not sure what that's hoping to accomplish, because they're just not doing anything. And this map's going to give him, at least in part, an opportunity to show us what he's thinking. Like the spine crawlers here at this junction protect 4 bases if you don't count the backdoor wall in. So that's nice. And with the roaches coming over here and banelings being, I don't know, this is going to be tough. There's not that many roaches, actually.
Yeah, and actually,
that's 18 mutas.
With some good splits, I mean, there's not really a lot of anti-air over here. The Hydrals count relatively low. The Hydrals get cleaned up very quickly. The Infestor's out of energy, actually. And the banelings are going to be able, the banelings plus the mutals, I feel like they can just clean this up.
They can. And, I mean, it's tough to call it a cleanup at this point in time. It's like, imagine cleanup on aisle 3, and that cleanup is like a child that won't stop vomiting and pooping everywhere as time goes on. And like, this 4th is dead. The spine crawlers are gone. Lings don't count. They're severely out upgraded. The Broodlords are coming out. That's something worth noting. It's scary. But even these roaches dying in the name of showing off that there are Broodlords is actually really important. It means that he needs to get an answer for himself. Now, the only good news I feel like we can give to PandaBearMe there, well, I guess it's in addition to the fact that he's not dead, is that he did get all the infestors, and that's a huge gas expenditure for JonSnow. So JonSnow, sitting on roughly 100 gas, is making Hydras as his anti-air. Oh, maybe he didn't get the infestors. Are those the infestors?
I think that the infestors managed to escape with like like next to no energy, but
all right, I take back the good news then.
Both getting focus fire down.
Nah, that's hatchery fine. Maybe if those were cracklings, they're not. And they're not upgraded. 1-1 is coming in for PandaBearMe, though. Well, yeah, 1-1 for melee, which is cool. It helps out the Broodlings, and it makes the support units, which are typically Zerglings, very good. He's also got Speed Banelings, which at this point, they're becoming more and more irrelevant because the Infestors are still alive, and Fungal just shuts it down. But he's making more Spine Crawlers. He's trying to hold. He's remaking the 4th. He's just getting battered, though. I don't like his prospects.
Yeah, it's going to be rough.
He's making more mutas.
Well, when in doubt, I suppose if you feel like you're the king of mutals.
No, that's not a saying, but this doesn't make sense. He's making a 4th one. I don't get that. I don't. He's like, I don't know, is he thinking about harassing? He already saw Hydras. He saw even Queens. Either one is an answer to this, by the way. It's not like it has to be like Queens and Hydras. It's just either one is an answer to 5 Mutalists. And I don't know.
I'm trying to think if like he's just getting Mutals to maybe buy time. Because again, like if we take a look at it, just 200 supply army for JonSnow, 130 for PandaBearMe. He's like lost his 4th expansion. He's tools. If maybe his idea is, I need to just buy as much time as possible. If I can get up enough Broodlords and anti-air, it's still hard to push into like Spine Crawlers plus Broodlords plus Corruptors.
Yeah, but I don't like the Muta choice. I agree with everything
Yeah.
you said, but then make it Spore Crawlers and Spine Crawlers and add like Infestors or
Yeah,
more
yeah.
Corruptors. But these Mutas, he's making 4 more. It just doesn't make sense. Because as the game goes on, the upgrades continue, the Hydras become hard answers, the Queens become hard answers, and the Spore Crawlers are always answers. Like, look there. He just saw 6 Hydras and a Queen. At this point in time with those Mutas, he goes, ah, crap, he does have enough to hold him off. And he doesn't see the 15 Queens behind this, the 20 others Hydras, and the Infestors that are now on max energy, and the Corruptors. Like, this is the worst place in the world for Mutalis. It's going to be a joke. They're going to die so easy.
Well, he's going to be facing that reality very, very soon as the entire army of JonSnow now descending into the 3rd and 4th expansions of PandaBearMe. The Broodlords going to be adding in their own DPS, getting out some of those Broodlings, taking a good amount of damage, and the Mutals, they're trying to do what they can, but they're evaporating.
Yeah, he like juked him back and forth, and JonSnow very calmly, he didn't even fungal him. He just planted infested Terrans and just kind of laughed, like, yeah, you micro around this. The Broodlords, look at what they're doing though. Like, this is not, I mean, it will be a landslide. The Corruptors are eventually going to kill these Broodlords. But look at the power of Broodlords in ZVZ. If there was just, 4 or 5 more of them in Spore Crawlers, he maybe holds us off.
Yeah, I think with reinforcements he may, just because JonSnow doesn't seem to be sending his reinforcements across the map just yet. Only kind of just now starting to get them out there.
It's
So
just a matter of time, though.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
maybe he holds us off. He's making 3 more Mutas. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, you can say he held this off, but he's down 80 supply.
But at what cost, right?
Right, exactly. The caster question. What cost?
Well, Mutals are gonna, amazingly enough, to clean up
Now
some of those Corruptors, but here's the High Duels for you, Max, which is,
What do you
again...
do? What does he do? And the Infestors stay alive, too. Great job by JonSnow to keep them alive.
Yeah, and actually not even with, like, Burrow and everything, which is something that a lot of players, like, they feel like, oh man, Infestor is so hard to keep alive in these kind of engagements, but... Baneling's getting decent hits, just it's not going to be enough though. GG gets called. JonSnow, gonna be your victor for the 2nd series of the day.
Quite easily. That game was more entertaining, and not to slight PandaBearMe, but game number 1, he just barely didn't see Baneling Nest and then was punished for it. And in this game, really weird choices, to be honest with you. Mutas are cool in ZVZ, but as the game goes on, usually the analysis you give is, how do they effectively evacuate them from the game? How do they trade them for something? Not why are they adding more into the composition? I mean, we're at Hive Tech. He's got Broodlords. He's making Spine Crawlers. And he's like, you know what this is missing? This is missing Mutalis. And then he adds Mutalis and just gets trampled.
Oh god. I know that it's not like normal, but it almost makes me want to do like a losers interview just to ask him a little bit more about that. Maybe we'll get his thoughts on that in the actual losers match. But with the pregame interview over there. But we're going to go ahead and bring on the winner, JonSnow, who played that out actually very, very well. We're going to go ahead and bring him on and find out his thoughts on that game. Hopefully we'll be able to get him on. But yeah, guys, I do want to remind you, thank you all so much for tuning in. It is an absolute pleasure to have you all here. And I actually also want to say, like, if you have any feedback about anything of the broadcast, whether it'd be like sound is totally broken, please fix. I don't know, like, do you want to fix something with the format? Obviously, there's some production issues today, but please do let me know in the Team Liquid thread, the Reddit thread, wherever, Twitter, any way that you can get a hold of me. And welcome here, JonSnow George. How are you feeling after that victory, man?
Pretty good. ZVZ is always a scary matchup, and it's a load off my shoulders not to lose, especially in the first match.
Yeah, so what exactly was like going on in that first game? Because you went for like the really, really aggressive build with the Speedlings and the Banelings. Was that more of a just like, I just decided I'm just gonna go for this? Or was that more of a reactive, like, okay, he seems to be cutting corners here and there? Or like, what was going through your mind with that?
Actually, yesterday I played PandaBearMe's account on EU, but he's not barcoded and I was, so I kind of just went through his match history and saw his build order on Merry-Go-Round, and he just skips the Baneling Nest and goes straight to Roach Warren normally, so I kind of just Baneling all into him.
Okay, well, it looks like the research is actually paying off then, man. Gotta say, you're going to be going up against Bales, who I think is also, a player that is at least amongst a lot of the other players, like fairly well respected. Do you have any special research or preparation? You don't have to obviously tell me while Bales is probably watching like what that research is, but did you have any kind of special preparation that we can look forward to?
It's hard to research Bales. He plays on basically all barcodes, and it's pretty hard to figure out what he's doing. So I just kind of played, versus Protoss, and he doesn't do. I don't think he's that crazy with Protoss, so I should be pretty well prepared just from ladder.
All right, sounds good. Well, with that being said, Jari, do you have any kind of final like shout-outs and stuff? There's actually, I feel bad. I'll have to make it up to Bales later, but do you have any kind of final shout-outs that you want to do before we actually move on to the next series?
Shout out to my team. They've been good. Signed a few new players, and they've been helping me practice a bit for this tournament and stuff.
Yeah. And be sure to check out Jari JonSnow George over on Twitter at @SOL_JonSnow SC2. Because for some reason the players actually suck at plugging their own Twitters worse than I do at plugging their Twitters. One day, dude. But with that being said, guys, we're going to go to a short break as we get ready for the winner's match. It's going to be JonSnow versus Bales in the winner's match. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
Bales, the powerhouse.
Bales is one of the most solid up-and-coming Protoss players out there. No gimmicks, just strong macro play. He also has a solid mindset for actual improvement.
My strongest quality is that I'm pretty optimistic about what I'm doing. I know that if I lost a game, it was my fault, and I can always improve upon that. I'm just kind of playing to have fun and to just improve. If I'm doing both of those things, I know it's going to just carry me to one of those goals.
He's taken games off some exceptional players and can definitely be considered a powerhouse.
I don't think I've broken out per se yet because I'm kind of like in the midst of it, I would say. I started 4 years ago and I started in Gold League, so I've continuously just been getting better and better. I'm not broke out yet because I'm still getting better. There's still much to improve upon. People should root for me because I'm going to win the whole tournament, and everyone likes to root for the winner.
Describing his playstyle can be a bit hard. He's not doing anything gimmicky, he's actually just incredibly solid and has great control. His PvZ demonstrates some of that control, where he is one of the few North American players that consistently opens up Phoenix and can handle controlling them well.
Basically, my go-to thing is opening Stargate. I feel like Phoenix openers, they're really figured out, but if you execute them properly, they can still get what they need to do done. They can scout, they can kill overlords, deny scouting. If you feel like you're better than your opponent, you should open Phoenix because it's like the most standard thing you can do. And take it to a macro game like that. I think my Phoenix control is really good, and it helps me not break even, get ahead in the game.
He considers Protoss vs Terran the funnest matchup, but currently the most difficult for him. A lot of his problems stem from the map pool and drop play.
It's definitely like the funnest matchup for me to play and to watch, but as of recently, it's been extremely difficult because of the map pool. They're just really good for Terran, so drops can be a lot harder to deal with, and Terrans are just figuring out timings more. And then the Widow Mine changes, and everything's just kind of like coming together for the Terrans right now. I think I have really good minimap awareness. I have good army positioning a lot of the time. If they get like one or two good Widow Mine drops off in the mid game, it's extremely difficult to recuperate your probe count.
Bales will tell you his PvP is iffy for him. He feels having experience against his opponent helps a lot, as getting a good read can be critical in the matchup.
I would say my strength is positioning my army well, always being even if not ahead on upgrades by just chrono boosting my forage a lot. Maybe my weakness is choosing the wrong build order at different points in the game. Sometimes I can't get a good read on my opponent and choose the wrong build.
And that's what you need to know about the powerhouse, Bales.
JonSnow, the Redemption Zerg.
Some say JonSnow knows nothing, but he's been around the block. After making it into Challenger League for WCS America Season 2 and placing second in the first Breakout Invitational, He's back for redemption after what's been a rough year for him.
I think my strongest quality would probably be that I can put the time in and work hard at something. I'm really hard worker. But I think my weakest quality would maybe is that I don't think I have like the inherent skill that some players have that like makes them just really good without playing a ton.
He's not someone who can rely on talent to get better. Instead, he had to work his way up.
You see how hard work pays off. When someone plays a ton, practices really well, you can definitely see the difference.
You can't work hard at something you don't care about. So you know he'll be here for a while.
I'm not gonna retire and leave, kind of like Adria or Stefano. I think I'll be here for a while, and hopefully I can be that North American hope.
His ZVZ has gotten better recently with a transition away from Mutalisk and into Roaches, but his biggest problem is his confidence in himself.
I haven't been doing as many all-ins because the kind of the gasless style came about, and it's a lot more Roach play now than Mutalisk play, which I think I am a lot better suited for. I psych myself out too much. I need to be more confident in my play. I'm a lot better than I was a year ago, and I think I can take on a lot of the best players in NA without any gimmicks.
Zerg vs. Terran had earned him a reputation as an all-inner over a year ago, but he's moved on to more macro-oriented play. He relies on a variety of playstyles to make up for his lack of control. Jack of all trades, master of none.
I don't feel as confident in like mid-late game versus good players. My strength in ZVT definitely would probably be the variety of builds. So I think there's a ton of builds out there for ZVT that we can do. I think my weakness would definitely be that my control isn't the best. So just when you're mixing it up, it's hard to stay really strong in all parts of the matchup.
Zerg vs. Protoss has been his biggest downfall in 2014. He felt better about it since 3-base play has become much more common, but he still struggles with early game all-ins.
I think right now it's at the probably my favorite part it's ever been at, because there used to be a lot of like 2-base all-ins and cheeses and stuff like that, and now it's really become more of like the standard is just to go 3-base macro, which I think is where I'm a lot better suited. I'm not really good in the all-in stages where I'm either too greedy or over-prepare and stuff like that.
And that's what you need to know about the Redemption Zerg, JonSnow. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and with the players over here for the winner's match, we have JonSnow from Solaris Gaming and Flipside Tactics' very own Bales. How are you two gentlemen doing? Start with you, Bales, because it's always awkward when I ask a group question and then nobody knows who to respond to.
I'm doing pretty good.
Alright, well, you've had a little bit of time to relax, kind of settle in and think, watch those matches. Obviously, I don't know, ZVZ from JonSnow is actually super informative for you if you actually get a whole lot out of this. But, I asked JonSnow in the winner's interview, he's going to be facing you. I asked him, has he done any kind of preparation for you? Any of that kind of stuff. Kind of same question back at you, like for JonSnow. Do you have any kind of thoughts about JonSnow or like any preparation that you've done for him?
Not really. We're both players that are capable of doing anything and everything, so we kind of both have to watch out for each other and be very careful with what we do, so.
Alright, fair enough. Well, JonSnow and also Bales, I want to ask, because I'll admit, Master Dolk, shout out to him. He's actually the admin now for the Breakout Invitational, helping me out because my head's already exploding from all the crazy production stuff that Current TV normally does. You guys already went through the map veto and kind of pick process, so I want to hear what exactly were the maps, because I know the first map is Overgrowth. So who picked Overgrowth? I want to hear first.
I did.
Jared. Okay, so how is there any kind of thoughts that you have about Overgrowth or any reasons why you picked it? Obviously, if it's super secret, you don't have to say, but
it's a pretty good map. It's not really, I wouldn't say it favors either race, but it just kind of is.
All right, yeah. Well, fair enough. And Bales, you're kind of infamous for your Phoenix playstyle and everything. You already said that you haven't really planned anything for JonSnow or whatever. So I want to hear how do you feel this series is going to go? You said you feel either one of you guys could win, but I want to hear match prediction. Do you think it's going to be 2-0, 2-1? What's up?
I think I'll win 2-0.
2-0? All right, JonSnow, same question.
I hope I win 2-0 so we don't have to play on Foxtrot.
All right, fair enough. I like the honesty. Well, gentlemen, if you have any final words for each other, now's the time. JonSnow?
Good luck, I guess.
Bales?
Good luck to you too.
All right, manner to the end. Gentlemen, to your booths. We're going to go ahead and get this series started as I boot you out of here. And we're going to be jumping into the next series now. So let's go ahead and do this as I give the go-ahead and ready to Master Dolk. And Jeff, you said that you've kind of felt like JonSnow very much going to be like one of the big favorites in this series.
Yeah.
So tell me, what are your kind of experiences with JonSnow? Because this is actually like the matchup you would normally see JonSnow in, and when you encounter him.
Yeah, I like his comment that he's basically capable of doing anything and everything is very much so true. Not super big in the way of cheese, but you can look for some roachling aggression, as every Zerg is capable of doing. Some Zergs, you look at them and they're like, that's a Muta guy, that's a Hydra guy. They really like hive play. They really get towards their Ultralisk, Ling, and Infestor, Corruptor, all that stuff. Viper, like there's some guys that are really geared towards that. There's Roach Hydra guys. When I think of JonSnow, I think of a player that's very fast, very good macro. Of course, one of the first things you look at for a good Zerg is someone that can spread their creep. JonSnow is not a Scarlet. You're not going to see creep up at the natural at minute 1.5, but certainly good enough. But stylistically wise, he's hard to peg. He's had his Muta phases, and then he's had his everything else. So if you're Bales, as a Protoss player, you kind of have to quiet the voices in your head that are very aware of the fact that they're capable of doing anything, and stick to your game plan. You talked about him being a Phoenix player. Phoenix is a very tempo, map control-oriented style. It shuts down Mutas, of course, but it's not bad against Hydra openings and that kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see if Bales goes by that game plan. If his first series is any indication that he is a passive mass Protoss player, he almost never attacked, just kind of won by letting the other guy attack until he died. He could do that against JonSnow here as well.
Yeah, I think that's actually very much a possibility, but we'll go ahead and really quickly introduce the players as we spawn down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. On top of the player representing Solaris Gaming, it is the Red Zerg, JonSnow.
And his opponent in the top right-hand side, taking his first series 2-1, it is the blue Protoss from Flipside, Bales. And you'll notice, actually, JonSnow scouted inside his main for proxy gates. It's something that we can almost thank, parting in his trolly ways. I know that Huck's been doing that a lot. Some of the Protosses on the NA server have been doing that.
And it's actually kind of funny because we're talking about like how Bales is one of those like more macro defensive oriented Protoss. I have very, very rarely seen Bales go for like anything super cheesy all-in-ish. It's just not very much in his kind of playstyles. It's something that I think maybe he's capable of if he really wants to, but I think it just kind of goes to show like JonSnow maybe not as familiar with how Bales does or how exactly he does like to play.
Yeah, it's typically the Protoss that kind of they take the early and mid game and they make it scary by having their various different all-ins or timing attacks. And the Mothership Core kind of empowers all that because we don't know how dedicated the Protoss is unless you actually put an Overlord over at the gateways and see, okay, this is 6 or 8, that's a lot, this means business. Or sometimes it's 3 or 4, they're taking a third, you're building Lings, you're building Spine Crawlers and extra Queens, and they just recall back and you're like, wait a second. I've been had, haven't I? So it's really kind of, it's not true to call it a guessing game for the Zergs, but it is a precarious game of cat and mouse in terms of information.
Yeah, definitely. Now, just speaking of information, that's actually one of the main reasons. Like, we've talked a lot about, like, in that first series of Bales versus Intense, Bales really likes his information. You could see he gets a lot of observers and everything. And he doesn't necessarily get a lot of observers in this matchup, but he likes to get up the Phoenix and go for those target openings because it provides him that same sort of degree of information. He gets a great scout off on what his opponent is up to, and he can kind of do what he wants with that information. So I think that's going to be a really, really nice thing going for Bales. JonSnow, on the other hand, I think that one of the things he said he struggled with the most is the 2-base all-ins, like just all-ins in general, I would say, which is probably why he's doing things like scouting is in base for like proxy gateways or, cannon shenanigans.
Most Zergs will tell you that. Protosses, it's not like they're so weak in the late game. They're very strong, but the really good Zergs have a lot of comfort in the late game too. Swarm hosts have really given them a lot of confidence, a lot of power there. They put the fear of God in the Protosses a little bit, whereas before the Swarm hosts took a rise in popularity, Zergs basically felt like they either had to win in the early to mid game or win with a big Muta switch, and then maybe win with a late game like Brewlord composition, but Stormhouse have kind of diversified that enough. So we can see the Stargate going here for the Protoss. It will be probably those Phoenix that we talked about. Kind of a clever spot, hard to scout. The Overlord overlooking the natural does not see that, and an Overlord scouting the main shouldn't get there, as long as there's a Stalker or Sentry or something. But the scouting of the Zerg in the early game, as you point out, that's pretty standard. They got to do that. As we talked about those 2 base all-ins, Zergs are terrified of it, and Protoss have been making good on that since MC was brought into this world through his mom's womb, basically.
Yeah, definitely a big proponent of a lot of the early game Protoss aggression, but Overlord now coming in over here for JonSnow, trying to work its way, I guess, around the cannon, which is going to buy Bales a little bit more time to get out an Oracle, actually, rather than a Phoenix first.
You don't typically follow this up with Phoenix. Usually it's going to be a Void Ray after that to secure the third. We'll see, though. It could be Phoenix. It shouldn't be, but it could be.
I say, like, and actually I would say for any other Protoss player, I'd be like, yeah, Oracle. Something that you've generally been seeing a lot more out of the Stargate openings, but Bales actually, I would say, of the games I've seen him play more recently, he generally opts to go for the Phoenix. But yeah, just going to be going for the Oracle this time. And we'll see how much damage he does. He's not making any Phoenix just yet, but obviously, having seen the Stargate, JonSnow has time to react and build the Spore Crawlers.
It is scouted. 2 more gateways for a combined total of 3, and there's that Nexus. I was going to say, because if you're going to do a timing attack, it's got to be a lot more than 3 gateways. Doesn't have the gas at the natural either, so this is a very fast Nexus. Not mega fast. We've seen like 6.5 minutes, but 7:30, quite quick. What I like about this is that kind of almost a subtle thing. 2 Zerglings died in front of the natural. Or actually, is that the 2 Zerglings right there? Well, they almost died. Anyways, here they are. They're going to find out about this third. And with no speed, with no Roachwarren, not much you can do about that. You don't make 45 slow Zerglings right now and try to challenge that. He basically has come to grips with the fact that this Protoss is getting a fast third. And now we're going to be looking to see JonSnow respawn, and usually that's like a gold base or something along those lines. But he's in an interesting spot. There's no critical tech here, and if he takes a 4th, he's at the mercy of this Oracle or a Gateway follow-up doing some damage.
Yeah, he's grabbing all of his gas guys, which makes me think he's gonna throw down some sort of big tech. But I'm wondering what that tech is going to be, because I mean,
well, with no, it's gonna be straight Hydras. This is gonna be a 3-base Hydra push.
I'm
calling
like
it right
Hydraling?
now. Yep, Hydraling, straight Hydraling.
I will say I've seen JonSnow go for that a lot, and just the fact that he's getting up a lot of Zerglings right now does kind of back that up, as well as +1 missile techs.
No 4th, no additional Evo chambers. There's no infestation pit for like fast Vipers or something like that. But usually when you scout that 3rd, there is the 4th, but that's almost like a I've got too many minerals type of 4th. You should see almost no production until the Hydra finishes, and then it's going to be like 25 Hydras. Boom. Yeah. Not literally, because he can't do that. But
ooh, Oracle actually comes in and sees the Hydralisk Den.
Yep. Even sprinkles some fairy dust on it to confirm what he was... And he sees the Hydra Den shaking. He sees no roaches. He sees no significant number of lings on the map. He should know exactly what he's facing right now, and he's in a nice position because you can deal with that by either going Mega Fast Colossus, which is more common, or you can do what he's doing, which is get Blink. And by the time the Hydras get here, Blink should be about nearing completion, as long as he doesn't let the Zerg get a gigantic concave of Hydras, and he needs to manipulate that with force fields. He should be in a good position to hold this off.
Yeah, and I mean, just speaking of like when the Hydrals will get there, the creep spread not actually too amazing over here for JonSnow.
It's terrible.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
I was trying to put it nicely, Jeff.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
You can be the nice guy. I'll be it's good cop, bad cop. JonSnow, he doesn't need better creep spread, but if this doesn't work out, that's the kind of thing we look back on and say, uh-oh, that's where he's in trouble a little bit.
Yeah.
He's working on these rocks. He's going to go for a multi-prong attack. I love this. There's a fat ramp in front of this.
Ooh.
There's a fat ramp right there. Pokes the lane, so he loses a couple. But with this down, he's going to need 5,000 force fields. You know what? Actually, he should just force field off this left side. He needs to move away from it, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Maybe. Probably. Don't do it.
I'm wondering if he's going to try and force field off the right side and just try and take on the Hydralisk, but no.
He's going for it. The Colossus is a hallucination, so it's doing nothing for him. Nah, he bit off more than he could chew. He's losing all the sentries. He needed to defend against this, not go for the attack. And I know this feel. I know these feels. This Bales just acted out my daily ritual, which is to take off more Zerg than you can, and he's on the back end now.
And Bales seemed like he was feeling really confident about this. He actually has 2 Stargates that just finished up, and that's on top of the one that he had already made earlier on. I feel like he was underestimating this push then. Like, not only just that aggression right there, but just how big of an aggression this is going to be.
They're gonna die probably unused. More Lings coming out behind this. If it was droning, maybe we see the late game, but as it is, there's a $1,000 bank. JonSnow is unfortunately slipping in macro, but he's like slipping in his macro and still winning anyways. He's like, oh god, I need to spend this money better. It doesn't matter. Mutas and Corruptors coming out. That's a little bit of a weird choice. Well, it's not, there's no weird choice to be made right now. It's just weird because he's facing Mass Blink Stalker. Just keep making Hydras. There's no Colossus here.
Yeah, I think maybe just kind of preparing for like Colossus that could potentially be coming out. But thinking that he's waiting for them. But yeah, as you were saying, not gonna matter. He loses all of his sentries. The Blink Stalker micro, I mean, it's pretty good. It might keep him in the game a little bit longer, but again, it's the ultimate question, Jeff. It's at what cost?
At what cost? Exactly. More Lings and Mutas coming out behind this. There's Corruptors just because that's what you're supposed to do as a Zerg, but there's nothing for them to shoot. Lings make their way into the main as shown there by Fear Dragon, and they're doing some damage. Bales is going to call it, and that is the right call. He was dead as a doornail. He hadn't lost the bases just yet, but with so much gas invested in all those sentries and those stalkers, and with no critical tech that was, you know, taking shape, like Stargates that he couldn't afford to use, Colossus that he wasn't capable of making, he knew he was dead.
Definitely. Now, this is actually like really interesting to me because it was a loss that obviously is gonna bite a little bit for Bales. Is like, oh my god, I just lost all my sentries, lost the engagement, like my army was opposite. But that's, on the other hand, Jeff, it wasn't like a, oh man, and it was like a 35-minute game and I felt like I was behind the entire, it wasn't one of those games where you feel like, how in the world can I beat this guy game 2? It was one of those games where you're like, I'm gonna not do that game 2, and I should be able to make it further in the game and hopefully be able to do better. Like,
yeah, you're right. I mean, I think the biggest struggle he's going to have with that game is the missed opportunity. Like, if he just force fields off the left side, it's still going to be an expensive and tough fight because those are wide ramps. You know, you only have so much sentry energy, especially if they don't stay alive. But that's the far and away better choice, and he knows that. This is not. He's not going to listen to this broadcast later and go, force field off half the army. Like, every Protoss at this level absolutely knows that. It's just that for that split second that you have to make that choice, he had visions of MC force fields locking down armies and laser beams shooting into the heads of the bugs and the Zerg crying. Instead, it was, holy crap, there's way more than I thought. They slipped through and I'm dying. And once the leak was sprung, he was dead. Yeah,
exactly. So we'll see how he kind of plugs up that leak, so to speak, in game number 2. As the map is going to be Nimbus. And Jeff, what are your kind of experiences in PvZ on Nimbus? Because I can tell about my experiences, but they're not like GM level. They're not nearly at that same level. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
I actually really like this map. Anytime it's a 4-player large map in PvZ, this tends to, I don't want to say favor us, but it favors personally my playstyle. So I guess that's why I like it. I like it for Bales because Bales is a little bit more of a wild card. So on a large map like this, it could be, you know, Nexus first, fast third, like we saw here on this medium-sized overgrowth, or it could be I stopped making probes at 40 and now I've got 8 gateways of units coming at you, you know, and it's really up to things like if JonSnow doesn't have creep spread like he had this last game, or if he doesn't do diligent scouting or just gets outmaneuvered, dead. And JonSnow could be the better player by all measures, but that's what a timing attack can do, is it can catch you off guard and beat you. You know, with a timing attack, I could beat Life. Is it likely? No, probably not. But it could happen. In a late game macro game against Life, do I have better chances? Probably not. So that's why that's always been an infamous type of strategy throughout all the ages of RTS.
Couldn't agree more, and we're going to go ahead and find out what these two players are going to be up to in this game number 2 as we spawn up here in the top right-hand corner of the map. And Nimbus on top of the red Zerg player representing Solaris Gaming. It is Solaris Gaming's JonSnow.
And his opponent trailing 0-1 in this best of 3, needing a win to tie things up. It's the blue Protoss flip side's Bales. JonSnow, so far we've seen 3 games from him. He won 2-0 against the Zerg player PandaBearMe. And comparatively speaking, the first games for JonSnow in both those series were extremely easy. I mean, he made Hydras and Lings and attacked. You know, I'm not hating on Bales. It's just that's what it was. His creep spread, not great. His macro, not fantastic. He had a huge bank behind that, an unsaturated 4th base, no macro hatch. Like, there are things to be critical of JonSnow, but what you can't be critical of is that he outplayed his opponents and got the wins. He's a perfect 3-0, and Bales has to be reeling. This is a good map for PvZ. He's got to like that. He's got a natural hidden behind a small ramp, as long as the rocks are up, at least a comparatively small ramp, so that's good for a Protoss. But he's facing a beast of a guy. JonSnow is a big name in the North American scene, and if you're going to host a tournament that's only about North American players, he's one of the guys that you got to fear the most.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about his strength in this matchup, recently actually took down Huck in Copa America in a best of 7. That's not something that's easy to do. So he is definitely a very, very strong player, and as you were saying, like one of the big favorites, one of the big contenders to win the whole tournament. So Bale's really gonna have to make something happen if he wants to come out and get that secure spot as the #1 seed in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, and it's nice too. This is the group of death, so he'll be supposing he does drop down. If JonSnow kind of continues to make short work of these guys, they'll be facing the winner of either Intense or PandaBearMe. Both players are good. Yeah. I think we got robbed of seeing what PandaBearMe can do. He faced the beast that is JonSnow, and then he played a little bit strange, a little bit abstract, and we know Intense is good. So some good series coming up. But I'm excited to see how this one shapes up too. We see a very greedy opening from Bales. This is very popular. It was more popular on the European scene and, of course, the Korean players. Getting Nexus first and then just going Gateway behind it. If you face like a pre-planned speedling all in, it's almost a guaranteed loss. So you're rolling the dice a little bit. But against just about everything else, this build measures up as faster and more efficient than going Forge or even Nexus first and then following up with a Forge.
Yeah, and I definitely like it on a map like Nimbus, which is the 4-player map. You can spawn pretty much anywhere, and he does get kind of lucky with like the cross-spawn map position. So, well, lucky in the sense that it's gonna take a while for any kind of big aggression from JonSnow to come out to his side of the map.
It could have been closer. You're absolutely right. If it was like lower left versus lower right.
Yeah.
So a couple of creep tumors over towards that part of the map, and all of a sudden you got Roachling at the doorstep of the 3rd very quickly, or another real big fear that we haven't seen just yet, but Swarm Hosts in those positions are extremely powerful because they defend the entire corner of the Zerg, and then at the same time shut down the 3rd of the Protoss. And that's anytime you can do that on any map at all, it's devastatingly powerful.
JonSnow getting a good scout off with his Zerglings at the wrong base. Gonna be moving around. Actually, he should know that his opponent's not over here, so he's maybe looking for just those proxy balance. Yeah.
And he'll find it. Gets that. That's nice. It's super annoying for Bales. That probe is especially that far away. He's like on the wrong side of the map. He's like, what the hell are you doing here? But the Overlord called in its friends and said, we got a probe over here, so it's going to get chased back. And now we've got a probe scout. Well, I call it a probe scout. It's an Overlord probing into the Protoss space, to use the absolute worst word in that situation.
Indeed, but speed finishes up, or speed finishes up, and the Zergling's going to be the kill off that probe. But this time we have a Phoenix opening from Bales. No Oracle this time.
And that's a better opening. Oracle openings were great for a long time because Zergs were still kind of learning how to adjust to them. And you'll still see them, but they're just so much better if unscouted, which again is kind of counter meta right now. Like, Zergs are sacking those Overlords. They're not relying on mono builds from the Protoss. The Protoss have diversified their openings, so Zergs are much more diligent about getting the early scout. But Phoenix, even if scouted, they're going to get an Overlord or 2. They're going to force Spore Crawlers. Worst case scenario, they get a Queen or 2 as well. And then really good Phoenix control will almost always get, even over 10 drones, which is a lot, unless the Zergs build 2 Spore Crawlers per base, which in and of itself is a huge investment. So it's just... It's a very nice opening that you'll see a lot of Protoss do and there is that double Spore Crawler defense, by the way, at the 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, interestingly enough, it's hard to tell right now, but I think he's using 2 Spore Crawlers at the 3rd.
And the main now.
Okay. And my camera's going completely crazy. But yes.
It's 6 Spore Crawlers. That's such a huge investment. And look, he's not making more Phoenix. Okay, he just made me a liar. Well, he stopped at 3. He's got the fast Robo. He's going up to 4. He'll probably go up to 5. That's the normal number. There's some Protoss that like to go beyond this, towards like 6 and 7. I know that Parting does that, as well as a few others. But for the most part, well, when Parting's not gateway pushing you, by the way, he's always doing that. But
Yeah.
on a large map like this, again, it's just going to be nice. They're going to be constantly scouting. It's very hard to get a tech hidden past a Protoss that went Phoenix. And it also, almost by itself, just says, hey, you cannot go Spire. Like, if you go Spire into this, you're just asking for trouble.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things for a lot of Protoss players. Just don't really enjoy facing a lot of Mutalisks early on. It really shuts down a lot of options for Protoss players. If you kind of get just stuck in your base and there's Mutalisks out on the map, you feel like you can never really move out. So Phoenix Opening's great for shutting that down. And we have a lot of Speedlings coming out for JonSnow, looking to maybe try and deny this 3rd expansion.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough. There's already a few gateways behind this. The Sentries and Zealots in a nice position. There's no Nexus here to cancel, and JonSnow's shown his hand. So Bales is in a great position. Yeah, JonSnow pokes forward. I'm not quite sure what he's hoping to accomplish there. He loses a queen in the background. Actually, it'll take a second pickup. No, there's 5. Never mind. It's dead.
Phoenix.
And those Lings, they do nothing. Colossus, I think this is a second Colossus coming out. In fact, you have to be careful. I think mid-map, is that a Colossus walking across the map? No, it's moving too fast, right?
Oh, okay. War Prism, okay, yes.
I was going to say.
That would be a little bit more worrisome, but, you know, I have to say, Bales is doing a pretty good job. This is kind of where he finds his big strength, is in this sort of Phoenix Rest. You can take a look. Like, so far, he's only lost... Okay, he's lost 1 Phoenix very recently, but he's done some good damage. Kill off 3 Overlords, killed off a decent number of drones, obviously killing a couple of those Zerglings when they were trying to do aggression at the 3rd. So,
yep.
You know, he's making some decent damage happen, and, of course, he should have gotten a scout off on that Infestation Pit that's actually coming down.
I believe so, and again, something kind of worth noting, by the way. I like your analysis. I'll leave it as is, but lack of creep spread from the Zerg player JonSnow. So for all the praises we were singing, and there's no excuse. It's not like there's been gateway harass or clever, you know, oracle or observer cancellation of tumors. It's just been that he hasn't done it. So kind of a blanket criticism against him. I'm sure he usually does a better job, but look for that to be a weakness in his gameplay if it continues.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. It's something that, especially if you go for like some of the slower based armies like the Hydrals and stuff, like you do want to have some good creep spread. And again, it goes back to like cross map positions and everything. It just gives your opponent that much more time to maybe get in that last warp in round, or, you know, that final Colossus pops or something.
It's exactly right. I mean, creep spread's just generally a good thing, and everyone knows that. It's not like JonSnow would be like, no, actually, I don't like creep spread. I you know, he won't make that argument. It's just that he's not emphasizing it right now. We can see this is gonna end up being, it looks like, Roach, Hydra, Viper. Very common composition. Again, different from what we already saw from JonSnow, and that's kind of his MO. He'll do everything. And on the flip side, we see Templar Archives, an additional Stargate. The additional Stargate's not really a big deal for that purpose. But the Templar Archives, before the Hive even finishes, is great, because you don't need Storm, you need feedback to answer those abductions. Now he's being really aggressive. Get the hell out of here. Yeah, he recalls out, gets a creep tumor. In fact, okay, good. So JonSnow does put down another tumor. I was gonna say that could be just the end of his creep spread for the rest of the game, but he's like, no, I will put down a single active creep tumor. Don't you worry. There we go. A couple more.
All right. Well, Observer spots out that the army is moving across the map, and if the Observer didn't actually notice, then the Phoenix should actually notice some of these roaches and everything moving around. So I think Colossus is going to be pretty helpful in actually dealing with this aggression. I feel like...
Pretty helpful. It's like the only reason he's not going to die, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
What I like about this is the Hydras are at the front. They were just kind of expecting to grab the attention of the Protoss, but you can see that he's actually having to pull everything back, because with those Phoenix in the background, they could actually just chase the Vipers and kill them before they get to the middle of the map. So he's like, okay, I could see how that would be terrible. So he pulls back his whole army, but in doing so, it buys the Protoss more time. Storm will finish. There'll be more Templar here. He's not building Colossus anymore. He's adding Immortals. So yeah, go ahead and abduct these 2 Colossus. You'll be facing a gigantic Protoss Death Ball with Storm. Yeah,
also a lot more of those gateways finishing up, adding on a couple of more warp gates. he's again gonna have just a much more powerful army and ability to reinforce that army.
Yeah. And as the game goes on, Roach Hydra gets worse. The third base gets fully saturated. The fourth base is not even here for JonSnow just yet. The Protoss upgrades start to kind of catch up to the double Evo play. The Warp Prism's still alive, so Harass in the background could really start chopping up the economy. And you'll notice JonSnow's max, so there's not much more he can do with this. And Bales is catching up. He's only behind 10 supplies. Templar getting more energy. And now we've got that Harass hitting at the same time of the third as the Zerg's going for the kill.
Yep, Warp Prism unloading some of those Zealots, but JonSnow, is he actually going to be able to go in for it right now? He's starting to move in.
Big Storm goes down, hits the soft underbelly of the Zerg. He doesn't care about feedback, and he's going for the Storms. I think that's a nice move, at least in theory. But the Roach Hydra count, you can see the Zealots kind of melt away. Stalkers in the background, good force fields. The third's been routed, however, and that means that with this pushback, Bales is looking to strike back here in game number 2.
Yeah, JonSnow has to move out over here. These Queens cannot really retreat, and with the reinforcements, he may be able to. The Immortal also losing all of its hardened shields. Gonna have a backup Immortal and some Archons, though, to try and chase this back.
Yeah, and the transfuses have been used up, and these Queens, they're not on creep, it kind of goes without saying, so they're all gonna die. The Zealot Harass has gotten the third behind this. The fourth base is very lightly saturated, and Bales takes a supply advantage for the first time in the game. Great defense, wonderful choice. Didn't go for the feedback, went for the Storms, stopped making Colossus, and started adding Immortals so that, you know, the critical high supply expensive units like Colossus can't all be abducted. Well, they were all abducted, but I mean, he doesn't have like 4 or 5 to be abducted. He only has 2.
Yeah, and I mean, the Immortals, they come out a little bit faster so you can have more of them. Like, you can't abduct as many Immortals as you do Colossus, and overall ends up working out with no third expansion. JonSnow going to be hurting, but he does have that 4th expansion up. Still has, I mean, actually has a pretty low drone count as well, if you take a look at it.
And he's adding units because, by all rights, Bales should be walking across the map to end this game. But Bales says, no, no, no. I'm ahead. I see you adding units. I see you adding Lings and Roaches. I will sit back. My Templar will gain energy. I'll finish out upgrades like Blink. And I'm okay with this. If JonSnow's on 4 or 5 bases with a great drone count, then maybe Bales feels the urge to be out here. But right now he took his time. And here he is. He's going to put Old Yeller down, but I really like the patience. He waited until he had a Warp Prism ready to go. He's got this Warp Prism resaturating this army. He's going to max out and then engage, but not before. And that patience is the mark of a good player.
And I want to also note, very importantly right now, is that JonSnow, before he had the Vipers, this engagement, he's not going to have them. Granted, there's no ability to really abduct anything, and, you know, High Templar with Storm's going to hurt anyways, as well as feedbacks, but... Oh, actually, Bale's losing all of his High Templar, running them straight in. A little bit of a miscontrol, but is he actually still going to have enough to defend over here?
Great concave from the Zerg player, but the problem is, even if JonSnow ekes out a win here, there's Zealots in his natural. He's not able to afford to resaturate his third, which he's remaking right now. His fourth is his only mining base. And oh, by the way, that eked out win, forget about it. By the way, worth mentioning, the only active creep tumor did die in that battle. R.I.P. Rectoroni. But this is going to be a Bales win, 100%.
Bale's now pushing on through and maybe just thinking about, okay, that's game number 2. How do I go ahead and win this again in game number 3? As he's, again, doing some great Blink Stalker micro over here. GG well played gets called, and Bales taking the game and tying up the series once again.
Yeah, very solid, inspiring play from Bales. I love that he took a 4th behind this. I love the Templar choice. He was on top in his information. As you said, his Phoenix play was deservedly featured. It was good. It was not super amazing. We're not seeing droves of drones die like we've seen from some Protoss players, but we saw the right amount. And forcing 6 Spore Crawlers out from a guy that's looking to do a 3-base timing attack, that in and of itself has its own cost and penalty. So JonSnow, he got Protossed, as they say, a little bit. He overreacted in terms of defensive play, and then he got counterattacked while doing a pseudo all-in, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, and I'll say, actually, that's one of those things that, for those of you viewers who were tuning in for the early part, where we played that recap video, and JonSnow was talking a little bit more about strengths and weaknesses in the matchup. That's one of the big weaknesses. It's one of the things he struggles with the most in the matchup. And I think it's something that you said earlier, Jeff, where every Zerg feels this way about, like, overreacting to like all-ins and stuff. But that's one of his big problems, is that he's always afraid he's gonna overreact to like some sort of pressure, you know, underreact to pressure, all this kind of stuff. So we'll see if he's gonna be able to, you know, react appropriately in this game, not kind of build too many sport collars and everything. Although, you know, I guess sport collars kind of helped a little bit. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, you need sport collars against
Yeah.
Phoenix, and
I mean,
going
the double
to
spores,
is not
yeah.
incorrect. It's not incorrect. It's just a big investment. I
Mhm.
don't know that I would do a timing attack off of playing over. You know, it ends up being very safe.
Right.
If you're going to do a timing attack, you're looking to cut corners as opposed to like carefully cultivate and protect every corner. Like he was skateboarding with knee pads, elbow pads, a helmet on, and then he was like, you know what? I'm going to live life dangerously, and I'm going to do this jump where, you know, he needs to not be wearing all this crap so that he can fully control his body. Doesn't do that, takes a spill, and is now in the hospital. And that's a life lesson too, Fear Dragon. You can give that out to the kids.
Yeah.
Wear
Hopefully
protection, but don't do big jumps.
well, hopefully he's going to be able to defend the north wall as we spawn down here in the bottom left-hand corners. Ironically, at the south position, it is going to be the red Zerg player representing Solaris Gaming. It is Solaris Gaming's JonSnow.
And his opponents in the top right-hand side, the blue Protoss, saying that he did not want to play this map before the series started, is Flipside's Bales.
And I can understand why in Control. At least from my perspective, this map can in some ways be kind of hell to defend. Your natural against weird all-ins, like your third expansion, you have to knock down the rocks to like get to it and everything. Like, how are you feeling about this map?
It gives and it takes. The natural is wide open and kind of open to, you know, all-ins, and it's a little bit tricky. The third, especially in these positions, is fairly exposed. You can knock down the rocks and take the more central one at the top of the map, which is a little bit easier to defend, but further away from the main, so mutas become very powerful. Or you can take the more central one, which is very open. All of a sudden, you get a very good concave there. That Hydra timing attack we saw in game number 1 is, again, very powerful here. And it's a smaller map, too, so it hits harder.
Oh.
That being said, it's a narrow map. Yeah, we see.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this in a second. But what works for Protoss here, too, is this map is good for, you know, narrow spaces, meaning force fields are very powerful. And that's something that's kind of taken a back seat in a lot of the maps that are more wide open. But here we see the proxy hatch, so a lot of the analysis is going to go down the pooper. And I don't know, like, Bales behind this is already going Cybernetics Core. He's got that forward pylon to wall in, but he's not even trying to save up money for the Nexus and is building a Zealot. So what I like about this opening for him is he could see that this is going on and then say, oh, okay, well, I'll just 4-gate. And look, there's still no spawning pool for JonSnow. He could die to a 4-gate quite easily.
Oh my god, yeah, not only just no spawning pool, like he goes for the gas geyser too before anything else. Super greedy play. And of course, JonSnow, like, you have to remember, well, actually, no, he has seen the Gateway expansion out of Bales.
Yeah. Zealot completes. Going to go over here to work on that hatchery. Second Zealot, 50%, as well as the Mothership Core. There's no Roach Warren just yet. He might put that down behind this if he wants to go full cats on this, but I don't think he will. He'll just let the creep spread go. He's not even building a queen. Maybe he builds a couple of Zerglings when the larva gets up to 3.
What's interesting to me is the fact that Bales, I mean, the Chrono Boost just expired, but he's still Chrono Boosting his probes. So that makes me wonder, like, normally if you're gonna go for something like a 4-gate, you're gonna go for some kind of super heavy aggression.
Yeah, he's just not going to.
Yeah.
He's got a Sentry coming up behind this as well with the last bit of his gas. He does have both the gases, actually, so he's doing kind of the more conservative version of this. And there is that wall. And so maybe it doesn't end up being a 4-gate, but it's definitely going to be some kind of Mothership Core aided lean out, and with both the gases he can do that. Ooh, these Zerglings are very, they feel weird. With that Sentry they're like, ah, crap.
Oh, hold position on the probe.
Nice. Okay,
well, unnecessary force field, I think.
Yeah, let's be a little bit critical of it, but not too critical. It's fine. But yeah, there's no creep tumor here. That's JonSnow. You can count on it. No creep tumor to off that. He does with the Zerglings, though. Their life was not completely pointless. They saw the 2 additional gateways before the Nexus, and they say, oh, okay. So all of a sudden, that speed back at home makes a lot of sense. He's gonna have speedlings to hold this off.
Yeah, definitely. And Evolution Chamber also going down, maybe looking to get some of those +1 carapace upgrades. But I think, yeah, JonSnow kind of realizes like the danger coming down right now. Obviously, having that Overlord seeing, okay, you still haven't thrown out your Nexus, you threw down the early gateways. Let me get up a Spine Crawler so I don't just die to whatever kind of push out you're about to do.
Yeah, not a big fan of the Evo Chamber. Again, in my tradition of being hypercritical of these very, very good players. JonSnow, of course, who laughingly beats me hard every time we play. But he's in a low econ situation. He's facing a Protoss who he knows has 3 gateways and does not have a Nexus yet. He now knows, well, he should know that the Nexus went down. But all things are pointing towards you need to be very careful, and he's spending precious resources and getting +1 melee.
Yeah.
As it turns out, it's fine. With the Robo and the Nexus, there is not going to be a push. Well, there is now, but it's a little bit later than I guess it could have been.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose to give JonSnow slightly the benefit of the doubt and kind of just saying, you know what, maybe he's getting a good read on Bales. Bales, not the kind of player, as we've seen so many times today, to go hyper aggressive or anything. And actually, Bales, Zealot out of position, but does get the force field down. He's gonna lose the Zealot though, and
look out on the map though. Here comes the blue blob of Protoss, and it's not much, but there is a pylon behind this and a probe, and it's not spotted. That's the part that gives me concern for our Zerg player. Now keep in mind, he is making Zerglings, but he's making Zerglings off of 2 hatcheries. That's really cutting into everything. If he has 3 hatcheries, he can afford to do this, but with just 2 hatcheries, these larvae represent so much more than just the literal Zerglings. And now he's going lair behind this as well. Yikes. This could be rough.
God, this is gonna be really awkward because, as you're saying, like he's going for lair and everything. He only just barely scouted out that actual attack a couple of seconds. I think actually after he started his lair. But you know, on the bright side, +1 missile attack or melee attacks may actually finish up in time for this push.
No, he's gonna need it. There's a lot of Protoss here. War Prism is spotted mid-map, and now he's in a weird spot too, where he's like, oh crap, do I throw Lings into my main? I would have liked for the Protoss units to be working on those rocks they're leaning up against, because if they can knock that down and use that pylon right there, that's a really good staging point. But as it is, more Zerglings coming out, and again, it's just 2 hatcheries. And now the natural of the Protoss player is getting saturated. He's building a robot facility behind this, and that means that he can get towards Colossus, and there's the Spire. So this is getting all kinds of spicy. I'm super excited.
Oh, this is going to be very, very strange. And as you're saying, Bale's still not attacking those rocks. I'm almost just wondering at this point if Bales is just saying,
it's like an aggro.
I'm gonna attack you. I'm gonna just keep preparing. Just keep making units right now. I'm gonna attack you. I swear.
Don't. If he loses the Mothership Core to a single queen, okay. In the main, we got some stuff going on. Oh, it's just scouting. Yeah, he's gonna lose the Mothership Core. That's...
Well, don't worry, Jeff. You lost it to 2 queens, technically.
Well, yeah, so I don't get to cry quite as hard, but it's still really bad.
Yeah.
Double Star gets scouted. So the Phoenix in the main did scout that this is, in fact, a 2-base Spire. And that's great, because if he just blindly goes Colossus and then finds out he's facing Mutas, he's in a lot of trouble. Both these players on top of their scouting, by the way. That Overseer sees the Stargates. And now, JonSnow's in a weird spot. He goes, wait a second. Do I keep going Mutas anyways? It's like a terrible, terrible place to be. A huge wave of Zerglings coming in here looking for the Protoss army, but it just gets home.
Oh man, and with so many sentries versus basically a Zergling-based army, he's gonna have a lot of force fields, but is he gonna have enough force fields to deal with 2 sets of destructible rocks and that wall in at the front?
He should be fine. It's about control right now. Zerglings sneak by. He needs to put a Zealot in that hole.
Yeah.
Oh my god, don't send your whole army. Okay, good. First, Colossus comes out. It's born into a world where most of the Zerg is just Zerglings. And yeah, look at this tough choice he was in. Spire finishes. Does he make Mutas? Hell no. He's going to go Infestation Pit, and he's going to have 1/1 melee upgrades. Like, JonSnow he's getting Protossed hard right now. He doesn't know what to do. This is not his plan, I'll tell you that.
Well, Jeff, JonSnow is about to teach us the wonderful new meta of +1 melee Zerglings plus Infestors. That's all he needs. And
I mean, I guess. And if he steps forward here, the Colossus will just clone him inside those force fields. And now he's sitting on all these Zerglings. He does get the 3rd behind this, does JonSnow. So that's the beginning of the good news if you're a Zerg/JonSnow fan. And he's saturating that 3rd, pre-saturating it even. But with these Colossus out, these Zerglings have very little to do with this army. And then with Phoenix out, it's not like there can be a big Muta switch. So I don't know. This is a tough game for our Zerg player.
Yes, I mean, especially like on top of that, all of these Zerglings, and he went for +1 melee attacks. So the Zealots for Bale's already going to just be ripping those Zerglings apart. Like the Colossus, of course, also going to be doing the same thing. It just makes it very, very tough for JonSnow to get like a good composition against this army.
Yeah, and if JonSnow had the Lings like out on the map for a counterattack, I'd like his chances of doing something here. He could cancel a third, he could threaten the natural. But just back at home, watch what happens. I mean, the Queens are his only saving grace, but if the force fields funnel down those Zerglings, even just the one Colossus, it'll get like 75,000 kills. It'll be bad. But I think this might just be another aggro move. There's no pylon here. There's no Warp Prism. The Warp Prism's behind the main. It's not here to reinforce. So yeah, he just aggroed, moves back, and Bale says, thank you for the third.
Yeah, great kind of maneuver, and just seizes a little bit of that map control with the push out and says, okay, yeah, go ahead and take that third expansion, puts some additional pressure on, and he has those Phoenix to just see, like, okay, are you following me back home? Are you about to attack me again? No? Okay, awesome. And it's, again, that sort of idea of Bales is able to constantly get that vision with those Phoenix.
Protoss are super happy to be on equal bases with Zerg. That's completely fine with him. And he's getting all intel. He keeps getting Zerglings, or Zealots in here, excuse me. Sees the Hive complete, so he knows that Vipers are a concern. Maybe Broodlords, maybe Ultralisk, but the fact is he's beginning the story, and he's even got an Observer in there right over the Ultralisk cavern. So he knows exactly what's going to be, and that's brutal, by the way. Like, if he gets that information 45 seconds from now, it's still super pertinent, but it makes a huge difference. As it goes down, he knows he can hit a timing attack right now that's going to apply more pressure to the macro, and he's already at his second robo for the Immortal production he's about to do, but right now, he knows he can move out.
Yeah, he also has a pretty decent-sized army of, pretty gas-intensive units. He has the Archons, the Sentries, and everything in there, so you can actually just warp in a ton of Zealots to deal with these Zerglings, and he's already going to be in a very scary position. Yeah, +1 Carapace is finally finished up for JonSnow. Guess what? +2 weapons is already on the way. And Bales actually cancels the pylon, decides to back up.
Aggro's again. Left side of the screen, we have the two Corruptors chasing the... Warp Prism should get away unless he miscontrols that. But we're starting to get that super army for JonSnow, so I'm starting to have more hope for him. I really like this. He takes a fourth behind this to break away from being on equal bases, but Ultralisk, Queens, and Festers, the only thing missing from that is Vipers. If you can fungal the army and get Blinding Cloud over it, this is a combo we've seen many a time before in pro gaming matches. You're talking about a inept, useless Protoss army. The Zealots will swing their little side blades, but that'll be about it. And that's great for JonSnow if he can get to that composition.
And I've got to say, like, going back again to what these players have said they feel good about and not so good about in the matchup, this is one of the things that Bales has expressed some concern with, of just that's not like late game Zerg, the late game Zerg of Hive Tech, Ultralisk, Infestors, everything sort of added in with a lot of Queens. This is one of those things that Bales has kind of said, like, I still sort of struggle with this. We'll see if the Immortals are going to be enough for him.
He's got a lot of Immortals. He stopped the Colossus production, which is great. There is a lot of Lings out there, but Archons can kind of be the Colossus light in that situation. And he has Storm, so he's going to have access to be able to feed back those high-energy Queens, but then also Storm for massive damage. So that's kind of the 1-2 punch. And if you can see, JonSnow's moving out pre-Viper. He has no Vipers out. He's not making signs of wanting to do that. He thinks he needs to... he's maxed out, so there's just not going to be any. And here we go. We're going to have that fight. Oh, the Lings are stuck behind again. Great SimCity from the Protoss, by the way. Really makes it hard for the Zerg units to get in between there. They do find home. Fungal's holding down most of JonSnow's army, and here come the Infested Terrans. Is there enough AoE to clear this? So the Zerglings trying to get in there. This SimCity is phenomenal, but there's just JonSnow has cracked the egg. He's in. The Infestors don't have energy, but who cares? There's no Protoss army. It was there, but now it's dead.
The Queens are here to also help celebrate with the Ultralisk, but no transfusers really even need to go down at this point. Ultralisk sitting healthy. There's another Immortal or two coming out for Bales. He's trying desperately to make some sort of defense, but he's lost his third. He's lost his fourth expansion, and with it, 15 pros, bringing him back down to 55, which is actually relatively respectable, all things considered. But there's nothing for them to really mine from at this point.
Well, he's stuck on the high ground. Yeah, he has no fourth behind this. He lost the third, as you said, probes and all. And JonSnow's circling like the shark that he is at this point in time. He's going to round out his army. I mean, as time goes on, he too now has an energy-based army. His queens get their energy back. His infestors get their energy back. He could add Vipers, but in his never-ending quest to upset and control, he's not going to do that. But he can saturate his fourth, go for a fifth behind this. And Bales is going to come out of his home. He's going to check his groundhog's den and see if it's safe to come out. And it kind of is, I guess. But it's only kind of safe because JonSnow went home to lurk. He can come over here and end Bale's life whenever he wants.
Yeah, JonSnow, clearly a wolf, true and true. But Queen's finally going to be gone home.
I see what you did there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to break the shark analogy, but... It was good, man, but Cloud Kingdom's not here yet, so...
No, I agree.
Maybe someday.
The Game of Thrones references are appreciated. A lot of Immortals coming out, and still Templar. So, right now, you got to be looking at this game and saying, good job, JonSnow. You did what you should have done. It was scary for a minute there, but you got that composition together, you played safely, and you came back and won. As I say that, though, with the supply advantage that he has, I don't know, this analysis might be irrelevant in a second, but if time goes on and more Immortals come out and there's, 10 Templar, it is possible for Bales to win the next fight, but JonSnow knows this. He's not going to allow it. He comes in just before the base finishes with a 70 supply advantage. I cannot see JonSnow not winning this fight.
It's going to be amazing hold if Bales managed to make this work, but third expansion goes down. That's already an enormous loss in and of itself. Even if JonSnow loses this army, he's starting to build up the bank to replenish it, and the damage to the economy once again has been done. The shutdown of the third. Bales, he's hanging on, but you know what? I think that he's still in the tournament, so he can still kind of think about like that next match. Obviously, he'll play against the winner if he ends up losing this match, which I think at this point it's looking pretty clear.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. The Zerg can't get on the high ground because, Immortals and Templar going up a ramp will hold that off, but JonSnow doesn't need to. He just needs to, the main's mined out. Protoss is mining their natural right now. That's it. He, in the background, has canceled the 5th base attempt from the Zerg, so that's something, I guess, but it's not much. It's unfortunate that JonSnow's maxed out because he could right now be spending money on units that could help him get up above that ramp, like Broodlords or even Swarmhost or something, but he just says, no, it's fine, we'll sit here. I'm going to actually creep spread. He's got a couple active tumors right now. He's going to get that 5th base, and then once that 3rd gets attempted again, he'll go do it again. If he can land a couple of fungals on the whole army, we can actually see this game end, but otherwise, Bale's just going to continue to prairie dog.
And, I can't really blame Bales because, again, like, if JonSnow just waits too long and he's able to actually get up a big enough army, yeah, maybe he does actually win the engagement with how many Immortals he's actually getting out.
He's going to make a stand. I can see it. I know when a Protoss thinks they're going to... I mean, he has to. He's going to... He can't keep having his 3rd cancel. It's all come down to this. This is going to be his Alamo. And JonSnow is going in. Infestors first. Infestaterrans are going to be the order du jour. Getting dropped beyond the Storm. Storm's just doing some light pepper damage, but here come the Infestaterrans, and there goes the Protoss. Bales, you fought hard. You played well. But it's JonSnow today.
Yep, with the Immortals going down, the Bales' 3rd expansion is most certainly going to be completely undefended. And he's going to tap out. GG gets called. JonSnow ending up victorious and coming out of Group A 2-0. Well done to JonSnow as once again going to be seeded straight into the semifinals in that #1 seed spot. But Bales, he's not out of it just yet. He still has the ace match, so to speak, as he plays against the winner of PandaBearMe versus Intense.
Looking forward to it. JonSnow taking care of business, going 4-1 in map score. That's about what you would expect. But Bales, he's gonna kick himself, especially if he doesn't make it out of the group. I mean, he's not dead yet. He's got another series to go. But he had this game. He really did. He absolutely had this game. He let JonSnow get that final composition. He prepared pretty well. He had great SimCity at his 3rd to hold off the Ultralisk and to really slow him down, but he was all clumped up. So when that one fungal held him in place and the 3 Ultralisks kind of walked forward, they have a cleave attack. They have AoE. So they were hitting the entire Protoss army, and it was the Immortals need time to deal their damage. Not a lot of time, mind you, but any time at all. So really well played from JonSnow. A true comeback. People say that those don't exist in StarCraft 2. I just witnessed one, and the favorite made it out. He didn't get upset, but now it's up to Bales to try and survive the rest of these guys.
Indeed. So we're going to go into a quick winners interview with JonSnow, kind of get his thoughts on the game and how it went. So, Jared, there you are. How are you feeling after that victory, man?
Pretty great. That was it's a fun series.
Yeah, I mean, you're done for today. Like, you've made it out. Like, #1 in your group. So, I mean, what are you thinking? Like, just gonna take tomorrow off, go to the beach, have some fun before you go to the semis?
Yeah, I'm really happy because it's like 11:30 here. I'm pretty tired. Had a long week, so getting done first place is really nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a hard to schedule a tournament, accommodate everybody. So I do apologize for that one, but at least you don't have to play anymore. You're all done, and I've got to ask really quickly. I don't want to keep actually on that note all the other players for too long, so I'll kind of ask, like, if you have to face somebody from Group B, you're gonna have to face the lower seed, the person who makes it out of that ace match. Who would you like to face from Group B? And I can name those players off if you don't remember them off the top of your head.
I just opened it right here.
Okay, awesome.
I like Kelazhur. I don't want to play Kelazhur. I like him. I'd rather meet him in the finals. I don't really know. I probably wouldn't want to play Midday because ZVZ, and he's a pretty good player. So either Zan or Kai Fire would be probably the ones I want to face.
All right, sounds good. Guys, check out Solaris Gaming's JonSnow over on Twitter, over at @SOL_JonSnow. Is there an SC2 at the end?
I think so, yeah.
All right, we think that there's an SC2 at the end, so be sure to check him out over there and tweet at him, follow him, do all that good stuff because he's obviously playing pretty damn well today. Congratulations, JonSnow. I'll let you go, man. Go get some sleep and enjoy your day off tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
All right. Well, with that being said, guys, we're going to be jumping into the next series, the losers match, and not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. We'll be right back.
Intense. The Macro Machine.
Intense is a talented young Terran player with a mind for macro. His builds almost always focus on bringing it to the late game and not taking any unnecessary risks.
I like trying to post consistent results, right? And I feel like if you're doing these gimmicks, you're taking risks that are like not quantifiable. But with macro builds, I feel like you could potentially minimize that. Like if I'm not macroing, I'm probably not going to win. And when I am macroing, I mean, if I don't die early on, I usually do win.
However, one of his biggest obstacles to overcome is battling his own mindset. Luckily, he's made a lot of improvements lately.
I mean, I've been trying to fix it because, like, looking at the game from that perspective really does hinder your growth as a player and, like, getting better. Like, if you're doing that, you're blaming your losses and stuff on that imbalance as well. Like, and it's really hard. I've been up and down throughout my entire Solaris career. I've probably been notorious for balance finding since, like, the start of 2011. The reason I haven't succeeded from putting in more effort is because of my mindset and stuff. So, like, it's like a weird double-edged sword. When my mindset's been positive and been in an upswing, I'll be close. I'll be right below breaking out. My mindset and stuff. It's the greatest regret I've had in my server career for sure. I think I'm ready to fix it and break out.
He's been feeling good about Terran versus Zerg lately. His consistency and ability to win nearly every macro game has given him a solid win rate, but he still has to be careful about playing a little bit too greedy.
Every game versus Zerg is a Reaper. I never do anything else. Always Reaper. Sometimes a Starport for a Viking and a Medevac to be aggressive. Or Command Center first into 3 rags. Like, that's it. I mean, for the most part, I'm feeling like really good Terran versus Zerg. All average, around maybe 80% win rate. But I feel like Terran shouldn't really lose too often in that matchup. But same with my Terran versus Terran, they're like neck and neck win rate wise. And the only games I'll ever lose is when I play poorly, in my opinion. Like if I screw up my opening or I don't see some Banelings run into a mineral line or something like that.
His TVT is his best matchup at the moment, feeling very comfortable with the Banshee openings and leading into bio play. This is the only matchup he varies his builds up in, and oftentimes his biggest weakness can be his own overconfidence.
Versus Terran, I actually do vary versus Terran. I do a lot of different stuff. I'd say it's maybe my best matchup. I tend to beat the highest level players Terran versus Terran. I've beaten a lot of Korean players and stuff. I get a bit arrogant at times in Denver's there. Like, I actually lose because of my own arrogance. Like, something outside of my playstyle and everything. Because, like, I'll be thinking about it. I'm like, wow, you know, I'm playing this guy. You know, he's probably not as good as me in a macro game or etc. If I played him stranded, I'd probably win easily. I kind of get bored of doing that. So I'll change it up and I'll lose when I change it up.
Terran versus Protoss is easily his worst matchup. His mind for macro hits some snags when dealing with the variety of openings that Protoss can throw at him.
Versus Protoss, I mean, every game, Reaper, CC, 3 racks. Compared to Terran vs. Terran and Terran vs. Zerg, right? There's like universal answers to aggression. But Terran vs. Protoss, there's no specific like build, like in my opinion, that seems to like consistently work.
And that's what you need to know about Intense, the macro machine. Where the hell does this game go, Cyber?
PandaBearMe, the Changeling.
PandaBearMe is like a changeling. He's gonna adapt to his gameplay to beat you. He's able to hit his stride as long as he can figure out what you're doing. Once he knows, he'll adapt. But his adaptation isn't limited to just the game. PandaBearMe is a master of change. Having constantly moved around the country, he's learned to adapt to new environments constantly.
My life, I kind of do adapt a lot. I mean, I was saying it, but I wasn't really thinking about it. You know, I live it and I do it. I think if you want to be something enough, you just become that. And I think this is the kind of thing I wanted to become.
His Zerg vs. Zerg is solid right now, as he can adapt to whatever playstyle he needs to fit the situation.
Meta versus Meta Wars in the very beginning of odds, I was the guy. I couldn't lose at all. But when Roaches came in, I was like, oh man, because you could be force shot at Meta with a Spore at that time when Roaches started coming in, and people started going gasless because of it, because it's a better opener versus Metas. And then now it's kind of coming back up, and I am even better now because now I go Roaches and Mutas.
His Zerg vs. Terran is heavily based off aggressive and reactionary play, and is definitely his best matchup.
Big fan of this matchup. Terran, you can do all-ins, reactionary, right? You see something, goes through CC, you can actually reactionary Roach Bane it, right? It makes sense to me. You know, they're human. I mean, quite literally, they're Terran, they're human, but their gameplay is actually human too. They make mistakes, you can kill them for it. I like doing a lot of harass, I like doing counterattacks and stuff. If you make a lot of mistakes, you're bound not to get far in the game, you know?
His Zerg vs. Protoss matchup is the one he struggles the most with right now. Learning how to adapt to the matchup has been hard for him, but he's starting to feel better about it.
ZVP for a long time was like the opposite of ZVP for me. I was kind of talking about how they're human and they can take damage. Different scenario for Protoss for me. I didn't think they could die. I did not like Protoss at all. I didn't really understand what to adapt to. But now, I'm understanding everything. I understand that if you make 3 different armies, they can't actually counter all of them. Right now, to be honest, I do everything. Everything as far as adapting goes, as long as it's necessary.
And that's what you need to know about the changeling, PandaBearMe. Oh, man. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm joined here today once again by Intense and PandaBearMe, and of course, Jeff in Control Robinson. Gentlemen, how are you doing, Intense?
Pretty good. I actually feel better now after losing.
That is good. That's actually awesome. I know that actually one thing that we were actually talking about, and something that you've mentioned and talked a lot about in the past, is kind of your mindset, and especially I know you played Protoss. Sometimes one of the more infuriating races for you. So it's good to hear that you're still feeling good about it. PandaBearMe. Sorry, PandaBearMe. How you feeling, man?
I actually feel better too. After losing, it actually took a load off because I don't know why. I feel the exact same way. Really, I don't know about him, but really unfortunate games for me. I didn't get to play one real game, so that's kind of sad. But it's ZVT, so I'm hoping we're gonna get at least one good game here.
All right, sounds good. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys have to offer. I don't actually want to keep you guys awake for too much longer because I can tell, Isaac, it's getting pretty damn dark over there.
I'm actually in the forest. It's pretty interesting out here.
All right, well, I'm expecting you to strike from the shadows, but Intense.
Hopefully
just gonna straight up ask you: do you have any words for your opponent?
Good luck.
Isaac.
Gentleman's game, 10 vs. Zerg.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. Let's play the real matchups, not any of this cheesy. Yeah, none of this BS stuff. Okay, we're playing the real game.
All right, I can tell that you guys are super enthusiastic about Terran versus Protoss and ZVZ, so I'll let you guys go ahead and get started. Go to your player booths. We're going to get this show on the road. And let's go ahead and do it then. Give the admin, Master Dolk, big shout out to him for adminning this whole damn thing. Give him the go ahead and say that we're ready to get this series started. But in control, I know that at least PandaBearMe, probably like one of the underdogs in this group of death.
Yeah.
So how you feeling about like maybe his chances in ZVT then? Maybe just based on your knowledge of Intense, if you have it.
You know, this, I don't know, to be honest. I know that Intense is the slightly bigger name, but both these players are relatively unknown in the greater scheme of things. In the North American scene, they're respected as pretty good players. But it's nice because tournaments like this is kind of where we start to make statements like that with more confidence. You know, because I say well-known in the North American scene, but what is that? Like, outside of what you do, it's not much. So hopefully the next WCS season, getting off on a little bit of a tangent, it becomes more of a solidified scene. But as it is, I'm going to be pretty honest with you. I don't know what to expect. I've played PandaBearMe many a times in ZVP. I've played Intense in PVTs. And then I watch all the major tournaments, which does not include these guys. So I don't know what to expect.
All right.
And I'm excited about it.
Yeah, that's actually awesome because, we don't know what to expect. More surprises for us, but let's go ahead and jump and introduce the players as we spawn down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map on top of the blue Zerg player representing Integrity Gaming. It is PandaBearMe.
And his opponent in the top right-hand side, the red Terran, it is Intense. Both these guys having lost their first series means that if they lose here, they're done.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure to get over, but, after seeing those guys in the pregame interview, the very, very short pregame interview, I'm still happy that I had them on, because it just kind of reassured me, you know what, they're actually not feeling too shaken up about it right now. They seem like they're pretty calm about it.
No, and that's, in many ways, that's one of the really cool things about this tournament that you're putting on, is that, it would suck to lose this. There are 700, 600 people watching. It would be an awesome honor. $500 at least for first place, no joke. That's great money. But they're not on stage at an MLG. They're not traveled 3,000 miles at a DreamHack. So get the butterflies out. Get the experience now. Combat against people for money on a fairly big stage so that when you do, hopefully, and it's the aim of most of these players, get to a point where they are 3,000 miles away in a foreign land playing on a big stage, they've got some experience that can lend it towards being more comfortable there. And Fear Dragon, you're providing that. And that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you actually said it very well. It's the idea of, like, just stepping stones of, you're not playing in, like, a, like a very small, like, I don't know, some sort of, like, Zowie NA, like, a Rumble or something where it's, know, for, like, a $50 first place and all that stuff, which is awesome, but it's a little bit more pressure. But it's not the same pressure as, like, as you were saying, like playing live at an event or like trying to grind your way through like an MLG Anaheim or Red Bull event, open bracket and all that stuff against big name players and like huge Korean names, etc.
It's baby steps, and who knows? Maybe in 2015 they will be on that big stage, and it's Fear Dragon's Canadian Invitational for $250,000. It could happen.
Oh man,
you're doing insane. Baby steps too, maybe. You've been growing your stuff as well. It's been awesome.
Yeah, definitely been looking forward to it. But Reaper now coming in over here for Intense. We'll see how much damage you can do. Normally the Reaper should be able to get too much damage done, but actually already killing off a single one of those drones.
Yeah, it's in the grand scheme of things, not the biggest of deals, but don't tell that to these guys. When you do lose a Harvester, because that is irregular and not supposed to happen, you can't help but cringe pretty hard. Not for us looking in, but more them. They're like, oh crap, that's not supposed to happen. And same's true in even TVP. You're not supposed to lose a probe. Sometimes it happens, and when it does happen, you're like, you don't know, like, it doesn't change your build. It doesn't slow you down infinitely or anything like that, but you're like, son of a, that wasn't supposed to happen. So it's okay. The fallout behind this is pretty standard, though, as you can see. It's just going to be that third CC. Presumably, he's going to go Hellion. I think, is it just, it is 2 Reaper. He left the last one back there in case Zerglings got around. Doesn't want to get the CC canceled and get held up there. Very standard TVZ opening from Intense so far. This is completely plain and normal. And even from PandaBearMe, let's go ahead and lump him in there as well. Speed finishes, and he's got Queens at the front, pushing out the creep. Otherwise, this, you could freeze frame right now. This is every TVZ basically ever played for the last, like, year, basically.
And I'm not surprised at all, especially from, Intense. He basically promised me during his interviews, during the show actually, every single game he goes 3cc, opens up Reaper, and does all the good stuff. Like, he never really tries to deviate from it, which he's also said sometimes can be sort of a metagameable thing. We'll see if PandaBearMe actually ever exploits that. But
Kinda. I mean, part of the reason why it's so standard is what would you do? Go straight
that's
roach
true.
against it? Yeah, okay, well, they've got Hellions. They can either counterattack or they're going to hopefully get the intel that you are going straight roach, and then it's get a tank out or add Marauders. Even to some extent, Widow Mines are an answer to that.
Yeah.
So certainly roach all-ins are common and successful, but you would want that intel opening. You
Right.
want the Hellions and the Reapers to figure it out. Otherwise, there's not really a hard counter. It's basically just roaches.
Yeah, definitely. There's things that you can try and do to put on aggression, but it's definitely not something that, Intense cannot hold or anything like that. And
Right.
there's a lot of the reason why he does it, but double engineering bay is actually going up at the wall, and kind of an interesting decision. I guess hoping or expecting that there's not going to be a whole lot of aggression.
Interesting, the classic caster way of saying, I don't know that I like this.
Yeah, right.
I agree with you, but that too is fairly common. What Terrans typically say is with that fast third CC, look, if my engineering bays are getting killed at that stage of the game, I've got bigger concerns. It's that or it's 4 depots, and both.
Yeah.
Perhaps even the depots have more to lose at that time. Reaper does die here, which is nice because that guy could have otherwise just healed. They get up in front of the Hellions because they can tank. If you get them to low health and then back them away, they just heal as if nothing happened. Whereas the Hellions need to be repaired by physical SCVs, and nobody ever does that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, a couple more of these barracks being added on. Obviously, this star. Wait, actually, I was about to make a total flub. I don't think there is a starport yet. Just a lot of barracks being added on.
No, it's planned. The factory just finished, so
Yeah.
there couldn't have been a starport. A lot of
Okay,
barracks,
yeah.
but otherwise, this is. I mean, okay. Well, if this is our introduction into what Intense is in TVZ, he is vanilla and straight up, which is awesome. It can be fun to watch. But the opening stage, extremely standard, like we talked about. And now with the third CC moving over to the third and just a bunch of barracks being added behind the double engineering bay, that too, very standard. Should see a lot of Marines. He doesn't look to be a tank guy. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to do something like add a second factory and go Widow Mines or Hellbats. But otherwise, just a bunch of bio.
Yeah, interested to see where it's actually going to go over here. Again, kind of more interested looking at PandaBearMe because I feel like he's going to be the more likely person to do any kind of slight deviations and whatnot. Bailing Nest going up, 1-1 going up. For now, it looks like these players are pretty much content to just macro their hearts are, which I've got to say, PandaBearMe, yeah, I think that he is definitely capable of getting out some good macro games, but Intense, this is kind of where he says he feels the most comfortable in the matchup, just getting that good old macro game on.
Yeah, well, I do agree with you. And like I said, Intense is the slightly bigger name, but a Zerg that gets up to 4 bases cleanly like this, 0 harass, okay, no Hellions
Yeah,
got
that's
past, no drones died, no creep tumors were really even slowed down. This is great creep spread from PandaBearMe. And that could be a tough recipe for anybody. And PandaBearMe is an up-and-coming North American GM player who can use these things to great success. So here comes Intense. He is going to convert those into Hellbats. This is not... It functions like a timing attack, but this is not like a timing attack. This is him saying, you have Lings, maybe Banelings right now. It's going to be hard for you to hold this off, but I'm here to kill creep tumors and do harm. But he's not counting on this winning the game. This is not an all-in.
Stimming those Marines is going to encounter a lot of Banelings over here, but again, that creep spread plus Zergling speed, going to be able to clean this up without too much trouble.
Yeah, it gets away just fine. What I don't like about this is that he didn't scan at all. I think he killed the front line of active tumors, and that was more PandaBearMe not canceling them as opposed to anything great by Intense. And in doing so, that creep spread's mid-map, and there goes the units that would otherwise have canceled that creep, right? So PandaBearMe looking good.
Yeah, Intense going to try and do a couple more medevacs, put him out on the map. Maybe looking to try and clear up some of this creep, but as you were saying, yeah, hasn't really opted to do it just yet. This is, again, he's scanning now, starting to clean up some of the creep tumors, but this is going to become more and more of a problem when Intense finally has that big army and tries to push across the map, because it suddenly becomes PandaBearMe's map. It becomes his game. He gets to buy so much time as Intense has to clean up the creep. Ooh. Really
Does
terrible.
die. Intense finds the fourth. It's an unsaturated fourth, but it's still an important fourth nonetheless. And it looks like he should get the hatchery. These Marines are getting pretty buff as time goes on. Lots of Lings coming out. Now, we did see 8 Mutalisks, by the way.
Oh, what?
Doesn't get the hatchery. He should come back for it. He's got to come back for it. Oh, wow, the Widowmine working against him. Now, what PandaBearMe is doing is something that's very classic in the ZVT matchup. He made the Mutalisks as kind of like, he's going to have like 13-ish. We're about to see 500 bajillion Banelings. I'm calling it right now. It's going to be a 2-2 timing attack, and he's going to go for blood.
He's definitely starting to get up that gas count. A lot of these Marines, or at least in the medevac. Medevac worth of Marines.
Don't make me a liar. It is going to be the drilling upgrade for the Widow Mines, so it will be Widow Mines. And he's got a Thor coming out as well. It's a little bit early for that. Double factory, though. Creep spread, again, basically unimpeded. And PandaBearMe's done a good job of preserving the life of his queens, but also every time his creep tumors do get sniped, immediately replacing them. My only concern for PandaBearMe is the lack of fourth, which is a big deal. And, well, that's about it. He's got 2-2 upgrades. You should start thinking about a hive right now. There's 10 Banelings. That's not what I was quite thinking about. I thought it was going to be a lot more than that. So many Zerglings. My God.
Yeah, there's a lot of Zerglings, and I mean, 19 Mutalisks, of course, also eating up a little bit into that gas count. Intense trying to finally set up a little bit of aggression out here, but look at how far across the map he is.
Yeah.
He's still on his side of the map.
And what is he threatening here? Why set up here? Like, there's no fourth base. He's heading towards the third.
I don't think
We have a
he
counterattack of
realized-
Zerglings, by the way, at the third. I'm not sure if it's doing a lot of damage. Looks like it might get the tower. Yeah, okay. So something. Not much, though. And that's fine. You want to throw Zerglings away so you can replace them with, you know, more Mutas or something. Here we go. There's the big fight. Mutas by themselves. They got to be careful. Yeah, he just kind of sloppily engaged there. It doesn't trigger the Widowmine, so that's fine. And this would be a fight off creep. Now, this position makes sense. Well, kinda. There should have been a fourth here, but he's going to go over there and be like, oh, crap, he didn't remake it here. And now he's like, do I go to the third? But that's back on creep again.
Yeah, he should have actually had vision of it. There was a Widowmine burrow there the entire time, but you know, still at least the engagement angle is going to work out very, very well for him as the Banelings have to walk around that curve.
Wow.
But
he gets everything. He gets the medevacs in the background. He detonates on the Widowmines. It looks like actually the meat of the medevacs will escape, but well, yeah, here's the but. Intense is actually up in supply. That's so funny about TVZ. So most of those Banelings were good, but there was some spreading from Intense, so it made it a nice exchange for him. And now he's over here at the fourth. The Mutas are coming to reinforce. The Banelings have not yet been remade, so there's the few Banelings that are, and Intense is showing off that micro. He's doing a great job.
Yeah, and with this army, now he's going to finally be able to put pressure on that fourth expansion they wanted to do earlier. The Mutalisks taking an absurd amount of damage over here. Banelings finally coming in to help out a little bit, but the Thor and the Marine should be able to push these back.
Yeah, he just barely gets the Thor, but it's the trades of Intense that are so beneficial to him. The Mutalisk count is at a very unimportant number if you're Intense. You're not worried about that. His 3-3 is about to finish. He's moving down the right side of the map as well. So while the left side gets cleaned up, there's a whole new problem brewing on the right side, and that's his other mining base. And this force is quite large over here, so I don't even know if he could hold it off. Well, he's going to try, and here he comes.
Yeah. Zerglings streaming in one at a time, though. They need to wait for the Banelings and the Mutalisks, and oh man, now the Mutalisks going in by themselves. This is starting to fall a little bit apart for PandaBearMe. He needs to regroup. He gets the Banelings out, and there's only Marines in the mix.
Yeah, and he drops the Marines to actually die to the Banelings because he says, well, at this point in time, they are infinitely more expensive for you. All the while, by the way, a fourth goes down, a fifth as well. Intense is spending his money. He's maintaining a supply advantage. It's business as usual behind this. I was not super impressed with what he showed in the TVP, but his TVZ is really good. The only thing that, you know, we'd be critical of, in my opinion here, well, not the only thing, but one of the biggest things, is he's not doing as good of a job of fighting back the creep.
Yeah.
As I say that, you can see him pictured here doing just that. But otherwise, he's been masterfully controlling this game all game long.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job. And again, it's kind of also that idea of he does the aggression on the left-hand side of the map, but behind it, he's also getting up that map. He's macroing up that secondary army. So before it's even cleaned up, he's attacking along the opposite side of the map.
Yep. And PandaBearMe is getting spread thin. Last time they fought, he was at 125 supply, and now he's at 139, because that's how slow he is. He's actually running away from these Marines at his 4th. He gets a huge detonation against the Marines over at his 3rd, but it won't be in time to save his 4th. He's actually just not even trying. Okay, now he is trying. There's the Banelings.
Yeah.
But that's the Terran way. Load up, relocate, do it again.
Yep, and he's gonna relocate into the main base. We'll see how much damage he can get done. The Beetles are now coming over there. That should put an end to the medevac shenanigans, but still, I mean, just he's trading out his army a little bit.
Yeah, he's fine with it. It looks like a loss there, but as you pointed out, look up at the supply. He actually slipped. He's like, ah, crap, I was doing something else. 3,000 minerals, and now he's gonna be max like in 5 seconds. Like,
oh my god,
he's just doing a great job. And if you look at the production tab, it's always doing something. He's adding more missile turrets. I was actually expecting to see more barracks up there, but there it is. So his money gets high. So yeah, let's add 2 CCs for macro, and he's just gonna drown the Zerg in his economy.
Yeah, because being up on 2 bases, not enough for him right now. Gonna continue to put on the macro. Actually,
throw some
sacrificing.
SCVs away.
Yeah. This is what
Why
you're
not?
talking about the TVP.
Yeah. Look at the Banelings. A couple of them did connect the SCVs actually, hilariously enough.
Oh man.
Just freeing up supply, because as he adds those CCs, he has more energy for mules. This was decently done by PandaBearMe, by the way. It's been all intense, and we've been talking about it. He's holding on. It really goes back to that first 4th base snipe. If he could save that and mine from that earlier on, this is a different game. He's got fantastic creep spread. He's been on 2-2 upgrades for, he was at 2-2 upgrades at a really decent time. That's irrelevant now because it's, minutes past when that was needed. But he's just always been catching up because of that 4th base snipe. When Zergs get to 4 bases, 8 gases, they can afford mutiling Baneling. Before that, it's a struggle.
Intense putting on the pressure once again. The Baneling's not entirely finished up just yet, so it's going to cause a little bit more trouble. Baneling's going off on the Marauders, not exactly the ideal situation, but Mutile's finally starting to get some of those medevacs.
Yeah, he's trying to be a little bit too cute with the pickups, but it doesn't matter. This is nice from Intense, but this game is a foregone conclusion like 5 minutes ago. It's just...
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that,
yeah.
Man, if he can hold this off... No. It's 100 supply damage. It's really over.
Definitely. But, Intense, I really like the way that he played, because I feel like it really... sometimes I will say things like on the show, and I'll be like, okay, the player has said that they feel really comfortable with the late game, the macro aspect of the game. And then I see them do like six pulls in a row or something, and like a best, I don't know. And I'm just like, that was just ridiculous. That didn't demonstrate them at all. But this game, I really feel like Intense has really been able to showcase exactly what he talked about. That kind of macro that he's really able to kind of churn out. He's able to churn out these units, and a lot of the engagements he takes on, it's on creep. But it doesn't matter. He's able to get another army.
Well, yeah, the fighting on creep was the thing that I think, correctly so, is pointed out as a bit of a weakness. You almost never want to do that, and against a better Zerg, that could be death. But what Intense did to compensate for that, and not even compensate for that, but like what he was doing so well that made that less of a factor, was, as you pointed out, every single time that was happening, he had another chunk of his army killing another base. And the Zerg really struggles to get between those 2 bases, because every time they do, they're tripping over a Widow Mine. It blows up on their mutas. The mutas get there first. The Banelings get there first. The Lings get there first. Either way, it's bad. They need to work in unison. And when there's multiple locations that they need to work in, they come in kind of segmented. They come in individually, as you pointed out over at the 3rd. These are all things that start to kind of paint the picture of failure. And, like I said, the tipping point was losing the 4th, but that's not where we look at Intent and say, this is the only reason you won. He put together a complete TVZ that was very nice from the beginning of the game to the end. Game.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really looking forward to this next game, because the next map is going to be Deadwing, and we're talking a lot about like creep spread and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like, talking about a map that you can really let your creep spread just kind of like get away from your opponent. This map is enormous. There's like a lot of different creep paths that you can actually spread your creep down, and it can be really difficult actually, especially if they end up spawning like cross spawn or something, for a Terran player to clean up all of that creep. So I feel like maybe this could end up working out a little bit better for PandaBearMe. But one thing I will say for sure is that I feel like PandaBearMe, he looks a lot more, at least based on game 1, as you were saying, he looks a lot more in control, pun intended, in the early game. Whereas I feel like Intense looking a lot better in the late game. So maybe PandaBearMe, I know he's not afraid to mix it up with like Roach style. I know that actually, I think it was Morrow that was complaining the other day on Remax about PandaBearMe and his roaches when they were talking about the Invitational. Big shout out to Desro,
Really?
of course. Yeah, Desro actually gave a little bit of a shout out and played the trailer and everything, which was really awesome. But yeah, he was complaining about how PandaBearMe was killing with roaches, so maybe that might be a better solution.
Yeah, playing irregular is always one of the ways you can kind of throw off your opponent. Roaches and ZVT is it's a strange science. You know, Hyun does it every single game, and Hyun was at one point the #1 WCS player and is one of the best Zergs on the planet. But you can go into a ZVT against him and reliably say he will go roaches against me, and yet he still makes it work. So it's definitely a viable strategy. If I'm PandaBearMe, though, I don't reinvent the wheel. Like that last game, he was not being outclassed so infinitely so that he just needs to like do an all-in or something. It's just that he needed to engage a little bit better, defend his fourth, and keep his army intact based off of that fourth a little bit better. He made like 10 bajillion lings, and then, you know, if you ever do that, you have to be doing ling counters, you have to be making a bunch of banelings and looking to do some kind of like planned attack, because just sitting on that is very supply inefficient. And as the game went on, Intense just took a couple good engagements, a couple good Widowmine hits, and all those lings basically trade their life and time for nothing, you know. And when you do that earlier in the game, they become more expensive, so it's bad.
Definitely. Well, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and find out how these two players are going to play it out as we spawn down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map on top of the pink Terran player. They keep changing the colors on me. It is IBD Gaming's Intense.
And his opponent, trailing 0-1, getting abused a little bit today as he's 0-3 in map scores. It is the Blue Zerg PandaBearMe.
All right, gas opening from Intense, in control. I'm just going to make a wild prediction that Intense is going to go for a Reaper opening and follow it up with a 3cc.
Yep, he told you himself, and there's no reason not to. There really isn't. It's not a rock paper scissor build where it's like, gosh, if they go rock and I'm doing scissor over here, I'm in a lot of trouble. It's really just roaches, and on a super large map like this, even those roaches that we talk about that is like some form of a counter, but not a hard counter, mind you, it becomes even less scary on this map because they have such a large distance to travel. So I like Intense's play. Like I said, he didn't really go the gung-ho. He didn't try to run up the ramp and kill a bunch of drones. He's completely content, as you pointed out, going for the 3-base macro play. And while PandaBearMe is as well, Intense, he looked good. He looked really good. And PandaBearMe wasn't like super outclassed, but it's got to be a little bit scary for him.
Yeah, most certainly. And we'll see how exactly he decides to mix it up. He does have that, gas geyser can get up the earlier Zergling speed, but he's only mining off one guy? Yeah, okay, there we go. There's Zergling speed starting up.
Started speed, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, Zergling speed obviously a little bit more helpful with cleaning up that Reaper and everything, and they do spawn cross-spawn position, so Intense going to take a little bit longer to get over there. Now, one thing I really like about this map, for kind of Intense, is just the fact that it's a lot easier to wall off your third on this map. So a lot of kind of like the Zergling run-bys and that kind of stuff, much harder to make happen on this map.
Agreed. Yeah, that's definitely a concern. Ooh, the Reaper? No, it's going to... Oh, he actually opts not to do that. Yeah, he's just going to scout and we'll leave. So he won't get the drone this time. That's good. Good for PandaBearMe, if you're a fan of him. To your point, yes, and even the fourth is tucked into a little pocket there, so while it's less likely to be fully SimCity'd, it's easily defended because usually you just kind of amass your units at the base of that third ramp. So very good map for the macro play, but the same is true for Zerg as well. One of the concerns last game was that his fourth base was stretched all the way across the map, which made Intense's job easier. He could attack, on one side of the map and then the other, and that is where we saw PandaBearMe kind of fall behind. Now on this map, 4 bases kind of combined by very short distance and ramps, so it's going to be harder for Intense to execute that strategy. One thing to look for, though, big part of the reason why Zergs don't like this map in ZVT, is you can kind of manipulate the cliff overlooking the third with elevator tactics via tanks and also, well, more importantly, medevacs. So if Intense opts for that, that can be actually really hard to deal with.
We'll see if he does opt for it as factory finished up and not actually throwing down the starport just yet, just obviously getting up that third CC. Hellion's going to be on the way, and, I gotta say that last game, not a whole lot of damage done with those Hellions and the Reapers. So we'll see if Intense can make a little bit more damage happen this game. Uh-oh. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a lag from you. So hopefully it'll work out. I know that your Skype camera is there, I think. Okay, I apparently am totally full of it. In Control is disconnected from the call, so it looks like his internet is down. Don't tell anyone, but I'm actually a really passionate In Control fan, says Intense. So hopefully this whole thing will get sorted out and we'll have In Control back on the call soon, but unfortunately I think that he's going to be dropping out, so we'll continue this game along without In Control and hopefully get everything. Oh, yeah, okay, we are gonna go ahead and move along without In Control. Unfortunately, guys, I know a lot of you here are kind of depending on In Control to provide the expert analysis, because I know I'm not exactly the expert, but I'll try and do my best, as we do actually have a couple of things going on in the match so far. Double evolution chambers being thrown down for PandaBearMe, looking to get up some of those upgrades, and you know, Spinecrawler actually also being thrown up. So, where is that Spinecrawler? I was thinking that the Spinecrawler would be thrown down like as a part of the wall in, but I'm starting to think that maybe he just wants to start getting up the defense for the third expansion, as of course the Hellions and everything are out. But here's actually something super peculiar. Intense has all the Hellions out. He didn't actually go for like the aggression with send out 2 Hellions and your 2 Reapers, and then send out the next 2 Hellions, and then send out the next. He's not doing that. He actually just kind of waits, gets up a large number of Hellions, and then goes for the push out across the map. Now, one of the problems this actually causes is that you have to deal with this. Look at all of these creep tumors going up. And you know what? The Queens are going to try and push back these Hellions, and guess what? They don't have to push them back infinitely for like a large amount of time. They just push them back long enough and boom. Creep tumors are now down. So he may end up losing a Queen or 2 if he's not careful. Ends up losing one of them. And I say not careful, but honestly, it's kind of hard not to lose a Queen or so against this many Hellions and this many Reapers. But, you know, he keeps the creep tumors alive. And again, you saw what happened in game number 1. PandaBearMe able to really get crazy with a creep spread. Just absolutely insane. Oh, that's actually a really cute maneuver. But just in the high, Queen's over on the high ground. But behind this Baneling Nest going up, +1/+1 coming down for PandaBearMe. And honestly, both these players just kind of getting to do a little bit of the macro mode. Intense trying to put on a little bit of pressure. Killing off a Queen, obviously, again, nice, but not really accomplishing too much. He doesn't really need to, because again, he's gone for the 3rd CC stop. He's establishing that 3rd command center relatively at a good time. He has a decent SCV count, or at least he's going to as soon as he actually starts cranking out the SCVs from that 3rd command center. But Starport finally going up. He's adding a lot of barracks also. Now moving up to 5 barracks, actually. So pretty fast 5 barracks. Gonna be getting up the Starport for the Medivacs, and I imagine that we're going to be seeing a very similar sort of play style out of Intense from that last game. He's probably going to be trying to get up that army, and once he feels like it's, you know, it's decently sized, maybe that'll actually line up well with 1/1 and the Medivacs popping out. He's going to probably move across the map, try and put on a little bit of aggression, accompanied by these units that he still actually hasn't lost, which is, you know, I've got to hand it to Intense. Doing a good job not losing out on those units, but Zorgan's now coming in. Oh, just as I said it, spoke a little bit too soon, ends up losing a couple of those Hellions, unfortunately, just barely not really paying attention to it, just grabbing control of those units just a couple of seconds too late. And that's kind of what happens when you have those units just edging onto the edge of creep. They can sneak up on you like that. Banelings now coming in the mix for PandaBearMe, so you know the Marine reinforcements that are coming out from Intense, gonna have to deal with those Banelings. He's gonna have to make sure he's splitting very well, because this is again PandaBearMe getting that creep spread up, and boom! Really like what Intense is doing. He's taken out a majority of the active creep tumors. This is what, 1 creep tumor over here and 2 or 3 creep tumors over here. So yes, there are actually more active creep tumors, because again, it's PandaBearMe. Apparently he's, in a sense, the opposite of JonSnow in terms of creep spread, at least in this particular matchup. But you know, he's actually going to be able to do a pretty nice job of being able to get a lot of creep spread out. That's going to help out a lot with the defense. Nice kind of drop play over here from Intense. Going to be soaking up a lot of hits on the Hellbats, actually, and maybe not the best choice for units to actually explode on with those Banelings for PandaBearMe, but you know what? He's got to get whatever damage he can done while he can. Marines now dropping once again in a great position, and guess what? The Banelings, there's only 2 of them, but those 2 Banelings actually so critical for PandaBearMe to have, because imagine if those Banelings weren't there. Intense just continues to put on the aggression, and guess what? Look at this. This is what happens right now. Intense can just keep moving back and forth, putting on this aggression. And behind this, again, I want to note the key thing to remember: Intense is a player that is going to be macroing up behind it. He is getting up that big army that he can make the big follow-up aggression with. Mutale's finally out for PandaBearMe. Haven't really talked a whole lot about what he's been able to do, but he's been able to get up to that 4th expansion behind all this. So even though he's been, you know, kind of losing a lot of Zerglings, 67 Zerglings actually lost, not the biggest deal in the world. And I'm just gonna go ahead and tell Jeff, as he is back, no problem, you can hop in the next game. But Marines just going to be continuing to push on forward and try to clean up whatever creep tumors they can. Take out the queens, actually, which is really nice. But Intense, I've got to say, you know, PandaBearMe, he's been doing a good job with the creep spread once again, as expected. But Intense is doing so much better of a job at cleaning up that creep tumor, cleaning up those creep tumors. You already saw Intense saying, you know, he was a passionate In Control fan, actually, secretly. Don't tell In Control. But he's heard the cries for In Control. He's doing a much better job of cleaning up that creep. And he's definitely identified a large part of the problem for him. Now, he's putting on some good aggression. I really like the pre-spread actually going on over here from Intense. Widowmine's also burrowed in pretty decent positions. Going to be able to really make it difficult for PandaBearMe to do a whole lot over here. You can see just more and more Zerglings forced out for PandaBearMe. He has the Mutals out, 7 Mutals, but I mean, really, what are they going to be able to do against this many Marines? He has to wait until the Banelings are able to clean up those Marines, and then finally, he can start to move in, try and clean up some of these Widowmines, but he's not able to get at those medevacs. The medevacs really causing the big headache because of this. This maneuver right here is causing the big headache for PandaBearMe as he just keeps lifting up on the low ground and dropping to the high ground. The Zerglings chasing back and forth, and God, PandaBearMe might be having some big recollections from Wind Waker. Oh my God, wrong game entirely. Whirlwind, as that was a very common tactic at the natural expansion of Whirlwind, but now we end up seeing the Marines just continuing to put on the pressure, but they're stimmed to death. This may actually be finally the opportunity where PandaBearMe can close out this bit of aggression, but no, it's going to be closing out the series as IBD Gaming's Intense taking the 2nd game in, honestly, a very well played series. And we're going to go ahead and get In Control back on the call, as unfortunately he did drop out, but you know, he didn't miss too much. And I'll go ahead and just really quickly mute Skype. And there we have Jeff In Control Robinson back on the call. How you doing, man? Hopefully you're back here to stay.
Yeah, I hope so. Internet just dropped out, I guess.
Well, that is unfortunate. But what else dropped out was actually PandaBearMe, unfortunately, losing that game as Intense actually, you know, you kind of missed it. But I feel like he was kind of like almost... I'm saying this is a joke, just going to clarify this. He's saying a joke, but, you know, listening on the stream, hearing your advice, and cleaning up a lot of that creep spread. He was super active with cleaning up the creep, actually, and constantly throwing down scans. PandaBearMe also still had, like, the crazy creep spread going every which direction, but I think really cool just kind of to see Intense adapt, not necessarily like his build order, but adapting to the things that we were kind of talking about. He maybe needed to do, the one thing that we're pointing out, maybe need to be done a little bit better.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear.
Yeah,
Sorry, I wasn't able to be a part of it.
Yeah, no worries. But we are going to grab Intense on for the winner's interview. We're going to, again, keep it short. And we're not going to actually be going into any of those videos again, guys. I know it's getting late for a lot of people. I'm lucky, and I know In Control is lucky to be on the West Coast where it's only 9 o'clock. But for some people, it's now past midnight. So really quickly, just going to get Intense here on the call as we can... Actually, let's actually just go ahead and combine the winner's interview with the pre-game interview for the final series. That's going to be Bales versus Intense.
Intense, yeah.
It's been a long day.
Been doing a lot, man. You're supposed to have somebody else do the production. They mysteriously dropped out, unfortunately, and you've been a hero and pulled through yourself.
Well, thank you, and I do very much appreciate the fact that you've been here to join me. Guys, thank you. Just enormous shout out to In Control. And I know this is like a side note, it's a tangent, maybe it's not even something I should be talking about, but a lot of the times people talk about like, oh man, you know, people big in the scene, they don't really help out. God, I hate when people say that because I see so many times people like In Control, people like Day9, people like Axel Toss back in the first Breakout Invitational. I see like all these people helping out a lot in, you know, the up and coming scene and just like helping out with like smaller NA people and everything. And it really does mean a lot. So
Happy help,
thank
man.
you
It's
so
awesome.
much. Thank you. It really does. I'll stop saying it means a lot. That's.
You had a great
Anyways.
lineup too. Tempo, Day9,
Yeah.
Zombie. They're all
Zombie
gonna
Rev, yeah.
cast as well. It's great, and these have been good games too. I mean, a lot of people are, you know, the stigma with NA is that they don't have good players, and certainly it's not as strong as Europe or Korea, but it still produces fantastic games, and these guys are playing great.
Yeah, definitely. And I gotta say, like, one of my favorite things about it is that it's not just like, you know, there's cool things going on, but it's this entertaining games, and that's actually what excites me. Is a lot of the games are close, but I have a feeling that these two guys, they don't want to have a close next series. Intense. Bales, welcome back for the winners interview / pregame interview. So first of all, Intense, how are you feeling coming off of that win, man?
Well, I feel like I'm really good at Tan Berserk. So, yeah. I was actually only prepared for Tan Berserk today. I was expecting to advance by beating JonSnow and PandaBearMe.
Oh, man.
But mistakes were made.
Yeah, man. I guess you were predicting... Bales, I guess that's got to be a vote of confidence for you. He was predicting you to beat JonSnow. And then I guess he would end up playing JonSnow instead of you over here. So I guess he's a fan of you. How do you feel, man? How you feeling coming into this?
I'm feeling okay. I didn't really like the last series, how it went for me, so I'm trying to redeem myself a little bit in this next series.
All right, I've gotta ask. Just gonna put it out there. Intense, series number 1. He did a lot of SCV all-ins, man. One thing that sometimes comes to mind. It's not always the case, which is why I'm gonna ask the question. It's not always something that always sometimes comes to mind is that the SCV all-ins or things like that. When you do those kind of things, it sometimes goes to show like you're not feeling super confident about it, which I know you've said in the past. But is that the reason why you've been going for some of those SCV pulls? Or is it more just you feel good about them? You're feeling good about their chances?
You know, the funny thing is I actually never practiced SCB pulling before this tournament.
Really? All right.
I actually didn't really practice at all. So I'm just like, well, pull the boys. Doesn't take much skill.
Yeah, you were saying just TVZ. That was what you were practicing. And what you
That's
were
the only thing I prepared for. So I'm like, oh, Tamras Rodos, well, YOLO.
All right, man. Well, we'll have to see whether or not it comes back to bite you in the butt. Bales, do you have any final words for your opponent?
No.
All right. Intense?
Good luck. Well, to me.
He was like, good luck, but wait a second. He didn't wish me good luck, so good luck to me. Very well said, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting started. Go to your player booths. Going to kick you off the call. And we're going to be jumping into the next series without a moment's delay. As I say, actually, without a moment's delay, but now we have to wait for them to do map vetoes. So we have some time to kill. All right. But, you know, In Control, you were here for the first series. I was here for the first series. A lot of viewers were probably here for the first series, I imagine. How are you feeling about this? Because Bales did end up winning the 2-1. But I would say, like, some of those games kind of ended up being a little bit closer.
Yeah. I mean, it was 3 SCV pulls, if I remember correctly. Actually 4, if we
if we count the double.
4 in 3 games. And he, you know, he's pretty outspoken about how he hasn't prepared TVP at all for this tournament, which is fine. Most of these guys are ladder practicers, excuse me, anyways. So they're gonna. It's not like he hasn't faced a Protoss in 5 months or something stupid like that. It's just more like he wasn't focusing on it. But it's interesting, you know. We saw different openings, particularly from Bales, but for the most part, they had the same conclusion. That's something we talked about before. And I really feel like Intense poorly executed the pull the boys thing. That he had said that he, it doesn't take a lot of skill. He's not wrong on that. It's a pretty simple thing, and it's good to hear him say that he doesn't do it and just kind of barely worked on it for this tournament because it kind of looks like that. And that's not a knock against him. It's just that I think with more practice with that strategy, he would do it very differently. So I kind of wish that, you know, he would go to something else. If he hasn't practiced that, do something else. Just because his macro TVZ looked sick. It looked really good. And of course, you don't play a TVZ against a Protoss, but you can emulate the playstyle in certain ways, and you can go for that harass, micro-oriented playstyle that I've seen him do, and I think that's his forte. I think that's where he's scary.
Yeah, exactly. I think it almost comes back to me for like that mental block, and I was actually very surprised to hear this. Like he was saying, like he didn't practice like very much TVP, and again, as you were saying, like obviously plays the ladder and everything, gets to play against Protoss, but that was really surprising to me, and it almost makes me kind of go back to all those videos that I keep playing over and over and over again. But Intense saying, like, you know, the mindset is one of the things he's really been trying to work on, and if that's one of those kind of blockers where you're kind of saying like, well, it's like he just kind of says in his mind, it's a lost cause. I'm just going to focus on TVZ. Which seems like, you know, a lost opportunity. Like, he won game 1 with the SCV pull. Granted, some mistakes may be made by Bales that allowed him to get in that position. But, again, like, if he has a little bit more confidence, maybe he does take into a macro game and maybe he can pull it off. We haven't seen him really get into that stage to try.
Yep. I agree. And you know, I feel like we've said this a whole bunch before, so I'm excited to see if it matters, because so far it has, and they've just done the same thing over and over again.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, Jeff. Right now, we're kind of waiting for the next game to get started, but actually, we had Intense disconnect for a little bit, so I think they're still going through map videos. Guys, we're gonna be back in just a couple of minutes. I promise. I'm only doing this because we're still waiting, anyways. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut to a short little break, and we'll be right back.
Intense, the macro machine.
Intense is a talented young Terran player with a mind for macro. His builds almost always focus on bringing it to the late game and not taking any unnecessary risks.
I like trying to post consistent results, right? And I feel like if you're doing these gimmicks, you're taking risks that are like not quantifiable. But with macro builds, I feel like you could potentially minimize that. Like if I'm not macroing, I'm probably not going to win. And when I am macroing, I mean, if I don't die early on, I usually do win.
However, one of his biggest obstacles to overcome is battling his own mindset. Luckily, he's made a lot of improvements lately.
I mean, I've been trying to fix it because, like, looking at the game from that perspective really does hinder your growth as a player and, like, getting better. Like, if you're doing that, you're blaming your losses and stuff on that imbalance as well. Like, and it's really hard. I've been up and down throughout my entire startup career. I've probably been notorious for balance finding since, like, the start of 2011. The reason I haven't succeeded from putting in more effort is because of my mindset and stuff. So, like, it's like a weird double-edged sword. When my mindset's been positive and been in an upswing, I'll be close. I'll be right below breaking out. My mindset and stuff. It's the greatest regret I've had in my server career for sure. I think I'm ready to fix it and break out.
He's been feeling good about Terran versus Zerg lately. His consistency and ability to win nearly every macro game has given him a solid win rate, but he still has to be careful about playing a little bit too greedy.
Every game versus Zerg is a Reaper. I never do anything else. Always Reaper. Sometimes Starport for a Viking and a medevac to be aggressive. Or Command Center first into 3 racks. Like, that's it. I mean, for the most part, I'm feeling like really good Terran versus Zerg. All average, around maybe 80% win rate. But I feel like Terran shouldn't really lose too often in that matchup. But same with my Terran versus Terran, they're like neck and neck win rate wise. And the only games I'll ever lose is when I play poorly, in my opinion. Like if I screw up my opening or I don't see some banelings run into a mineral line or something like that.
His TVT is his best matchup at the moment, feeling very comfortable with the Banshee openings and leading into bio play. This is the only matchup he varies his builds up in, and oftentimes his biggest weakness can be his own overconfidence.
Versus Terran, I actually do vary versus Terran. I do a lot of different stuff. I'd say it's maybe my best matchup. I tend to beat the highest level players Terran versus Terran. I've beaten a lot of Korean players and stuff. I get a bit arrogant at times in Terran versus Terran. Like, I actually lose because of my own arrogance. Like, something outside of my playstyle and everything. Because, like, I'll be thinking about it. I'm like, wow, you know, I'm playing this guy. You know, he's probably not as good as me in a Mac game or etc. If I played him stranded, I'd probably win easily. I kind of get bored of doing that. So I'll change it up and I'll lose when I change it up.
Terran versus Protoss is easily his worst matchup. His mind for macro hits some snags when dealing with the variety of openings that Protoss can throw at him.
Versus Protoss, I mean, every game, Reaper, CC 3 racks. Compared to Terran vs. Terran and Terran vs. Zerg, right? There's like universal answers to aggression. But Terran vs. Protoss, there's no specific like build. Like in my opinion, that seems to like consistently work.
And that's what you need to know about Intense, the macro machine. Where the hell does this game go, Cyber? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And hopefully going to be jumping into the next game very soon. As, need to unmute in control. Sorry guys, again, this is actually normally a production that is done by our lovely observer, Kurin TV, but today apparently he's having some internet issues and has to relegate the task to me, so should be able to get him unmuted in a second. There we go, okay, unmuted. And
Good.
Alright, wonderful. That would have been a very awkward co-cast if you couldn't say anything. Well, first map has already been decided. It's going to be Overgrowth, and I'm trying to think back to earlier in the day. I feel like we already actually saw this map.
Yes.
Yes.
A couple times.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely seen it a couple
in this
times.
matchup.
Yeah, in this particular like matchup of Bales versus Intense, and
yeah, that was the more interesting game. That was the one where he was setting up the blockade and it was looking really good, but then he just hung around a little bit too long. He was up a base or two, but the harass at his third just kind of occupied too much of his attention and he got pushed out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll see if it ends up being an equally interesting game as we spawn up here in the top left-hand corner of the map on top of the pink Terran player representing Team IVD. It is Intense.
And his opponent on the lower left-hand side, the blue Protoss, it's Bales. Team flip side, both these players fought before. Intense did fall 1-2, but kind of like we were talking about, that last game was the more interesting one. I believe that was actually on Overgrowth. That's where they started, or they ended. And Intense was playing really well, was in a commanding spot, doing some cool blockade tactics, setting up Widow Mines, going for drops, that kind of a thing. And Bales just played really, really patiently, defended, and eventually, with counterattacks to the third, he was able to occupy enough of the attention of Intense to counterattack for the win. And despite being down, actually it was just one base. It was a 4-base Terran versus 3-base Protoss. But that was okay. Bales was able to win.
Yeah. And one of the things that is like really noteworthy about how Bales actually did it is, as you were saying, like he did counterattacks, but it was like small counterattacks. It was Zealot run-bys or like Dark Templars or Warp Prism harassment. It was never like commit with your entire army. In fact, I think we only really ended up seeing one really big engagement on Intense's side of the map with Bales' army, and that was when he was going for the big win.
Yeah, and he was able to blink underneath the Vikings because there's a blockade near the third, which has that cliff line where Vikings can be very tough to deal with, but Intense ended up backing away from that, kind of going to the more open space, still remaining there, which was fine, but then he took the engagement, and with the Vikings just kind of in open field with Stalkers beneath them, they will eventually die, and that's very important because Bales doesn't do the 3 Colossus style, where maybe he loses all 3 of his Colossus.
Yeah.
And sure, if he kills the Vikings, whatever, but by losing all the Colossus, he doesn't have AoE, but he had like 6 or 7 Colossus, so yeah, he lost 2 or 3, but he still had a good 4 or 5 against a Terran with no Vikings, and that was the end for Intense. He had a huge bank, he spent it, but it's just so hard to remake Vikings, even off of double reactor starports fast enough, unless you're crazy and have like triple reactor starport. It's going to be too long to get the right number of Vikings.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost like that thing of he invested into that, and actually, hold that thought. We could talk a lot about like the later stage of the game, but I mean, with a proxy Stargate, this is actually something I kind of been saying repeatedly. Like, Bales is not a big fan of this, but okay, Tense needs to keep that Reaper alive. He needs to get a scout off right now, actually, really badly.
He really does. You said it. And he's backing up. The Zealot's throwing him for a loop, but he's buying into it. He does have triple barracks coming out behind that CC, so he's going to have the tools necessary to deal with this, but it's a question of, does he? I mean, he needs the Marines in that main mineral line. He needs to kind of just forget about the natural. If he tries to defend both, he'll be in a lot of trouble. Without getting the scout, he doesn't know that this isn't Nexus, then Stargate, like we've seen in the past. This is instead just straight up Stargate, and that Oracle's already coming out.
Oh god, and yeah, there's no chance for the Reaper to really get across the map now, especially with the Stalker over there. Oracle now being prone to boosted out. The Marine production can finally start to... oh god, he's going to build the tech lab.
This could be fast. This could just be a fast game. The Oracle's going to come out. Marines getting pulled. They're already taking some shots from the Stalker. Just one, though, so it's not like that's a super big point. But the Oracle's going to get in there, and there's not enough Marines there.
Yeah, all the Marines are chasing the Zealot, chasing the Stalker. The Zealot gets cleaned up. Stalker's still alive and picking away at it, but guess what? The Oracle now coming into the main base, cleaning up 1, 2, 3 kills already, but there is quite literally no mining right now for Intense.
Yeah, there's no mining. Look, and he's running away, and he's going to be able to... he has to run away. You can't just sit there and mine. If you sit there and mine, these 6 kills become 12 or 13, and it's insane. But as it is, as you said, he's not mining at all. He's going to pull back. He's getting the right number of Marines. Now, he's lucky because there's not a second Oracle coming out. It was instead, as you pointed out earlier in the broadcast, Bales likes to do these strategies where he'll open up with a tech and he'll get an advantage, but he's not all in on it. If he would have built a second Oracle, unbeknownst to him, he would have won this game flat out because they'd be alternating between their energy and there's just never going to be anything. And, you know, Intense taps out GG. As it is, big advantage for a Protoss player, but Intense is not out yet.
Yeah, and it's like those safer plays. That's just something that, you know, Bales has to kind of accept with the playstyle he's chosen of. He's going to try and play on the safer side, so he loses out on a lot of potential free wins, but he still goes into the next stage of the game with a nice little advantage, having cleaned up quite a few SCVs, now up 9 workers, and I mean, he still is actually kind of has a pretty damn good control of the map.
Oh, he's in phenomenal position, but it's not over. Second Oracle, game's over. As it is, huge advantage for Protoss. So what can Intense do to get back? Well, he's got the right ingredients so far. He's getting Stim. At some point or another, he's going to have to cut a corner. This is the Intense that we saw build perhaps too many stack defenses. He was very cautious against this Bales in their first series. He kind of gave him more credit than what was due. And ironically, the one game where he's not playing super safe is exactly when that Oracle comes in and he's, you know, he's fandoozled. But as it is, he's got to make a choice, and he needs to do something. So maybe go across the map, trigger off a Photon Overcharge, catch a lucky, unattentive Protoss player. We'll see.
Yeah, he does get the Muddy scan down, sees, you know, how many gateways there are. He sees the robotics facility and making everything, and of course, the robotics bay only just now going down. So Intense does have time, especially to get up the factory, get up the starport, and eventually get out some Vikings for the eventual Colossus that are going to be coming out. But
yeah.
I think it's worth noting, like, because of all that aggression, Factory comes down a heck of a lot later. Starport going to be coming down a heck of a lot later.
Oh, everything does, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's that corner being cut, though. He's not building the engineering bay until just now. That's a little bit delayed, and that's because it's not great. It's not what he wants to do, but it allows him to rebuild the SCVs as opposed to building something that, you know, on paper, yes, you need missile turrets and you should start upgrades, but if you can't afford either one, you got to make the hard choice, and that's what he did. So he emphasized everything else. He emphasized constant SCV production in Mules. He did do the one scan, as you point out, which was pivotal. He saw that it is going to be a Colossus follow-up, not something like Blink or Double Forge, which means he will have the time to get towards those Vikings. So Intense is doing what he needs to do. It's just a question of whether it'll be enough, because sometimes you take a mortal wound earlier on and you don't find out that it was a mortal wound until, you know, 5 or 6 minutes later.
Yeah, definitely. Now, one thing that is, I mean, at least going to help out Intense is the fact that Bales is one of those defensive players. He's not going to move out until really he feels like he has an opportunity to maybe even just win the game with a move out. He's going to put on light bits of pressure. So Intense staying at home may end up working out well for him, but I say that Observer, once again, Observer, just to get the double scout off, Observer and Revelation thrown down on the army.
Yeah. And this SCV, or that Observer, excuse me, has been standard. We talked about it was like the unspoken MVP of this series before. Here it is again, and he sees it even. He double taps and says, "Okay, this army is mid-map," and that means the Zealots that are hitting this natural right now are going to find a. Well, actually, there's a missile turret there for the Oracle, so that's kind of nice. It means that the Oracle, the warp prism positioning is not great. He's going to roll in here though. This is pre-medevac, so if he gets force fielded in, BT dubs. There's no escape. Bale's going in though at the natural. He doesn't grab as much. He gets the one Marauder, but the Marines escape, and I'll tell you what, Intense will be happy with that. Yes, he loses the Marauders, which sucks, but if he's not paying attention and those Marines get force fielded in, he could just GG. It's over. You can't lose what is this? This is 21 Marines and 2 Marauders. You can't lose that for free.
You can't lose quite literally your entire standing army, yeah.
Right.
Of course, a little bit of harassment tried to happen for Bales. Unfortunately, not able to do a whole lot. Well, unfortunately, if you're a Bales fan. Fortunate if you're an Intense fan. Intense doing a nice job kind of defending and not really losing a whole lot. And even the Oracle, not really able to do a whole lot more damage. I think killed off like 1 or 2 more units.
No. But it, you know, kind of that analysis you and I talked about earlier in the day, like, it got its cake and had it too.
Right.
No, it's not killed 25 SCVs, but it's killed 8 or 9, or it's 8, I guess. And it's now also scouting the army. That's a great Oracle. It's given Bales the advantage that he needs. He's taking his 3rd, while at the same time double forge, charge, all these things are good. Intense has kind of, by the way, he has balanced himself though. So at a game where it could have ended if a second Oracle comes out, and even if it doesn't end, it's at least heavily in favor of the Protoss. We've seen Intense just macro his way back into a fairly even game. He's behind in the sense that he's just now getting a 2nd starport. He's not really able to be the strong aggressor, but he's doing what he can, and he's in a fine position. He could win from here.
Yeah, if he can continue to just... And this is actually what we were talking about before. We're doing the SCV pulls and all that stuff. You know, if he can just, instead of doing that, maybe just showcase his macro, showcase that ability to crank out those armies and just put on aggression once he has a big army, not with these small little bits and pieces. It may end up working.
I want to believe. I got a sneaking suspicion we're going to see the SCV pull again. A lot of times when Terrans get behind, they think that they're just infinitely behind until the game ends. So one of the ways to kind of compensate for that is to jump on that timing attack and enjoy the boost of supply that the SCVs give you at that time. But we'll see. Intense is, like I said, outside of the actual SCV pull that won him game 1, it was game 3 on this map where he did not do a full-on SCV pull, and it looked pretty okay. Well, did he? No, he did not. No, he did the blockade.
Yeah.
So I think I lied. He didn't do 4 SCV pulls. No, yeah, he did not.
I think Overgrowth was the game where he didn't. I want to say.
I think we're correct on that. I think we're correct in that I was wrong earlier.
I think we're correct in saying that it's been a long day, so
yeah,
cut us a little bit slack on that, ladies and gentlemen. But
Immortals now, so it's 4 Colossus. It's not even double Robo.
Also, Templar Archives is already finished up. So like Bales, I don't know if it's like the interviews or like the what we were talking about earlier, but Bales kind of he said, I feel like maybe it's better to go for some of those Templar Archives a little bit earlier, and it's like he said he generally does like to do.
And wouldn't it be funny if while he's getting Templar, it's in that lull, he gets SCV pulled on and dies? Because it's not going to be the case. There's an armory behind this in a 2nd engineering bay, but it would be so funny if, just the kind of curses him that way. But yeah, he's got a Templar Archive. So far doing nothing with it, not even making Archons. Usually when you finish that, you want to start Storm right away. He does still have 5 Colossus, by the way. And look at this. Intense is all happening. He picked off the Observer mid-map, and he killed the one over the Protoss space. Ironically, the only one he hasn't killed, by the way, is the one that's right smack dab outside of his natural, which you would think would be the first to go, but no, it's not.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be the big thing that betrays him. 4th expansion trying to go down over here for Intense, so really is trying to power onto that macro, but War Prism plus Zealot equals dead Command Center and canceled.
Wow. Still more Vikings coming out. No Colossus being made, and the Templar Archive still not being used, so I'm kind of scratching my head. We're like, okay, cool, Templar Archives, and then he just doesn't use it. But in making the Templar Archives, he shut off the mental synapse in his head that makes him capable of making more Colossus, I guess. Blink forward, the Vikings again, very aggressive, and once again the Vikings are exposed. And look at this, 4 Colossus. Is he going to keep all 4? Yes, he is. Now that's 4 Colossus with no Vikings again. Intense. You are handicapping yourself. I don't understand why he allows this to happen. His army is relatively close in supply, but without any Vikings, and that means he is infinitely behind in that regard.
Yeah, I think that maybe he was just caught a little bit out of position because he does have the double medevac drop that I think was down at the 3rd.
Get that forge!
Oh god.
His army's buying time. It's so small. He needs to be careful. He's not going to focus down the forge, it would seem. And Zealot's kind of running in here. It looks like they're getting funneled in. Oh, big drop going into the main. We might have a good old-fashioned base trade here.
Oh, man. Well, Photon Overcharge has already been used at the natural expansion at the same time. Bale is just pushing across the map, but honestly, his army's kind of looking kind of small right now.
Yeah.
He does have... Where's the Warp Prism? Does he not have a
Died.
reinforcing pilot?
Died mid-map. Oh my god, the Observer's staring at the Widow Mines. If that ends up happening, I'm gonna die 1,000 deaths.
Oh god.
Drop inside the main. What happened there? Because I didn't...
Yeah, I think it... Oh my god, did...
It got feedbacked.
It got fed back. I only
It
see
got
one
feedback.
kill on the High Templar. That must
Fear
be a...
Dragon, you had one job.
Oh my god.
Son of a bee. No, I'm just kidding.
Fire Fear Dragon, guys.
Yeah, from your own tournament. He's gonna
Yeah.
run. There's an SCV pull. We'll count it. That's on
All
the
right.
book. But that's a small army. He's got. It's mostly like Widow Mines and SCVs. A lot of Vikings though. So Bales does have to be careful. But oh, okay, good spread here. There's so much Protoss. I can't call
There's
this.
not that many Stalkers, though. I feel like the Colossus is just not
Yeah,
gonna...
they're dead.
Yeah.
But those were SCVs too. I mean,
That's true.
who wins this? No, I think Protoss wins that. That's a Protoss win right there.
Yeah,
Okay, he's up
64
50
probes.
supply. He's
Yeah,
up 50.
64 probes. Still has his third expansion. That's actually amazingly... I think he lost his gas geysers to some earlier aggression to the drop earlier,
Yeah.
but... Oh,
All right,
man.
Intense is dead. He's super dead. Okay, it's 27 SCVs, and he just lost the Widow Mines too. So it's not like we can hope that. You know what? You know what Observer did it, by the way. He pulled the Observer over from the natural. That Observer's MVP again. GG is called. A slightly an interesting game. Intense had his moments there, but we missed the feedback on the Doom drop, and then the great defense between the natural and the third, as you pointed out, probably only losing the gas, if that. And then a really weird fight where all the Colossus did die, but so too did the entire economy of Intense, and with that, Bales takes the win.
Very, very interesting, especially the ending of that game, because it was sort of shaping up to be like, okay, you know, these two players, they're like moving around the map, they're powering up in macro and everything, you know, Intense kind of recuperating from early game losses.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of went to hell, like, right? Like, all the game plans the kind of people had, it was just like, well, shit, your army's on my side of the map and my army's on your side of the map. Well, let's do this. And Intense didn't really seem to be able to break through, because again, I had one job, but I missed the feedbacks and everything.
You and everybody else, we've always missed
yeah.
that, man. No worries.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not too worried about it. But anyways, you know, like, the High Templar and, you know, Bales is able to clean up those 4 medevacs that are going into the main base. That's obviously a huge devastating loss, like losing all those. But then also the drop of the natural expansion, not able to, you know, do a whole lot. Photon overcharge gets called down, and then drop is retreating back home. So base trade could have worked out. Doesn't quite, though. Bales, I want to hand it to Bales, like, for just being on top of it in the defense while also being aggressive.
It's a great game. And with that, unfortunately, I have to leave you behind, Ravi. I've got a date with the
no
wife
problem.
planned out. Very sorry about that.
That's totally fine. It's definitely run very late. Thank you so much, In Control, for joining us. I would plug you on Twitter and stuff, but I'm pretty sure most of the followers are from you.
Well, thank you for having me on. It's awesome, and I really appreciate what you're doing for the scene and stuff, too. So keep going at it.
All right. Well, it's been wonderful to have you. Have a good night.
All right, you too, buddy. See ya.
All right. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a solo cast for the rest of the night, but don't worry, there's only one series left over, and this is my favorite matchup. I'm just going to do it because In Control is no longer here to do it. Go drink some Monster, because I know I'm about to drink this bad boy. I've been up since 2 in the morning. I am ready for this. Breaking Out is not sponsored by Monster. But it is damn good, and it definitely keeps me fueled. Alright. Well, we're going to go ahead and kick In Control out of the next lobby, unfortunately. Alright, and I just need to inform our admin. Sorry, guys. Unfortunately, I don't have the multitasking ability that, you know, these players do, or, you know, In Control or anyone else does, because if I did, I wouldn't be hosting the show, I'd be playing in it. But then there wouldn't be a show. We're going to be jumping to the next series. The game is, or not next series, next game. Currently, we have Intense versus Bales. Intense, unable to, you know, make the recuperation from the early game. Well, I won't even say that, because he really did make the recuperation from the early game shenanigans of Bales with the Proxy Oracle and Zealot Stalker Pressure, all that good stuff, but at the end of the day, he wasn't able to make the damage happen in the late game. It more came down to army positioning than anything else. his Vikings get sniped off, I should say, to the Blink Stalkers because they're just way far out in the front. And that is really, I think, ultimately, we could talk about the drops and all that stuff. The Vikings, losing all the Vikings, that is the #1 big loss in that game for Intense. If he doesn't let that happen again, I could see a macro game working out actually pretty decently well, right? Like, you think about that last engagement, he pulled all the SCVs and everything. He almost actually cleans up the push. The only problem is that he's lost all of his SCVs and everything. But the thing is, you know, if he pulls it to that macro game, maybe he can make it work. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into the next game. The next map is going to be Nimbus. Maybe some of you more familiar out there. Oh, actually, hold on. I actually have this written down. I can see what the map order was for the very first series. And I've actually deleted the entire everything that I wrote down, so I take it back. I cannot write down what was going on, but I think in game 2 in the first series was played on Kingsdong Station, so it looks like the map vetoes worked out differently this time. Kind of interesting just to think about. But with that being said, let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as Bale's up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Final series of the night. This could be match point. This could be the final game of the night. Let's go ahead and jump in and introduce the players as we spawn down here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map on top of the pink Terran player. Representing IVD Gaming, it is Intense. And his opponent spawning up here in the top left-hand corner of the map as the blue Protoss player representing Team Flipside Tactics. It is Flipside Tactics' Bales. And I want to shout out to Poke Bunny in the chat who's saying he can cast the last game with me. Unfortunately, this is one of the last games. I don't know if it's the last game, but it has already started. If I remember, I may take you up on that for a game number 3. It would be awesome to have some more expert analysis than me being like, well, you know, Terran, they have these units. They're called Marines. I've heard good things about them. No, if you're a dragon, you're thinking of the Marauder right now. Oh, you're right. That is a Marauder. I should have known. Should have known better than to trust a Protoss player to solo cast a PvT, but you know, at least there's a Protoss player in here. I'm not going to be totally talking out my butt, but all jokes aside, guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to have all of you here. I do want to remind you guys, while this game kind of starts to ramp up, that you can actually get entered to win. And I'm gonna do a casting faux pas. I'm gonna take it out of the in-game screen. You can win this plushie right here. Not this particular one. A plushie just like this, the Zergling Starcraft plushie, by tweeting at your favorite player that you want to win the Invitational, and me, and following both of us, tweet and follow, because I need to direct message you, and following the players is the whole point of this entire damn tournament. If you're not doing that, I don't know what I'm doing. But if you do that and hashtag BreakinOutNA, you can be entered to win one of those plushies. It's going to be randomly selected from all the people who tweet out and do all that good stuff. So please be sure to do that. I know I've already gotten a couple of them. Of course, I do want to make one kind of final note. I haven't really been talking about it a lot, but you can actually donate to the prize pool for the Breaking Out Invitational. And, of course, everyone, including PandaBearMe, who did get knocked out today, does get a share of the prize pool. So you will be supporting a lot of North American players who are up and coming in the scene, working to try and make a name for themselves, maybe even in some cases a career for themselves in StarCraft, and just having a little bit of that extra money, that income helps them out a little bit, helps them justify practicing a little bit longer, practicing a little bit extra, and saying, you know what, this is starting to pay off a little bit. So if you do decide to donate, that's awesome. You can hit that Breaking Out logo just down below the stream over on twitch.tv/FearDragon64. If you're watching this on like Team Liquid, or maybe you're being I think I'm still might be hosted by Desro and all those fantastic people who are, by the way, freaking awesome. But, you know, the game is finally starting to kick a little bit underway. We have a factory coming up immediately, actually. So no 3 barracks coming out from Intense. I'm going to be going straight up to the faster starport play. But yeah, anyways, guys, sorry, I'll finish that thought. You can donate, and it goes to everybody. Hit that link down below. But yes, Intense, going for this faster starport play. And actually, I really like this play from Bales, going for a little bit of aggression with a Mothership Core. You just get a little bit of poking done. You don't actually have to send out those early worker scouts, but you know what? Bales, he sends out the early worker scout, sees that he's very unlucky with the scouting and doesn't see his opponent in both of those locations with the probe. Gets the scout off with the mothership core. Sees, okay, you are expanding. Okay, you're not really sending a ton of Marines at me, so I guess you're not going for some kind of crazy aggressive play with like a lot of barracks, and that can actually be quite revealing. Just it's what Day 9, since we will be casting with Day 9 on Sunday. Day 9 calls kind of like the no-tell, or oh god, what is it? The tell of not... Day 9 has an awesome word for it that I don't know off the top of my head, but he has an awesome word for it, of seeing what's not there. Seeing that there aren't a ton of Marines ready to murder that mothership core. So that might actually be a little bit telling and say, okay, maybe my opponent's going for faster factory, and you know what? The fact that he has his starport opening, this indicates to me that maybe that is the case, and this is actually unbelievably interesting to me that he goes for the Phoenix out of this. Because if you actually did tune in to the Breaking Out interviews with Bales, one of the things I ask him is, how do you feel about the Phoenix openings in this matchup to deal with drops? Because that is the #1 thing that Bales has said. That's one of his big problems, is dealing with those drops, dealing with the Widowmine drops, aggression, etc. And he's said, he's thought about it, he's tried it before, didn't find much success in the past, but he saw that recently another really awesome Protoss player, I'm trying to remember who, but I'm putting myself in a position where I'm now obligated to say the name, and I don't remember the name. I think it was like Trap, someone along that level, like Zest or Trap or something, had been doing it recently, and it was working out really well, so he was going to try and revisit it. That was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He's had some time to prepare. Bales has a lot of good practice partners for Terran and Zerg. Maybe this is what he's been practicing, as he's now making a couple of these Phoenix. Ironically enough, has 3 Phoenix out, not in position to deal with the drop though, unfortunately for him, as the Widowmine gets burrowed. The Marines are now doing some... I mean, they're going to kill off a pylon. I like that Bales has had a really good response. He's been very on top of that, not taking too much damage over here, but now he gets to chase down the medevac, and yeah, he's not going to be able to kill off the medevac, I think. Oh my god, actually, he's going to kill off the medevac, keeps all of the Phoenix alive. Look at this! Look at the shields on all of these Phoenix. That is actually some really nice little control over there from Bales of just not taking any extra damage. He actually distributes the damage across all of the Phoenix, pulling them back as they were each getting target fire down. Really well done over there. And with that, he's basically shut down the drop. The drop denied a little bit of mining for a little while. Look at this workers killed count, 1. Actually, Bales has killed a worker. 0 workers killed for Intense, so definitely working out well. And now the Phoenix on the outside of the map, they take a hit from the Widowmine, but they manage to kill off a couple of those workers, and they're going to be able to regenerate the shields, give them a little bit more takeability. Of course, Phoenix still paperweights, but 4 workers killed. That's already more damage than that drop did for Intense. And it's going to continue to produce a couple more of these things. For those of you not too familiar with it, it's not just for the drops. It actually works its way into the actual unit composition. And this is where I think he's going to feel really good, because he gets out the Colossus, and then the Phoenix actually start to take out the Vikings. And also, if the Terran player is not focus firing down the Colossus, they actually end up attacking the Phoenix. You waste a couple of volleys if you're not paying attention or microing your heart out, because there aren't enough things for a Terran player to do in those engagements. You know, you also have to make sure you're target firing down properly on those Colossus, but you know, if Intense isn't doing that, Phoenix managed to clean up those Vikings very quickly, and things start to just spiral and escalate out of control at the same time. Draw play for Intense, much harder to do, and you've seen he's really enjoyed doing that draw play. I think that was one of the most successful aspects of what Intense was doing. Granted, Bale still has amazingly, I'm just gonna say, baller map vision. I mean, like, he's always set up with the observers in all the right locations. Look at actually the way he's set up in observers. Observer over here covers this side of the map. Phoenix position along this area that's kind of like this gap in between these 2 observers. And then he has a small little gap over here that's unlikely for a medevac to come through. And he has the observer over here to prepare for medevacs flying around. And he even has pylons all along this side of the map in case medevacs go a really long way around. I love Bales' map vision. And it's working out relatively well for him so far, especially in conjunction with the Phoenix. I don't think that any drops are really going to be able to find their way through anytime soon. But Intense, I mean, he's okay, I think, to just sit back for a little bit and macro up. He's getting up that 3rd expansion. Gonna just be powering up and, I guess, getting up his engineering base. Finally getting up that armory as well. He has +1 weapons research. He's getting +1 armor somewhere, but, I mean, 2nd engineering bay, not really too useful until that armory actually finishes up. And meanwhile, we'll take a look at where Bales is sitting on those upgrades. He's sitting on +1 armor, obviously a really nice thing if you have a very gateway heavy army or like a Templar Archives or, you know, some kind of Templar tech, because you have a lot of the units that need to absorb the damage really, really quickly. Armor, but generally if you have like a very Colossus-based army, you tend to see Protoss players go for much more weapons upgrades. You tend to be prioritizing the weapons upgrades, so I think that Intense gonna be feeling better after getting some of those weapon upgrades. I think that maybe getting the armor upgrades just to deal with some of that early game aggression that could come out from Intense. But it's gonna be a macro game, ladies and gentlemen, and whoa, I really wish In Control was here to provide some expert analysis on these Thors that are coming out. Okay, so here's where I go full Fear Dragon mode, alright? Thors, I know that they can't be lifted up by Phoenix. I'm trying to find where the Phoenix are. They can't be lifted, okay, close enough. They cannot be lifted up by Phoenix. They cannot, or they won't take a lot of damage from the Colossus. So they can actually tank quite a bit of damage, especially if they're in the front of the line of the Zealots will go after the Thor instead of after a lot of these squishier Marines and Marauders. This could end up working out, but we'll see if it actually pays off, because the Thor is still a hefty investment. That's a lot of minerals, a lot of gas invested, and it could end up backfiring a little bit if he over-invests into that Thor production. Thors, of course, also do a pretty decent amount of damage to the Stalkers and whatnot, but the engagement's going to be happening very, very soon. Medevac's actually loading up over here for Intense. He still has a bit of an army left over outside of the main base, but Phoenix coming in over here, they're saying, stop Medevacs, and Intense just says, I don't care about that. But ooh, one medevac actually gets fed back immediately. The other medevac still very, very high in energy at the same time as the natural expansion gets cleaned up. Intense moves in with a very, very awkward handful of Marines and a Thor in the mix, but he kills off the natural expansion. It looks like, all things considered, Bales goes for the drop defense build, and it doesn't work out very well. This army at the front, though, not going to be too useful. A lot of Zealots warped in for Bales. He's going to easily be able to clean that up, and he actually cleans up a lot of this army for Intense right now. I'm kind of worried, actually, as even a couple of the Vikings didn't clean up, most of the Marines. We are now down to 16. This is the army of Intense right now. He needs to macro up as much and as big of an army as he can as soon as possible, because the big scare right now for Intense is Bale saying, I have a lot of Zealots, I have a lot of Stalkers, I have High Templars, I have Colossus, let's do this. And wait, I think the Colossus are gone. Oh my god, actually the Vikings are able to kill off the Colossus. That's actually an enormous win for Intense right now. Intense is looking great in this game number 2, and he's actually, if he can pull this off, he's going to take it to game number 3. He's going to take it to the ace matches ace game, which I think would be quite amazing for Intense. Again, this is a matchup he struggled with for a long time, but after showing, you know what, maybe SCV pulls, if you don't go for them, maybe he can make it work. I say that after he did go for the SCV pull in the last game, and of course he did end up losing, but still, he's playing an excellent game right now, and I'm really liking his chances. Mothership Core actually gets sniped off. That might not seem like a big deal in the late game, but when you're talking about drops constantly moving in, and oh god, Observers getting sniped off, to pick off the natural expansion, that could actually cause a lot of problems. A lot of Zealots actually losing their lives over here to this force. That Thor is starting to rack up the kills, starting to tank up some of that damage. It's working out pretty well. The Viking harassment drop is in, as there are no Colossus in production. And I guess this is as good a thing as any to do with your Vikings. And god, the Zealots are getting cleaned up at the same time. A couple more Vikings over there. Intense taking game number 2 and bringing it to game number 3, the ace game. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are enjoying this series as much as I am. It's been an absolute pleasure to have all of you here as we jump into the final series, in the final game, in the final set of the night for Group A. And I don't actually have a co-caster anymore. In Control, obviously, he has a life and a wife. Didn't actually intend for that to rhyme, but yes, I did. Amazing at making stuff rhyme. Anyways, he's gonna go ahead and, you know, obviously you had day night with Anna, etc. He has got some stuff to do, but thank you guys so much for tuning in and sticking around for my casting, as I'm soloing this stuff up. And, you know what? I've always dreamed of being able to actually do a co-cast. In Control was fantastic. Thank you so much, In Control, for coming on. But I've always dreamed of having a co-cast with the one and only Artosis. And this is now my chance, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking Out now commentated by Fear Dragon and Wiggly Artosis. Apparently sponsored by Mad Cats. Because that's a thing now. Yes, yes. Go, go. GL, GL. Only one can come out victorious from Group A. JonSnow has already made it out of Group A with his 2-0 victory. Not necessarily in terms of his actual match series, but in his match points, he's made a victory over Bales and a victory over PandaBearMe. Looking good for JonSnow as he moves into the semifinals, but only one of these players, Bales or Intense, can make it out of the Group A, Group of Death. Let's go ahead and jump and introduce the players as we spawn. Down here, or up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, King Sejong Station on top of the blue Protoss player representing Flipside Tactics. It is Flipside Tactics. This is Bales. Give it up for Bales if you want to see him win. I want to see you guys tweeting. I want to see you guys active in the chat. And of course, same goes if you're cheering for this lovely Terran player down here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. The pink Terran player representing IVD Drip. It is Intense. Show your love for these guys on Twitter. Seriously, these two players have been playing amazingly all day long. Mistakes, of course, being made on both sides, on every side, including my side, actually. But here's the thing, guys. Here's the reality of it. It's a tournament about up-and-coming players. These are not, I'm actually going to be totally honest with you, these are not the players that are going to be playing against Zest tomorrow, or playing against Sue, or beating Innovation in a best-of-9 tomorrow. But these are the players that you can expect to see on the uprise. These are the players that you can expect to see be the new generation of players in the StarCraft scene. These are the players that are going to be the greats of tomorrow. I actually promise you, we're going to be seeing a lot more of these players in the future. So please be sure to give them some love and show them that some of their hard work and dedication is going to be paying off as we jump into this final series, 1-1. And take a sip of that monster, plug in Control a little bit, and Evil Geniuses. And I'm so sorry, Poke Bunny, I totally forgot. Oh man, you haven't brought it up in the chat yet, but I am so sorry. I totally would have taken you up on that co-casting request, but fortunately, it's been a long day. Not entirely in my right mind, but we'll see if these two players are. It's now actually a borderline 1 a.m. for players and actually even viewers on the East Coast. So if you're on the East Coast and still watching, big shout out to you. If you're in Europe, I have unbelievable amounts of respect for how much you respect the tournament, for still tuning in. Thank you so much, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure and delight to have you. I know I keep saying that, but seriously, it means an absurd amount to me to just see you guys still actually checking out some of these players that are on the upswing. But with that being said, enough out of me. Let's talk about what's going on, because it's not actually the most standard thing in the world out of either of these players. Bales is gone for the Gateway expansion. He may have been thinking about a Nexus, but Engineering Bay Block coming down from Intense. A very interesting maneuver, considering Bales is not scouted and he does not know that there is no natural expansion down for Intense. I say that, but Intense, of course, there's that natural expansion. But the important thing is that he builds a reactor before anything else. What on earth could he be planning? He does have a gas geyser up as well. He has 0 gas so far. Is not mining out of the gas geyser just quite yet. He's going to add on a second barracks. And this is going to be potentially an opportunity for him to bust out a lot of Marines. And again, this is one of those times that I would love to have Poke Bunny analysis. Poke Bunny analysis alongside me to explain what the heck is going on. But of course, it's not super duper crazy. He still has the expansion coming down behind it, or he did before the mothership core sniped off the probe. A little bit unfortunate over there, but Marines now going to be coming in. Kind of an iffy battle actually over here for Intense. The next set of Marines is going to make this a much more clear-cut sort of decision of let's get rid of that mothership core. Otherwise, I feel like the Mothership Core could have easily taken out a single one of those Marines. Just said, alright, I'm out, laters! And would have been pretty happy with it. But now, a little bit harder. Of course, Bale's not looking to end the game with the most. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. If you're thinking that the Militia Corps was gonna end the game or anything right now, welcome my friend Ben to the stream. I'm just kidding. Much love to Ben, one of my good friends. But you know, Militia Corps just looking to get a little bit of scouting out, and he does get this scouting information off. He sees, okay, you built a reactor tech lab up much faster than as per usual. There's still no factory coming out. And that's going to be a little bit telling to say, you know what, Intensity's going to have a big, scary army out much earlier on. He's not going to have like a third command center out super duper early. Doesn't look like right now, at least not just yet. But there's going to be some ability for Intense to put on this pressure. And of course, Bales gets the second bit of vision, because of course, he is all about that map vision and that map control. With the stalker, pokes out around, sees, okay, you're pushing across the map. I need to be ready with the Mothership Core. That photon overcharge. So OP, says Intense. So OP, says a lot of Terran players out there. Protoss players say, it could be better. Not really. Don't worry, I'm swear to God, I'm just joking, guys. Shout out to Manbon, a fellow of the day nights, saying he's watching with alcohol. Alcohol, a good choice, of course. But now we end up seeing the big movement from Intense. Actually, Intense, oh my god, gets right on top of the sentries, kills off both of them. Bales, completely unprepared for this. The photon overcharge goes down, but doesn't actually matter. He already loses 200 gas worth of use. He's losing probes. He's losing 5 probes. A 6th probe could easily go down if these units decide to target fire, but Intensity says it doesn't matter. He's happy with the results from this push out. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen, what did we just see? 2 of these sentries. The Oracle going down because I'm a terrible observer and I missed it. But the 2 sentries and 6 probes going down now actually Intense evened up in the worker count, even with a slightly later command center after going for the reactor first on the barracks. Intense is sitting fantastic. He's looking great right now, I have to say. Because Bales, here's the thing about losing all those units right now, guys. He has the second Oracle coming out. That's all well and good. But the Robotics Bay is coming out. This is, I want to say, a very greedy Robotics Bay. It's greedy in the sense that... Okay, I will say he's not greedy in the sense. This is going to be weird. The first thing I say is, okay, guys, it's greedy. And now here's how it's not greedy. It's not greedy in the sense that he just killed off a lot of units for Intense, so he doesn't have to really worry about a lot of aggression yet. But it's greedy in the sense that he basically has one gateway. He has a Stargate that's making Oracles, which are not great at this stage in the game, where Stim is finished up. And it's going to be very hard for him to actually control a lot of the map and really keep Intense at home with the army for a long time. In the meanwhile, Bales is just not going to have that many units, and he just lost his sentries. He lost a lot of his gateway army. The sentries are hard to replace. Those are units that you want to have for Guardian Shield, you want to have for Force Fields, etc. Now, Revelation being thrown down, obviously a very nice touch for Bales. He's going to have that map vision, but really he's going to see the Marines moving across the map, and he gets to say, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, Chronoboost the hell out of that Colossus, because I need some defenses out right now. This is actually where I think a lot of Pros players may be saying, oh god, I really need to be careful, because Militia Corps, it has enough energy for almost 2 photon overcharges. I think that's actually going to be really important to note, because the Medivacs, they can pick up a lot of these units and go over to the main base if a photon overcharge gets thrown down at the natural expansion. That's going to be the main defense right now of Bales. The first Colossus is also out, but that's going to be a vulnerable target, actually, for this big drop over into the main base, as he could just drop right on top of the Colossus. Opting not to do it, not sure how many gateway units are left over. I'm not sure whether or not that was a good decision from Intense. I feel like he could have taken it, but I can understand his hesitation. This is ace game, loser of this game, not this series, not just the series. This game drops out of the group. Why take chances by saying, I feel like I can kill that Colossus, maybe. Going after some of the guaranteed damage, taking out the Forge, good choice. Only loses 2 or 3 of the Marines, and guess what? Now he moves into the natural expansion. Photon Overcharge is still active, though. He ends up losing a lot of these Marines, ends up losing all of the Marines, and managed to kill off 4 probes. I mean, not the worst trade in the world. He kills off a couple of units, and of course, Intense. He's macroing up behind it. He has a 3rd expansion that's going to be finished up very, very soon, whereas Bale's still not actually thinking about taking that 3rd just yet. And Bale's only just now. This is the point where Bale starts to get a little bit scary. He has his gateways actually now starting to finish up. He has 2 more being added on. Once these 2 work gets finished up, I feel like that's the time where Bale says, all right, it is time. I have enough Colossus. He'll probably have like 4 Colossus at that point. I have the warp gate count to actually start warping in on your side of the map and putting on big bits of aggression. and you've lost a lot of units. You've sacrificed a lot of Marines and Marauders, etc. This is the time where, or that is the time where Bales is going to need to be aggressive, and Intense is going to have to be prepared for it. He's going to really have to try and be as prepared as possible, because he's also trying to establish his third expansion. Third expansion, gonna be in a little bit of danger. Just gonna put that out there. He's gonna have to find some ways to defend over here. Cybert, shut up. I did not say I want Photon Overcharge stronger. Don't fill lies into the heads of people who weren't paying attention. Okay, I'm apparently not a referee, so I can't actually say anything witty. We're gonna bring it back to me and Artosis. Okay, Artosis over here gonna provide some expert analysis on how he feels this game is going, while I actually talk and provide amateur analysis on how I feel the game is. Okay, looks like the game is resumed again, but I'm gonna still provide my amateur analysis on this game. As you know, third expansion now established for Intense. So as I was saying, I feel like Bale's gonna have opportunity to push out. He's taking a third of his own. I think that's important because, again, we've talked about this so much before. This one of the main reasons why I do an entire, like, normally 8-week, now 1 month show on these players is so that we can get a feel for their playstyle. And Bales, if there's anything you should know, if there's anything you should take away, is that he's not a player that does things without a backup plan. He's not a player that does things and says, well, gee, cross my fingers, hope to die, I hope this works out, and I don't really have a backup plan or like a follow-up plan. He always has the follow-up plan. This is his follow-up plan to the eventual aggression I'm expecting to come out of him after this next Colossus or two, and maybe even Charge finishes up. But actually, Intense is the one on the other side of the map trying to be a little bit aggressive. Oracle still dancing around, just trying to get a little bit of a, I guess, vision around the map. Maybe going to try and throw down a Revolution. Actually, I think maybe just been keeping it out in this corner to make sure he doesn't have to worry about multitasking and losing it. Observer now getting a double vision. If there were any ghosts in this army, it would definitely be double, triple detected with the Observer and the Revelation, and of course, actual detection from the Observer. Well, Colossus, and surprisingly, I want to note, no Templar Archives out for Bales once again. And we saw it in game number 2 of, I believe, Bales versus Intense. The first time they played, the very first series of the day. If you remember way back then, I think it was like something, I don't know, 72, 73 hours ago, somewhere around that area. Not really, it was more like 4 or 5 hours ago. But we saw that happen, and Intense tried to punish it with the SCV pulls. Could he do it again if he realizes what's going on? He's going for the drop play, trying to see if he could punish him that way. Photon Cannon already up for Bales, though. Gonna make it a little bit more difficult. It's gonna buy him time. And I will say that one thing that he definitely has is time right now, because he's not actually too split up. This third expansion is probably the most split up area of the map, but he doesn't actually have his gateway army protecting these Colossus. The Stalkers are taking out the Vikings. They take out the Mothership Corps, which is going to be nice. Photon Overcharge was already thrown down, though. Now the Widow Mine's brewing, and Bales does manage to get the blink off and back in time. A single sentry dies. Rip in peace, sentry. Stalkers and Colossus is going to manage to survive a little bit longer, though, but not without a little bit of a cost. The Zealot's going to have to charge back into the main base as the robotics facility gets focus fired down. A second robotics facility on the way, but at the same time, the third expansion, it's getting target fired down. Intense channeling Pole? No, not channeling Pole. Yes, channeling Pole, not channeling Pole. Returning and coming back and forth. He managed to get a lot of the Colossus, but the drop in the main base gets cleaned up by the Zealots. And unfortunately, Intense loses a lot of his army. He kills off the Colossus again. It wasn't without some damage being done, but he gets the Nexus low, but doesn't pick it off. Killing off the Nexus triggers Bales to say, I need to either decide, am I gonna try and just reestablish this and take it and try and remax, or am I just going all in? And honestly, just knowing Bales, I feel like he's a little bit more likely to be on the let me try and retake my third and try and maybe put on a little bit of aggression with like a Warp Prism kind of player. So I feel like Intense could have had an opportunity there, but doesn't matter. Opportunity was lost, and you know what? Maybe he's better on the better offer. He probably knows better than I do. Colossus, final Colossus gets taken out by the Vikings. Vikings not necessarily needed anymore, but the Archons doing a massive amount of damage to this army. It's actually going to be a pretty close fight over here. The final Zealots getting cleaned up, but some more Zealots being warped in over here. Stalkers, they need the backup support of these Archons of the Zealots. The Zealots need to be there to tank the damage. Bales has some pretty good upgrades, +2 armor actually finished up for Bales versus just the 1-1 of Intense, and that is going to allow him to clean up. That's going to allow him to push back this army of Intense. Intense is rallying in with another army, has some more Vikings coming out, and surprisingly enough though, only a Warp Prism coming out, so I guess the Vikings can technically kill that off, but I feel like that's looking to do a little bit of damage on the other side of the map, not where the Vikings are. Intense powering up that macro mode, what exactly he was saying he was good at this entire time, and he's finally starting to rely on. I feel like this is a great maneuver over here. Bales doing his own thing, getting that vision that he also relies on. Gonna get vision of these 3 medevacs actually now moving in as Bales, again, he has full vision of it with the Revelation. But you know what? Intense is saying, I don't care if you know. I'm gonna make you play around these medevacs, because even if I don't drop, you have to position your units in the right place, and you have to split up your units to defend in multiple locations. I think Bales is actually okay with that. He has actually now much more of a Templar-based army, which is actually much better split up, I would say. In some situations, it can be much better split up. It definitely handles much better split up than a Stalker Colossus army, so I think Bale should be okay with it for now, but this is looking to be quite the intense game, if I do say so myself. Intense. Starting to get up some of those upgrades. He is 2-2 finishing up in just a couple of seconds. This is going to be his time. This is going to be his moment to shine. He may be going after that 3rd expansion, but Bales is in location. He's in the proper place. This High Templar, it does. Storm is not researched. Storm is only halfway finished. The High Templar loses his life. Oh my god, Bales has no splash damage besides his Archons. The 3rd expansion could very well go down over here. The Widow Mines have more splash damage right now than Bales, and Bales, he's going to charge in with just power units. The Immortals and the Stalkers, they turn out to be enough over at that side, but over at the natural expansion, actually, Bales cleans up over there as well. What on earth? Bales saying, you know what, I don't need the splash damage right now. I have time to buy before the Psionic Storm actually finishes researching. He does have 3 High Templars out of the map. This High Templar going to have enough energy for a storm very, very soon. Where are the other High Templar? This is actually very important. One at the natural expansion, a second one over at the 3rd expansion. They need the energy. Storm is finished up. One storm just zoning out this army just a little bit. The Widow Mine still, though, making it so hard for Bales to actually defend and engage this army. He needs to make sure he doesn't lose this 3rd expansion. If he loses the 3rd expansion, it's going to be brutal. Widow Mine's not going off in the Immortals. That is so crucial and important. He stays alive. He's going to be able to kill off the remainder of these Widow Mines. And this Nexus survives. It is the Survivor Nexus, but not without a cause. Bales, he's got to deal with the fact that Intense now has a 4th expansion. So if Intense was not macroing up a big, scary army, even with losing a lot of these units over and over again, it's going to be even more difficult with a 4th expansion finished up and now mining quite well for Intense. Drop coming into the natural expansion. Feedbacks are helpful, but it's not enough with the medevacs not at full energy. Doesn't clean those guys up. He's got to devote some Zealots. He's got to devote probes potentially. Actually, it looks like Zealot's going to be enough to clean that up, and he once again zones away the army of Intense with the Psy Storm. But this is what I've got to say, guys. Bales, he's doing a good job hanging in there. He's holding on to his chance in the game, but he's got to do more than that if he wants to come back. 5th expansion going up right now for Intense. 4th expansion finished up and mining quite heavily. Bales is starting to defend, but where's the follow-up? But Bales, for the ones that actually, I've got to say, doesn't have the follow-up. He's taking out this army, but he's going to lose all of his Immortals. The Zealots and the Archon's going to be able to finally push back this army, but the medevacs survive, and so does Intense's strong economy. Just look at this, 2,000 minerals per second. Oh god, per second would be insane. Okay, I know Intense is good at macro, but he's not that good at macro. 2,000 minerals per minute, still mining quite well, and Bales, he's mined out of his main base. His gas geysers, even at the natural expansion, starting to run a little bit dry. 700 on each one of those babies. And I say babies because, ironically almost, because they're at the end of their life. They're actually old men at this point. Old, hardened men, and maybe this one's a woman, because we're not sexist here on Breaking Out. Intense is looking pretty good. What has Bales got to try and put on the counter pressure? Looks like he has a couple of Zealots trying to do a little bit of harassment, but Intense is on top of it. He's making a planetary fortress over there. He has a planetary fortress making out the 4th and 3rd expansions. Or sorry, 4th and 5th expansions. Sorry, I misspoke. Intense is actually that far ahead right now in economy. This is looking grim. can Bales actually pull out quite literally a goddamn miracle right now? He's gonna have to get the storms of his life. There's no ghost in the mix. That could be a saving grace right now for Bales. He's gonna need every saving grace he's got. Intense is starting to move in. That Nexus, once again, still low on health. It's sitting in the orange. Intense has been very cautious not to overcommit, though. That's something I've really got to hand it to Intense. Storm's going down. It hits actually pretty decently, but not good enough. It's not game-winning storms. Those are some pretty damn good storms. Those are some storms that keep Bales in a little bit longer, but he loses a lot of his army in the process. And once again, it's become Intense. Loses his army. Bales hangs in there, but this is his remaining force. And guess what? Round 2, Intense is back up for yet another blow. He's Mike Tyson. He's just not going to drop out right now. He is a macro machine. He is not letting this drop. He's going to make sure this third expansion drops. The Zealots are being warped in. Bales is clinging on for his dear life. He's clinging on for his ability to stay in the Breakout Invitational. He was looking to move on in the second place to alongside JonSnow out of Group A, out of the Group of Death, but this is just not going to happen right now. He's trying to put on some aggression. He's got Dark Templar doing some good damage, but Intense, he's on top of it. He's not letting this drop. Okay, he's going to let this one drop, but he's not letting anything else drop. He's going to try and clean up some of those units. Storm's going down. Oh my god, actually, Bales, he's starting to do some good damage to these Dark Templar. Maybe the saving grace once again. The Planetary Fortress is going to make it hard for these Dark Templar to do more damage, but he cleans up at least the third expansion. That is one base. He stops mining a little bit longer, and he holds on. But the big problem is that's not enough. He has to clean just once. Once, Bales has to clean up the army with enough to take a fourth, but there goes the third, and with it, Bales taps out IVD Gaming's Intense, coming out. And God, Artosis, you're saying it better than I could. Intense is coming out number 2 in the group. He is the second player out of the Group of Death for the Breakout Invitational season number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, very well played. I cannot hand it enough to Bales for clinging on to that game for that long. I was starting to doubt. I was starting to doubt what I was saying. I was starting to doubt myself. Bales is an incredibly strong player, but man, did he manage to hold on. Nobody can say that Bales did not put up a fight in that game, and we're gonna get the winner on for the interview now. As I go ahead and pull that up in a second, we'll call up Bales. I'm gonna mute Skype so that we don't hear the annoying ringing. Artosis, do you have any final shouts you want to give? Okay, you're also stunned, so I'm gonna let you go. Actually, thank you so much, Artosis, for the wonderful commentary. Now Bales is gonna be like, what the hell are you talking about, Artosis? What? Welcome, Bales, back at... Whoa, oh my, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Okay, Bales, thank you so much. I feel so bad I just called you instead. No. Okay, here's your opportunity. Where can people catch you, really quickly? Because I feel terrible. This is my fault, guys.
My Twitter's F3Bales.
Okay, guys. Gotta hand it to Bales again. He played magnificently in those last series. He played very well. Check him out at F3Bales. Bales, thank you so much for playing and showing some great games. Looking forward to seeing more from you. And, of course, I expect you to stream a little bit. But have a wonderful night, dude.
You too.
Alright, now I'm gonna be not a total douchebag, and I'm gonna call up the actual winner and not just call up the loser. I just did a loser's interview. This is why we can't have nice things. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we can't have nice things. But in the meanwhile, as I mute Skype, again, this is why we can't have nice things. Messing up the production again. I apologize to everyone for the production faux pas, as unfortunately, normally the observing is supposed to be planned by Current TV, the wonderful and amazing observer. He is actually a fantastic observer, but unfortunately, the one thing out of his control is his internet. And that was what was causing some of those issues, so unfortunately, he had to step out for a little bit. And I had to take over for today. We're going to try and see, hopefully we can get it resolved for the next day, Group B, tomorrow, happening at 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. If you guys are still awake, hopefully you'll get some nice sleeping done. But oh my god, that magnificent smile over there from you magnificent beauty. Intense, how are you feeling, man?
Okay, well, I'd like to start off. I've never beaten Bells in tournament before. It's always been 2-1 loss, and I knew when I went to that third game, I'm like, oh well, it's probably gonna be 2-1 loss again. But like, I didn't lose. I actually like won.
Oh my god. Okay, and I've got to say, like, that on top of the fact that you seemed, and I was talking about this in control. Please confirm or deny how off base I was on this assumption, but I was thinking, and you know, you were saying, God, I'll just spit it out. Your mindset, right? Your mindset. Okay, viewers in the audience will see, like, oh my god, is Fear Dragon gonna play this like video about Intense again? This recap video? Didn't we just watch this like 20 minutes ago or something? You talk about your mindset and how that's one of the things that's been holding you back the most from breaking out in the North American scene. And when you said you just practiced TVZ, which kind of makes sense, it's just one matchup. But you said you were like you didn't even think really that much about Bales, which is weird because it was the first matchup you had to play, right? It made me think, like, did you just give up on it? But I have to say, you really stuck in there. You held on after some pretty big setbacks in like the first series and everything. You really stuck it out and you were able to make it happen despite all the mental blocks you've had against Bales, against Protoss, against everything. How are you feeling, not just like right now, but just like mindset wise, man? Do you feel like you can climb Mount Everest?
I fixed it, man. Normally, like, when I get into important situations, I'll go to like match point and lose every time. Like, the last 3 local lands, I've lost 4-3 in the final, and each time I've lost out on hundreds of dollars. But like this time, like, I did it. Well, not all the way. I mean, 3rd, 4th still, but like it's way better than in the group stages. I expected to go out in the group stages because this whole last week and the week before that, like the week before this, I was sitting all week for the SAT, and then this week I was hit by a bunch of homework from all my like AP classes and stuff, and I'm like, I've got no time to practice, dude. Like, I'm totally screwed. So but then like I won. I don't even know. Like, Terran, man. I'm proud to play Terran for once.
Proud to play Terran for once. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Intense. How are you feeling about the next stage of the tournament, the semifinals? You get to think about those now, even though you weren't expecting to make it out.
The one good thing about having the group of death with all, like, I hate to say this, like, maybe the better players statistically, is that like my semifinal is probably gonna be a lot easier than my group was. So right, I'm actually like relaxed, and if I think I'm gonna play JonSnow in the final because he seemed really dominating today.
All right, predicting. Okay, I just want really quickly for anyone, just the incentive for tuning in tomorrow, despite the fact that you said it's gonna be basically just like you stomping over those newbies in Group B. You know, Midday. Zan, your teammate, like, no problem. None of those guys gonna be a problem. How you feeling about each of those guys? Let's start with Midday, and I feel like I know the answer to this because we saw your ZVT or TVZ.
Yeah, I think TVZ
damn, you look
crush,
solid,
like,
man.
any Zerg right now in North America. So like, honestly, I'd prefer a Zerg. Next thing, a Terran, Kelazhur, Zan. I mean, no offense to them, like, they're good players, but like my Terran is like also really good. Like, those 2 matchups, I'm like, yeah, I win like every time. And then, I mean, Kai Fire isn't as good as Bells, and I was able to beat Bells, so like I think I'm like totally fine for this semifinal.
All right, man. So that was Bales, or sorry, that was Kai Fire. I don't think. Did you say anything about Zan? I'm so sorry, dude. You're gonna have to.
Yeah, I said Zan and Kelazhur because TVT.
Right. Okay. Sorry, you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm quite literally operating on this monster can. Which the green has actually been taken out because it's a new brand of monster. Look, I can make my face transparent. Sorry, guys. But yeah, wonderful stuff, dude. I'm actually like unbelievably happy for you right now. Like, we got to see you overcome this quite literal like brick wall. You just smashed through it in that final game.
Broke out, man.
you broke out of your brick walls and everything. The tournament, like the semifinals, you're saying it's yours for the taking. I'm looking forward to seeing that, man. Where can people catch you at? Where can people follow this beautiful face that we see on here? Because I'm a newbie at production. I don't have your Twitter or anything up on the overlay.
You guys can follow me on Twitter at IntenseSC. Yeah, just follow me there. Stay updated. I'm actually gonna start streaming like this next week too, like a lot. So.
All right, awesome, man. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to learning a couple of things on your Terran macro, man. And one final question. SCV all-ins. Bales actually said you like to SCV all-in. It's not something you practice until this tournament. They didn't most of the time, they didn't actually end up going all that well.
Yeah, when I'm not confident,
The games that you won were mostly the games that you didn't go for the SCV all-in, man. For the future, how you
no
how you
more
feeling?
SCV pools. No, but the thing
I'm
is,
on board
like,
for that.
so like, okay, yeah, so like, what happened was like,
To
okay, so I've been
degree,
playing on
yeah.
Korean server recently, right?
Mhm.
But like this last week, I only really practiced Terran vs Zerg because like I didn't have much time, so I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna focus on this one matchup because it'll get me out of the group, I think. But then like things like didn't go as planned, and like Bells lost to JonSnow, so like I had to improvise. But actually, Terran vs Protoss recently, I've been doing really well because Widow Mines. Like I've beaten a lot of good players. I've even beaten a few like top 50 GMs in Korea. I've
Nice.
risen in the ranks quite a bit. Like the other day, I was like 104. I mean, I lost, but then I played this random player a bunch of times. So like, we don't need to talk about that.
Random is another matchup you don't have to worry about in this tournament. But okay, wonderful, man. Well, you know what? Artosis and In Control have both left. Okay. By the way, just heads up. I had a GIF of Artosis doing the wiggly like thing, so that's why I was talking about Artosis. But anyway, both of them are left, so I don't want to be lonesome. I want your support and love. As you just made it through a great strife. Would you like to sit on with me for a little bit longer, or do you need to go to bed?
Oh no, dude, it's Friday, man. I'm good to go. I'm probably gonna go like party and stuff after this.
Oh, dude, awesome! Don't party too hard. You have one day to party tomorrow.
Yeah.
You can, like, you're underage, so I won't say you can watch tomorrow drunk, but I know some viewers.
Don't worry, we'll keep it appropriate.
Yeah, I know Man Bond was drinking, but anyways. You can stick on with me then for the final shouts and everything. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure to have everybody on, every single one of you viewers. If I had the time and I didn't feel like I was just going to be dragging on the stream unnecessarily, I would read out every single one of your names, but trust me, I read through every single one of those messages, so everything that you guys say, feedback, etc., I will be checking out. And of course, if you left any feedback in the Team Liquid thread, Reddit thread, wherever, I will be checking it out and trying to make as many improvements on that as possible for tomorrow's broadcast. But I also want to thank you to everyone that has actually donated so far to the Invitational's prize pool, because that is actually something that I haven't really talked as much about. It's something, again, you can donate to. If you do decide to, you can do it through that link down over on like that bottom right-hand corner below the stream. And that's actually going to allow you to donate to the prize pool. I believe that this prize distribution, I have it off the top of my head now, because I have the page pulled up. 50% goes to first place, which is a base prize pool of $500, but I think right now we're at like $1,500. Pretty actually good. That's actually like freaking amazing. We've already had $500 in prize pool donations. It's like half the prize pool that we started with. And I'm hoping that hopefully we can bump it up to like where it was in Season 1, Season 2, 2,100-ish. But 50% to first place, 20% to second place, third and fourth get 7%, and the rest get 4%. So Bales and PandaBearMe today going to be walking out with 4% of the prize pool. Still a pretty decent chunk. That's $40 at like the base prize pool, so it's even more now. They can buy another alt barcode to practice on, because I know Bales likes barcodes. But yes, with that being said, guys, if you want to go ahead and donate, please feel free. I'm going to pull up the actual account to see if we've had any more donations, but if not, I'll just read off the list of donators that we've had so far. And of course, I want to remind you guys, you can actually, in the meanwhile, tweet out to your favorite player. Probably Intense. I mean, look at how handsome this guy is right now. Who you think is going to win. Make sure you follow them. Make sure you follow me. And hashtag BreakingOutNA, and you'll be entered in a chance to win one of these bad boys. These amazing StarCrafts plushies. Beautiful, beautiful guys. And quite adorable. We'll keep away all of those Proxy 2 Rec shenanigans. And I want to give some final shoutouts. I don't want to drag this on because I know that's something I struggle with. But final shoutouts to everyone that's donated. I believe, if I take a look at it right now, we have Steven Schneider donating a little bit to the prize pool. Of course, he's SWS, for those of you who don't know him. Samuel Ammer, I think that's his name, is Crowtail. Damon Knight, I have his overlays and all this stuff from Storm Gaming, which actually SWS is a part of now. He's actually a player for that. And of course, Let's Kung Fu podcast. Definitely check it out. Casey Nicholas, a really, really awesome guy. I'm trying to remember his gamer tag. I know who that is. Of course, Patrick Quiss also donating a bit to the prize pool. So thank you so much to all of you guys for donating to the prize pool, making it nice and juicy. Now sitting at $1,548.86. I'll go ahead and make sure that's updated on the Team Liquid thread. But with that being said, final shoutouts. Before we read off all the Twitter people, and we'll randomly draw somebody. And we're going to randomly draw somebody through you, Intense. I'm going to have you randomly pick a number between 1 and however many people tweet out.
Yeah.
I'll have you pick out some random number. So, shoutouts to everyone that's actually made Breaking Out possible. I know that this is like it sometimes can seem like a one-man show, but it's not. We have the amazing production and capabilities of Current TV, who's normally the Observer. We have Cybert making all those great animated videos. All the videos that don't suck, those are Cybert. All the videos that do suck, those are mine. We have Minnie Mouse GG doing all the overlays, just Man, Master Dog making everything possible, helping you with adminning, running the invitational qualifiers. So many people to thank. In Control, Day9, Zombie Grub, Tempo Starcraft, all the casters that are going to be counting for the invitational. It's been so fantastic to have all of them. And of course, thank you again to all you viewers who make it actually worthwhile to do this. You guys are the reason why I try and do this, because I want to educate you guys more on these awesome up-and-comers who you're going to be finding out a lot more about in the future. I guarantee it. That's the Fear Dragon guarantee. It's probably worth like 30 cents somewhere. Maybe in like, I don't know, Africa, somewhere. But with that being said, let's go ahead and pick out those random Zergling drawings. So, Intense, I want you to pick a number between 1 and 13.
9.
All right, let's count it out. Let's see. And I want to remind you guys, if you've seen this, it's probably too late. But just in case, you need to make sure you're following both the player tweeted out and me. Player tweeting out, because that's the whole point of this. And me, because I need to direct message you. So if you're not doing that, I'm going to pick somebody else.
Everybody follow me, woo.
Yeah! All right. And we are going to land on Moose Skills, actually. Complexity
Moose
Gaming's
Skills.
Moose Skills tweeting out at F3 Barrels. Unfortunately, Bale's now knocked out, but still showed some great games today. And after Dragon 64, I really like Bales. He's really cute, and I want him to win, and I want a plushie to cuddle with at night. And of course, it's equally cute as Bales, but I'll double check to make sure that Moose Skills is in fact following Bales. I'm pretty sure he is. Oh. I don't actually have a good way of double checking this, but do you know a good way to double check this? Does anyone know a good way to double check this?
Not really.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out eventually as I go through every single person that Complexity Gaming's Moose Skills follows. He does! We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity Gaming's Moose Skills at Cole_Moose Skills. You can follow him on Twitter also, because he's actually a really awesome guy and a really awesome player, so check him out as well. But you are the winner of plushie number 1. There's still 2 more plushies being given away tomorrow and day after tomorrow, so be sure to tune in for that. I think that's it. I think I've exhausted everything. So Intense.
Follow me on Twitter.
Yeah, follow Intense on Twitter, guys, so that you can
There's
see.
436 of you.
If you all follow him right now.
Double my follower count.
Exactly. And then you can feed yourself tomorrow. That's what I understand, right? Like, that's how it goes. IBD Gaming is actually just
Currency for life.
they got a contract with your parents. They're like, okay, look, we want him to perform well, so social, Twitter and all that stuff. He needs to make sure he has this many followers so he doesn't get dinner anymore.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Well, guys, be sure to follow Intense on Twitter, and of course, follow the channel if you enjoy the broadcast. Have a wonderful night, and enjoy this black screen until I load up the trailer that Cybert has actually made. Have a wonderful night, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 Eastern. I'm done.
We're done?
We're done. You're muted.
Introducing the Breakout Invitational Season 3, where we find up-and-coming talent in the North American scene. And your players, PandaBearMe, the Changeling. JonSnow, the Redemption Zerg. Highfire, the Stormbringer. Intense, the Macro Machine. Zan, the Beast. Kelazhur, the Daredevil. Midday, the Nobleman. Bales, the Powerhouse. Be sure to check out the Breakout Invitational on October 17th, 18th, and 19th to discover who will break